Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and shine. Are we ready for the day? Ooh, it's a slow start. It's a slow start. But you've got a bit more time. We will start in about 5 minutes. And make yourself comfortable, feel at home. Maybe grab a quick coffee before you step in here. And then we look forward to get started. Thank you very much.
A hearty good morning to our esteemed delegates. Thank you for being here this morning. We will be starting in the next 4 minutes with our first session. And today we've elevated things a bit. We've actually now put a speaker outside in the lobby area, so no more stubborn herd to watch over. Please make your way inside the venue to all our delegates still outside in the lobby area. We will be starting shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, guests, everyone present here this morning, a very, very good morning to you once more and a hearty warm welcome to day 3. Have you had a great evening last night? I love that enthusiastic, yes. I suppose you joined the braai, not the barbecue, the braai. Fantastic. And do you want to maybe just quickly join me here, just very quickly? You got stage fright? Okay, just tell me what was the best, the meat? The people, okay. So, the people were the best. That's a good answer. Well, I do hope that you had a great evening last night. To all our guests and delegates still in the lobby, please make your way inside. In case we meet each other for the first time today, my name is Rochelle Locke, and once again, a great pleasure to be your Director of Ceremonies for day 3 of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025. Now, like a good pot of oshifima, and my fellow Namibians, I know that's why you're laughing, right? If you don't understand, ask a Namibian what oshifima is. But like a good pot of oshifima, we've let the ideas simmer overnight, yeah? And today we are ready to serve them piping hot. So, have you translated to the brother? Are you good? Fantastic. We're ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Just again, a kind request to our panelists and moderators to kindly stick to time, but most importantly to our delegates here in the room, please bear with us when we are busy with the panel discussions. We encourage you to participate by being present. We will have a comfort break this morning. And then I'd like to take this moment once again to acknowledge our wonderful sponsors who have made this conference possible. You'll see them as we go around on the screens. Again, thank you so much. I need to also just single out this morning 4 ladies doing a great job. And these are our rapporteurs. I'm going to ask them. I see 2 of them are not there at the moment. Sarah, if you can just quickly stand and just wave. Let's give them a warm applause. Priscilla, Angela, and Dorothy. They are our rapporteurs, and they have the immense and challenging job to transcribe everything that is being discussed here at the conference. And that, of course, will be going into a report. So you can imagine, I thought my job is a challenging one with my herd of cattle that's sometimes a little bit dispersed, but I can promise you they have probably the toughest job to do. I spoke to Sarah earlier and she said, yesterday was intense. Did you feel it as well? It was quite intense, right? So can you imagine for our rapporteurs? So sometimes they don't quite understand with the accent, the different accents, the tonalities, and they've got to capture that. So I really think they deserve a warm round of applause. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Let's dive straight into our very first discussion this morning, and I would like to call on our moderator, Josiah Hana-Oshike, the Managing Director of Bellatrix Investment Managers, and he will introduce our presenter before the panelists. Let's welcome him to the podium. Josiah, yesterday I noticed that some of the moderators, they deliberately didn't want to look at me, but I shall move right in front and I shall, just show you 10 minutes, stop. So if you can help me also just to keep time, that'll be awesome. Thank you, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Rochelle, and welcome everyone, and good morning. Today we are going to be discussing a topic I think that's very, very important to Namibia in terms of how do we really finance, entrepreneurs or businesses within the oil and gas space, as well as how do we create and foster partnerships to make sure that our economy truly benefits, right? So to help set the stage, we will have Robin Chebon. He's who will basically give us an overview of this particular topic. He's an independent economist. And after that, we will then have our panel. Perhaps I can also call our panelists just to come on stage before the presentation, and then we'll just definitely get into the panel discussion after the presentation. So I'd like to call onto the stage Nilian Mulemi. She's the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Petroleum Training and Education Fund, also known as Petro Fund. Okay, I also like to call on stage Angelique Pick. She's the head of oil and gas and energy resources at RMB Namibia. Then we also have Johan Barnard. He's the CEO of Momentum Short-Term Insurance. And finally, but not least, we have our guest from outside of Namibia, Humphrey Nyugo. He's the Regional Director for Southern Africa for Afreximbank. Okay, thank you very much. So, Robin, please come on stage and give us a very insightful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josiah. A very good morning to everyone here. I see things have thinned out a little since yesterday, but I hope you'll bear with me during my presentation here. If it's okay with you, I'm going to skip the protocol today because I've only been given 15 minutes to make my presentation. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Robin Sherborne. I'm an independent economist here in Namibia, working on a whole range of issues. I came to this country first from the UK in 1991, and I noticed there was a lot of talk yesterday about NDP 6, Namibia's National Development Plan 6. Well, I was a co-author of NDP 1, which sort of dates me rather, and in fact I even go back to the TNDP, the Transitional National Development Plan, when I was working in the National Planning Commission back in 1991, just after independence. So I've been an observer of the Namibian political and economic scene since then. I've been asked to plug my own book by the Hans Seidel Foundation. So I've written a book called A Guide to the Namibian Economy for those of you interested in economic history and how this country has fared economically over the last 35 years since 1990. It's there for sale, I think, at the Hans Seidel stand next door. Okay. You know, I've sat in on all the day's discussions, and it's been very interesting. I have to congratulate the organisers for such a professional event. There have been an awful lot of warm words, and you know, I'm not against warm words per se. I think warm words are fine. But anyone who knows the history of oil and gas in the world, who's read about it, knows that oil and gas is about power, it's about money, and yes, it's also about economics. So I think we thought it would be a good idea to give a sort of economic overview of what's going on in Namibia at the moment. And I've managed to do, I think, what is possibly historically unprecedented today, in that I'm trying to cover the economics of offshore deepwater oil and gas in just 2 PowerPoint slides. So I hope you'll bear with me for those 2 slides. Those 2 slides are basically the first one. I'm going to go into a timeline, a typical timeline of an offshore oil and gas project. And the second one, I'm going to look at the project from the perspective of the oil company and from the perspective of the government. I'll be very brief. So let me kick off. Yes, an idiot's guide. And I'm not saying you're the idiots here, I'm saying I'm the idiot, just to make that absolutely clear. So what I'm going to do here is go through a sort of generic offshore deep water oil project with associated gas. And what I've done here is put a grid together. On the y-axis is basically billions of US dollars, if you like, so it's money. on the x-axis, it's a time axis. So we're going from 2022 all the way to 2051, essentially. So a very simple diagram of what's going on. And the first thing is obviously the oil company comes along and does exploration. If it finds oil, it goes further, it does some appraisal, and it starts to design a possible project. And this happens pretty much all at the same time, and this has been happening already in Namibia as we sit here today. And you can see I've kicked off in 2022, and this is a process that might take 4 or 5 or even more years. But then we get to the stage, which has been discussed over the past few days, of the final investment decision. Things look good. The oil is there. It's technically possible to bring it out of from under the sea at a cost that makes it commercially viable. There is a design for the whole project, and then the company's in the position to take the final investment decision. You can see the company started work in 2022. We're now talking about a potential FID in 2026, some years later. And that is, in fact, what some of the companies are talking about now. I think we heard Rhino say the other day that it was going to be the first out of the starting blocks. I know Total has been talking about an FID possibly in 2026. So we get to the FID. This is a very important moment in the life of the project, obviously. But it's also a very important moment in the life of the country, because it signals that Namibia is now really open for business, really serious about this industry, and is ready to go ahead with it. It's not just airy-fairy talk anymore, it's something very concrete. And it's also a stage at which government can already go out and borrow on the strength of future revenues, which is possibly a good thing, possibly a bad thing. But the FID is incredibly important. It's a signal to the world and to the global investment community. Right, once the FID is taken, then we get into the really big bucks. Sorry, what I forgot to mention, exploration, appraisal and design. This is already quite an expensive part of the process. I don't know if you saw earlier in the year, Shell wrote down $400 million US dollars of exploration expenditure. And as you heard Eduardo say yesterday, they drilled 9 wells. So we're talking about, you know, $50 million US dollars a shot in terms of the cost of a well. This is an expensive business, and this is all done at risk. The companies don't, no one's guaranteed that they will find oil at the end of this expenditure. So the FID is taken, then we get on to the development of the project. And there we're talking about even bigger bucks. I mean, I've put the number 15 billion US dollars here. 15 billion is a thumb suck, could be a little bit less, could be a little bit more. But for all the pieces of hardware that you're either going to build and install to get that oil from 3,000 meters under the seawater and then 3,000 meters under the seabed, you know, you're going to have to spend that sort of money. And we're talking about a custom-built FPSO, SPS, SURF, DPSTs, the shuttle tankers and things. There's a whole lot of hardware that needs to be produced and tailor-made really for the particular project. 15 billion, it sounds a lot. It is a lot. As someone pointed out the other day, our entire economy is worth 13 to 14 billion. So this is a single investment that is bigger than our entire GDP. It's huge. And this is just one FPSO project. So development gets made, and we're talking about maybe 5 to 6 years before that's actually in place, before production can start. And then we get production, and there it is. So we have first oil. I've put first oil in 2030. Again, a thumb suck. The development maybe carries on a little bit while production has already started. Production goes on, and then there are more costs for the company in terms of the OPEX of running the project. And that's over the lifetime of the project, which I've put here as 20 years. So there's more expenditure involved. But after first oil, of course, there's also revenue. And that I've put in blue, so in the positive side of the thing. And there I've just put some, again, some thumbsuck figures. If we're talking about 150,000 barrels of oil a day, and I've just put here 50 US dollars a barrel, we're talking about total revenues. We're not talking about profits here. We're talking about revenues of almost 3 billion US dollars per annum. For us in Namibia, that is a huge figure. I mean, that's already making oil the single largest export commodity from this country. We produce uranium, we produce gold, we produce diamonds, we produce a whole range of things. But this one FPSO project will produce exports worth more than any other single item in our export basket at the moment. So it's big, and that's at $50 a barrel. Also at first oil, as soon as we start producing, governments start getting some tax revenue in. So I've put here, there's a 5% royalty on gross sales effectively. So as soon as you're exporting the oil, government gets a cut, and there's a 1.5% export levy as well. So that allows some cash already to come into the government coffers as a result of production. But you've noticed, I've put another arrow here, which is, again, a thumbs-up point at where the initial 15 billion plus the exploration and appraisal expenditure is recouped. And you can see that arrow there, the initial investment recouped. I've put it in 2035. Yeah? So it's going to take a few years before you recover. You're producing, but it's going to take a few years before you recover those initial costs. 2035, I mean, that's 10 years from where we are now. Yeah? So that's quite a long way in the future. It's after that point, once the costs are recouped, that the real money starts flowing to government through the tax system, through the fiscal regime. And it's mainly through the petroleum income tax, the 35% of profits, essentially, on the operation. So that will start flowing from the mid-30s onwards. I haven't put calculations there for what is likely to happen in terms of money terms, but it's a lot by Namibian standards. It would be a lot. Of course, if the price of oil goes up, and here I've just put $75 a barrel now, that raises gross revenue every year to 4.1 billion. You know, just to compare it, and this is revenue, not profits, so I'm sort of comparing apples with oranges in a bit, but the entire tax take of the Namibian government at the moment is 90 billion Namibia dollars. So if you multiply 4 by 20 to get it into NAM dollars, you're talking about revenues, gross revenues, that are about the equivalent size of our entire tax take in this country. It's absolutely huge. And you notice there's another black arrow on top of the blue box, which is to the left. If I just go back. So a higher oil price essentially moves forward the point at which the whole project starts to become profitable. A higher oil price means you recoup your investment costs more quickly, and therefore you become profitable, and therefore you start paying dividends to the shareholder and profits tax to government. And if the price of oil goes up really high, and again I've just limited myself to $75 a barrel, but there is an additional profits tax. I put plus APT at the top. In the fiscal regime of Namibia, there's an additional profits tax, which is designed to cream off more of the profits for government if the oil price goes above a certain level. Let me also point out, as part of the production costs, Namibia obliges companies to put money into a decommissioning trust fund. So from about halfway through the expected life of the operations, companies will be expected to contribute to a fund which will then serve to pay for the decommissioning costs at the end of the project's life. Of course, we all know, we would all love the oil price to be as stable as I've pictured here. A nice, stable block, and we all know exactly what's going to happen. We all know the oil price doesn't do that. The oil price is something crazy like this. And I have to say, I'm not an oil and gas specialist. I'm not sure what's going to happen over the next 20 years to the oil price. Have we already reached peak oil? Are we going to be reaching peak oil in the next year or so? Who knows? Quite possibly. What happens to the oil price, how supply and demand then balance over the energy transition? I think there's an awful lot of much more expert people out there than me that have a view on that. But clearly the oil price is going to go up and down. So just to emphasize there again, the oil company has invested 15 billion plus in a project that is highly risky because we don't know what the oil price is going to do over the next 20 years. Yeah? That is an inherently risky undertaking. And then at the end of the life of the project, we have the decommissioning. And again, my cost estimates for decommissioning, I've really not much idea how much this is going to cost. Chances are the project's going to be extended. It's like a mining project. You always think you've got a life of mine, and then it becomes longer as the data becomes better and you get more experienced and all the rest of it. Okay, so this is essentially one chart which pictures one FPSO project in Namibia and the different stages of that project. I found it very useful to put it up like that to understand the whole life scale of the project. Okay, so that's my first slide. My second slide contains less graphics. So what I want to do in the second slide is just look at the economics of what we're talking about here from the point of view of the International Oil Company and from the point of view of the government, and just ask the question, are interests aligned here? You'll see what I mean as I go through it. The first thing to understand, and I go back to what I said at the beginning, the oil companies aren't here because they like us, because this is a beautiful country. They're here to make money. They are profit maximizers, and that is their bottom line quite literally. They're profit maximizers, but they're price takers in the global oil market. Yeah? They don't set the price of oil. They have to accept pretty much whatever the global market sets for them. Yeah? So they're big, they're powerful. The ones that do ultra-deep water offshore are an elite group of companies in the world, which gives them additional leverage and bargaining power because they're special companies that can do special things. I mean, I'm constantly amazed by what the guys are planning to do here. We had some amazing diagrams, you know, all the subsea and just putting it in place, 3,000 meters under the sea. It's just remarkable. These are very special companies who do very special things, but they're still price takers in the global economy. Okay, that's the IOC. Now, government is in a slightly different role. Government is the regulator of the industry, but at the same time, it's also an active participant in the industry via NAMCOR, via our state champion in the oil and gas sector. So it's not just a regulator. It's like being the referee of a football match and being a player at the same time. So that puts it in a slightly unusual position. And there might be instances where those two roles conflict. So, for example, you could imagine significant additional expenditure being needed to make the project work or to reach sort of safety criteria or whatever. That then raises costs, reduces profitability, and reduces how much government gets, either through the tax system or through NAMCOR, but it might still be necessary to do that. So government has to play these both roles at the same time. Information asymmetry. This is something economists always talk about when they talk about regulation. One side, those being regulated, typically have a lot more information and are a lot more experienced about their industry than the regulator itself. So, although government has expertise, I think government would need to buy in, and this is a message we heard yesterday, government would need to buy in an awful lot of additional expertise if it's going to be on top of the game of regulation, because the oil and gas companies know their business inside out, upside down. They've been doing it for years, they've been doing it the world over, they know everything. To regulate these guys properly will take enormous amounts of expertise. Expertise which we don't have, to be honest, and this isn't a criticism of my Namibian colleagues. We're a new country, you know, we're new to this game. So information asymmetry. Remember, the IOC has undertaken the exploration expenditure at risk. There might not have been any oil there, so they were prepared to put the $400 million down. That's a lot of money. Government doesn't take any financial risk, but government is expecting, according to the SWAPO Manifesto Implementation Plan, which is what our newly elected president is saying she will hold ministers to, government is expecting to maintain at least a 30% state carry in all oil and gas projects in Namibia. I don't think that's free carry, or that isn't specified in the SMIP, in the implementation plan. But that is very important, and that's quite a large chunk of the project. The IOC will have a target internal rate of return for every project that it looks at, as it takes the FID, it will have an idea of the internal rate of return of this project, and it will compare it with internal rates of return on all the other things it could invest in, and it will select those projects that have the highest, generally speaking, the highest internal rate of return, okay? So, as someone pointed out yesterday, the oil companies are, in a sense, in competition with themselves. Projects within the same oil company are in competition for that scarce capital. So the IOC will have to be convinced that the Namibian project offers a better return than other available projects. Government isn't so interested in the IRR, although it is via NAMCOR, but it's primarily interested to maximize the tax revenue take from the project. If you go back to my previous slide, you will notice I didn't talk much about local content, but you notice the number of direct jobs, for example, created by this one project is actually very small. In the development stage of the project, only 500 jobs are expected to be created, according to the IBS, the study that we all heard about on the first day of the conference. In production, only 600 direct jobs created by this project. These are incredibly capital-intensive projects, not labor-intensive projects. 600 people to run this whole thing is quite something. So government isn't going to get a lot of jobs out of this project, but it is potentially going to get a lot of tax revenue out of it, a lot of tax revenue by Namibian standards. And the key question for government, not so much for the IOC, but for government, is what does it do with all this additional tax revenue? Okay, and that's a whole other lecture that I could give you, which I'm not going to do. But that is the prime, I see that as the prime benefit to the country of a project of this sort, okay? There's a whole point of NAMCOR. We did talk about NAMCOR yesterday and its longer-term ambitions, how much of its profits it retains. It doesn't give over to the exchequer, to the fiscus. It retains it for future projects, eventually emerging to become an IOC in its own right. I think the IOC wants to recoup its investment costs as quickly as possible for all sorts of reasons. There's the global reason. We don't know what's happening to the global oil and gas industry. The door is closing on new oil and gas projects. Namibia might be one of the last frontier economies to actually go into production for oil and gas. I think it's in their interest to recoup that investment as quickly as possible and then make as much money as possible. And I think government's interest is pretty much similar. They want the investment recouped as quickly as possible because they want the tax revenues from the project. Yeah? As soon as it becomes profitable, the money starts flowing to the fiscus. Of course, the gas to oil ratio, the GOR, is absolutely critical in the geology of the project, and they will help formulate the design of the project, which government will need to approve when the FID is taken. And it's been raised, I think there was a very good session yesterday on gas, the role of gas in Namibia. You know, we're talking primarily here about gas reinjection. So gas is an integral part of these projects. The gas is brought up, the oil, gas, water mixture is brought up to the FPSO, separated out. The water is basically cleaned and put overboard back into the sea. The gas is used to drive the FPSO, so a certain amount of the gas is used as energy to run the FPSO, and the rest of the gas is then re-injected back into the well, which helps push out the oil back up to the FPSO. And obviously over time that then changes. The amount of gas, the gas component of the reserve changes the more gas you pump into it. Okay, so there are lots of issues there about gas. And the question is, remember, you're using gas, which is something that, in theory at least, could be sold. It's a saleable commodity with a value. You're using that just to pump the oil out. And the question is, how does this project then relate to a longer-term plan to actually commercialize the gas part of these projects? That's a big question. Obviously, once you've invested, once you've developed, you've got the FPSO and all the rest of it, it's not a project you can just turn on and off like that. You're basically pumping the oil 24/7, 365 days a year, yeah? So you can't just suddenly stop it and start it. And that's important. That increases the risk of the project, basically. Once the IOC is all in, it's spent all the money, it's pumping the oil, it's basically at the mercy of the international oil markets. Government needs to understand that, I think, and government's role, one of government's role, is to minimize the amount of risk wherever it's possible to do that. Yeah? By creating the policy environment that is predictable, stable, secure, and gives the IOC as much confidence in the future. Remember, this is a project running over 20 years plus, as much confidence in the future as possible. That is one of government's key roles. And therefore, when government comes along and says, oh, we want an oil refinery, we want 30% carry, we want high local content and things, these things can be haggled over. They will be haggled over inevitably in the run-up to the FID. But once they're set, then they must be agreed upon, and government must understand that it has to go along with that. It can't just chop and change year by year on a project of this nature. Gas reinjection, integral to the design. I've talked about that a bit already. How does that then relate to the gas master plan, which isn't yet formed? Gas can be sold, so it is a valuable commodity in itself. We understand that's a longer-term undertaking for Namibia, so we get the oil out first, then we start talking about the gas. But how will these fields link up with gas pipelines and things? That's a huge issue, but needs to be addressed if the gas is going to be commercialized. IOC, well, I've put no routine flaring. Most of these elite companies do not flare as a matter of routine these days, so the gas isn't just flared out. There might be some transition issues when you're getting the FPSO up and running. You might be doing a bit of flaring, but I think their interests are pretty much aligned with government, where our Petroleum Act doesn't allow routine flaring. So I think interests are very much on the same wavelength there. Safety, this has been emphasized time and time again by the IOCs. They're not going to cut corners on safety, especially in a new country, especially in a new frontier market. We all remember the certain incidents stay in our memory, Deepwater Horizon and others. It's absolutely critical we put safety first here, and I think government and the IOC are aligned on this. I don't think anyone's interested in cutting corners because, again, it will send a signal to the rest of the world. If there is an accident here, you know, that will be a blot on Namibia's attempt to become a major oil and gas producer in future. The IOC, I think my own view is too much is made of this local content thing. If you look across the production thing, knowing the Namibian economy as I do, I don't honestly think there's that much we can produce for one project in terms of local content. But even a small proportion of the billions being spent will make a huge difference to our economy, of course. But I think local content will be maximized because it will make commercial sense to do that in most cases. So I'm quite confident the IOCs will try to produce locally wherever it makes commercial sense to do that. Whether government, which obviously has a political interest to maximize local content, whether it does that strictly on commercial terms or not, is, I think, a bit of an open question. So maybe the interests aren't strictly aligned there. We'll see what happens when the local content policy is published towards the end of the year. And then finally, later on, I think, like most of the extractive industries, big companies come in, their overhead costs are very high, they're listed, they have to appease their shareholders the whole time, safety and all the rest of it, they can't cut corners, blah, blah, blah. They might decide at some stage they've made enough money from this project and they bail out and they sell the project on to a smaller operator. It happens. I think government's interest in all this is to ensure that the deposit is utilized to its maximum effect for the benefit of the country. In other words, we're not just creaming off the easy bits of the reserve and then moving on. We're trying to deplete that reserve as much as possible, as much as it makes commercial sense to do that. And it might be that a lower cost operator is better placed to do that later on down the road than a high cost publicly listed operator, for example. Okay, so I'll stop there, but I think that gives you a good flavor of the sort of overall economics of what we've been talking about over the last couple of days. I think each of those issues I could have talked at length for. You're realizing I'm not an expert, I'm a bit of an idiot, but I'm a sort of half-informed idiot that comes to look at these things with an outsider's view. I'm not employed by an IOC, I'm not employed by the government, I've got no commercial skin in the game. So I think there's a lot of interesting economics here. I I think it's good that people understand the economics and what's really going on, but let's not be too dreamy and starry-eyed about this industry. This is an industry about, as I said, power, money, where economics plays an important role. Thank you very much.
No. Yes, no.
Okay, all right, there we go. It's on now. Thank you very much for that presentation, Robin. I think at least the takeaway for me is that obviously, as we all know, it takes a lot of money to get this type of oil and gas projects up, all the way from exploration, and then we go into development, production, obviously, even decommissioning, there's a lot of money required. And then we also need interests to be aligned between the oil and gas companies as well as government. But obviously government is there to protect the interests of the citizens in a country. And I think one topic that has been discussed a lot as well, and I think we perhaps need to dive deeper into it, is the area of skills development. We need Namibians to get involved in this, but they also need the right skills for them to be able to meaningfully participate within the oil and gas industry in Namibia, because otherwise, the money will just flow out of the country, right, and leave, the citizens, without economic benefit. So that's given that context, and I'll want to ask my first question to Nilian, given that you're from so given that skills development is so central to ensuring that Namibians fully benefit from oil and gas projects, how can financing strategies integrate training and education as a core investment priority?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Apologies for a hoarse voice. This is weeks of talking, but also weeks of a lot of excitement. Robin, by no means, you're not that weird that you put up on the screen. I've known Robin for many years, and it's good to see him today talking about oil and gas. When we bumped into each other, he asked, "How are things, Nilian? You've always been talking about oil and gas." I said, "Exciting, but very busy." Skills are very important. They are what drives investment. And Robin is so on the point that all these investments that we are seeing, speaking in a lot of zeros that perhaps won't even fit on our phones when we type them, are driven by human beings. And without the technical capabilities, projects become expensive, projects become delayed, but also projects in terms of safety, you start compromising safety. So skills are key, particularly for the oil and gas industry. And the skills that are required are driven by the stage of development of the oil and gas industry. Exploration, we talked a lot about those that will drive to unlock the investments. The geoscientists, the geophysicists, the financiers, the environmentalists. As you move beyond that, the scope of the skills widens. It opens up so widely. It becomes literally disruptive because you need everything from the pilots, in our case. The discoveries are offshore, so you're going to need people who are skilled to manage the transportation of personnel. And the whole scope, really. I mentioned one because somebody asked me yesterday, are we going to need pilots? Absolutely. Are we going to need underwater individuals? Absolutely. So skills are key. But with this knowledge, how do you finance these skills? Because there is a tendency to recognize their demand, but discussions of how you make sure are available becomes something that is not active. They need to be developed, and $1 has to be put on the table to finance them. And it has to be done in a sustainable manner because you've got to continue doing so. And in oil and gas, from a safety perspective, you have to make sure that your safety is accredited, meaning that you need to get trained every so often. If you work offshore, you need to have the BOSIET, which has an expiry date. So you can see that skills are very key in making sure that they are relevant, but they are also up to date. But they need to be financed, and that's the conversation we're having today. What our government has done to finance those skills for all those that are granted licenses to explore and eventually produce, they make a commitment to put funds together, and those funds have been deployed directly into the economy to develop the skills. So that's the financing model that our government adopted. That model has saved us since the law was put into place in 1992. What we've also done as a financing model is that everything which is contributed is pulled together, invested, and the development of skills has been primarily limited to the interest derived from those investments as a financing model. But as you can imagine, the demand for skills is going to grow. So it means that for you to keep up the pace, you are going to need to ensure that the base from which you draw interest income is also expanded. But I'm happy to say that that model has worked very well and that has saved us. We are also happy that the government has now put a policy in place which is going to make access to tertiary education in national institutions of education free. So that will also allow for all those that want to participate also to equally take advantage of the fact that tertiary education is going to be free. That's also a financing model, but that's at government level. It also means that at institutional level, all those that are playing in the sector, it's very important that when you design projects, you know, the 50 billion that Robin outlined there must be a portion dedicated to skills development. Otherwise, you do all this work and the cost of unlocking the project becomes very expensive because you've not set aside funds to develop skills. You are going to have to import skills, and all that becomes very expensive. So those are my comments for now under financing of skills development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lillian. Angelique, from a banking and investments perspective, what innovative financing instruments can Namibia deploy to fund oil and gas projects competitively? And perhaps you can also give a few examples where RMB is playing a role in this.
Yeah, thanks. Ooh, I'm naturally very loud, so thanks, Yesaya. So maybe we should just take a step back from that question, because I think it's important that the audience understands that technically the operators are not really going to borrow in any country from the local banks. First of all, the Venus cost that my good friend put on the screen just now probably equals our GDP. So the point is that money sits in global revolving credit facilities, globally with 30, 40, 50 banks in them. Sometimes we can and are looking to take part in. The money sits in their own treasuries. But it's more important when you start looking at the local ecosystem where the funding can happen. Even the tier 1 and 2 contractors are probably not going to do major capital funding through the local countries that they operate in. They will, however, maybe start looking at maybe some bridging of cash flow, etc. Saying that, the real impact that the local banks can have, and by local I even mean regional, is to fund the ecosystem that is created through this industry. And I know Robin spoke about 500 or 600 jobs. The reality is the multiplier of this industry is huge. And that is where the local content comes in, but that is where the financing need comes in as well. I was under big fire last week at the Mining Expo by our mining CEOs that have said that banks need to come more to the party and start funding these SMEs and commercial entities that they want to give contracts to. And they're right. This is a journey for the banks. This is a new industry. Mining, we've banked for 20, 30 years, and we are the main partner to the mines in Namibia. So we understand the industry well, and what we definitely understand is you need to understand the industry to be able to solve for the sector. So that is why, to your question of RMB, why FirstRand is doing things like sending me all over the world to try and understand this industry and spending a lot of money on training at the corporate level, at the commercial level, at the retail level, in the insurance space, etc., so that we can understand how this industry operates, from the operators to the tier 1 and 2 contractors. What is the DNA of the industry? How do these guys think about who they're going to give contracts to? How do they do their due diligence? How do they pay them? What are the payment terms? So that if we understand that, we can do two things. We can adapt our credit and risk approach because, while it has to remain responsible, and we have a national responsibility to our regulator and to the money that you're putting into the bank. I can't go and lose your money, as my colleague yesterday said in the commercial discussions. The reality is, if we understand how this industry operates, we can first of all use that relationship with the operators, with the contractors, to understand why and how the contract works that they've given out to people, that we can then end up funding through the ecosystem of the FirstRand Group. And we can adopt our approaches, our credit metrics, our understanding. So we've played in some of the project finance things that are coming around at the moment. We're sorting out a lot of cash flow bridging because we know this industry puts long payment terms onto locals, and we're already experiencing it with some strong local companies. They can't handle this cash flow for a bigger and a bigger and a bigger or another project. And you have to come in and fund that in some way, shape, or form. So understanding how the industry operates really helps us fund it at every level. And then it also means we can fund the commercial guys. So with my understanding in the corporate space, we can assist our colleagues in the commercial space, all the way through from the top-end commercial clients to the middle ones, to the SMEs, and then also the local guys. So whether it's the people that are operating in these companies or the expats that are coming in that definitely need different solutions, this is not about understanding how we can create products. This is understanding how we build relationships to understand industry, to solve for industry.
Thank you very much, Nelik. Now I move on to Johan. So insurance is a critical enabler for large-scale projects, energy projects, oil and gas projects as well. How can Namibia's insurance sector innovate to support oil and gas financing, particularly in high-risk exploration phase? And again, perhaps you can also give a few examples of the products that Momentum offers.
Yeah, thank you. Luckily, Robin and Angelique give some context how big the whole oil and gas thing will be and already is. Because what we have to understand is, in the real context, just as the bank won't be able to provide that capital, no insurer will be able to support such an event. So I think that is good context for us as well. I think the problem is Namibia's got quite a well-developed insurance industry, but we have to remember it is very small. It is very small in the context of Southern Africa, but it's even smaller in the context of these big numbers that we just saw here. Now, I think some of the midstream and downstream solutions there, in the Southern African context, there's enough solutions to support. There's enough capacity and there's enough expertise to support that. But the moment you go upstream, you basically float from an insurance and from a risk perspective. Just to put the opportunities in context, if you look at, and what Robin was showing there, 14 billion in investment to develop one of these wells. That is about twice the size of the Southern African insurance market in total. So it is significant. So any loss of that size, and if you look at that loss that happened with one of the bigger players not long ago in the Mexican Gulf, you must remember that is about 40 times the premium income. The insurance loss was about 40 times the premium income of the Namibian economy. So it's 40 to 50 times. So it's significant. So no insurer here can really play ball, but what we can do is, and to satisfy the local content is, we can partner, and we do partner with foreign reinsurers and foreign markets. So the foreign market is, as we know, is already fully involved in the oil and gas in all over the world, and those are the partnerships that we now building through our bigger corporate relationships, and especially from a reinsurance perspective as well. So what's currently happened in the products that we currently look at on the upstream side is definitely through existing players and through the existing all majors in their existing captives and their own programs. And we've got the ability in Namibia to place these risks in these markets that can support any finance or any lender or any investor that can support their requirements. So I think from that perspective is what the insurance market in Namibia is doing currently, and what is quite important is to create those structures like self-captive structures, reinsurance structures, and those structures that enable us to cater for the local or for the requirements of local contact for insurance.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Humphrey, from the FXM perspective, you have supported infrastructure projects across Africa. What lessons from other markets could Namibia apply to large-scale financing for oil and gas projects?
Thank you so much, my dear moderator, for the invitation. First, I express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for extending the invitation to Afrexim Bank to be a part of this conversation. And earlier you were introducing me as a guest. I cannot be a guest when I work for an African Development Finance Institution, when conversations around development of Africa are being held. So I'm not a guest, I'm part and parcel of the development of Namibia. Thank you so much. So with almost $50 billion of cumulative disbursements in the oil and gas sector across various countries on the continent, I think we have a role to play in supporting Namibia to take advantage of the emerging oil and gas sector. We are uniquely positioned, and that is why we are here, to engage with parties and operators on how that conversation can start. And yes, you're right, we'll finance transformative infrastructure across the value chain in different markets. And yes, I would, in a minute, give you an idea of what I consider the critical success factors that have helped the country's hydrocarbon economies in other markets. But perhaps to just recognize that Namibia is taking a deliberate and methodical step to ensure that they do not fall into the same trap that other countries who had the same opportunities in the past did. The so-called Dutch disease, where as a result of boom in a particular sector, you ignore the sectors that were giving you revenues in the past. I've been particularly impressed since yesterday, listening to various speakers highlight the actions, the policy direction that the government is taking to ensure that the country optimizes the benefits accruing from the oil and gas sector. Well done, Namibia. Now, the critical success factors. I think infrastructure is very key. Obviously, the hard infrastructure is easy. The case for hard infrastructure is easy to make. I wouldn't dwell so much on that. Soft infrastructure is perhaps an area I need to mention. And Namibia, as a matter of fact, is doing very well there, but they need to make sure that these are sustained. Laws and legislation. It is said that capital is shy. And because capital is shy, it goes to places where it is sure of going back, living, or being repaid. So if they feel shy coming to Namibia, then that becomes problematic. So far, that is not the case. So investment protection laws would need to be institutionalized so that if somebody brings in capital, the person is very clear how that capital will leave. Labor laws, we are talking about skills. It is a new sector in Namibia, meaning that there will be skills gaps. How easy it is for these operators to bring in skills from outside. The government would have to deliberately make it easy for them. Regulations, under what regulatory environment would these operators operate? The problem here, though, is not really about clarity or the right kinds of legislation or regulation, but the consistency of that. The problem we've seen in other markets is what we call policy somersault. You know, you come into a country under a certain regulatory environment, you cannot guarantee that by the time you want to leave, that regulatory environment still subsists. It may have changed. Some of them change every 6 months, some every year. It becomes difficult for investors to bring in long-term capital in that kind of environment. So I would encourage Namibia. So far, I think so far so good, but you have to make sure that that particular direction is sustained. Now, laws and jurisprudence, you know, dispute resolution mechanisms. If an investor, a foreign investor or a lender into this market feels injured by action of another party, call it a Namibian, is there a mechanism in which the person can seek redress in a fair and objective manner without the legal systems treating them unfairly as if they were foreigners? The final one, other soft infrastructure, is what I call the institutionalization of processes. I think the processes for licensing, approvals, etc., should apply to all. It should not discriminate against any particular party. It shouldn't be subject to individual interpretation. The person sitting at the back of the desk, it should be institutionalized. And so far, I think, like I said, I wouldn't say it enough. Namibia ranks very, very highly on this point, and we encourage you to continue to create an enabling environment that would encourage inward investment into this market.
Yeah,
the second point I would mention, apologies, I just have 2 more points, but the second one I would mention is partnerships. They said for you to be able to attract projects, a project is actually as good as the parties that are promoting that project. If the parties are not reliable and trustworthy and credible, there will be no capital coming in to support that project. So far so good. I've seen partnership with IOCs, partnership with Gulf countries. You keep that up, even at the local content level that we are speaking. I'm very happy the way it's going, leveraging experience in Ghana, leveraging experience in Nigeria. That should continue because it is really as good as the parties. And then security. So far, Namibia is a very good place, but we've seen elsewhere that if the community is not involved in critical decision-making, they can get upset. And when they get upset, they can frustrate you. We saw that in Mozambique, we've seen that in Nigeria and elsewhere. So I encourage the government to integrate, obviously, the sentiments of the community in coming up with policies that carry their interests along. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much, Humphrey. Thank you very much. A very insightful answer indeed. So, Nilian, we know that the Petro Fund plays a role in capacity building. What partnerships with the private sector or international institutions could help secure sustainable funding for skills development in an oil and gas sector in Namibia?
Thank you so much for the question. A sector which is new, particularly the one that we are talking about today, which is oil and gas, would require relationships with those that have had such a similar sector in order for us to carry hands with each other and move and fast-track the development of such a sector. So it's very important to have partnerships, not only from the investment leg, as my colleagues from the bank are saying. Our economy is shallow financially to finance these projects. You need to collaborate with others. The same with skills. It's important that for us to fast track that we have collaborations. Firstly, let me applaud our operators that have been in the country since independence. They are the ones that have enabled us through those relationships to start building skills long before the first drop of oil is anticipated to come to the fore. So all those that have licenses are engaged with our government. We've managed to build a pool of funds that we are deploying back, and it's through those relationships. We want to see those relationships grow. They've become even more important for us to be able to meet the anticipated demand of skills. But this is not a platform where the operators can now play alone. We now need everybody else who has a stake into the sector, and this is the service companies. We have seen an influx of all the service companies you can think of in the world. Either they have already taken actual physical presence, or they are on their way to take physical presence, all of them. We encourage that partnerships are developed so that we can build skills. Our current strategy is ramping up of skills. Namibia has a good pool of primary skills that have saved the sector. We do have engineers, we do have financiers, we do have lawyers, we do have logistics personnel, port managers, we do have, but they were developed to to save the industry as it is. We now have to close the gaps in knowledge, and to do that, it's very important that we deploy on-the-job training strategies, mentorship strategies, internship strategies. And we are very pleased that those that have come to the country early on and have set up shop, they're very proactive in making sure that those strategies are fast-tracked. Right now, we have just about 90 Namibians that are deployed globally to fast-track the development of the skills. And these are uptaken by our partners, our colleagues. I applaud Halliburton, Subsea 7, Technip, FMC, SBM, just to mention a few, SLB. Applaud you for that initiative. We want to encourage that more of that takes place within your jurisdictions. We are still exploring. We are all hopeful that field development gets announced. But before that, these strategies have to move very fast. Otherwise, we will be caught up with young people demanding to participate, yet they lack the knowledge, yet they lack the skills. So these strategies are very key. I signed an MOU yesterday with two colleagues again. The reason for that really is to ensure that those strategies are fast-tracked. And let them not just be with workforce, including the participation of the SMEs, the local suppliers. They also need training, they need information. So those partnerships are also key. I also want to encourage those that want to play in the sector as business officials, get out of our jurisdiction as Namibia, visit other jurisdictions and see how this industry functions. It will assist you to close that gap in knowledge so that you don't have a vision either from your phone or from listening to people speak at conferences, but you go and see it for yourself in other jurisdictions, how some of the services are rendered. The other aspect which is key is standards. Please take time to appreciate what standards the oil and gas industry requires, and you can pick these very, very quickly through partnerships. The last item here is as we create partnerships, and this has been the mantra in the policy directive is, let them be partnerships that are of a win-win relationship. If you know more of something, please share it so that as we discuss and grow our partnerships, we don't want at some point to discover that one party is disadvantaged and then it plays out in the courts. Let it be fair, honesty, and then we can all have a sustained relationship as partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj Lillian. So, Angelique, so risk perception is often a challenge for oil and gas jurisdictions. So, and I know commercial banks sometimes, shy away from, high risk projects. So, how can Namibia de-risk its projects to attract both commercial banks and international investors?
Yeah, I think there's two angles here, Yesaya. So there's how can Namibia de-risk this industry so that the investors will come? I mean, Adriano mentioned it yesterday. We're not competing outside here in the Orange Basin. We are competing for where does capital get allocated in the world. And Robin mentioned, geopolitically, who knows what it's going to look like in the next 3 to 5 years or 7 years. So we need to make sure that we get people to invest in the country as soon as possible to really get use of this opportunity. But I think, Robin mentioned quite a few of the risks that we have to, and the comparisons between how the IOCs look at this and how Namibia looks at this. But maybe I can concentrate on 2 or 3. So, and I love that you're here, Humphrey, because every conversation I have with anyone that's been in the industry for a long time, I learn something new. So soft infrastructure, I'm going to use that word a lot more. I think the regulatory certainty, for one, is extremely important. And we've discussed this here for the last 3 days and in Namibia for the last few years. So I'm not going to go into detail of it, but we know that, 2-3 weeks ago, I was at a conference where one of the operators mentioned what a favorable investment climate Namibia provided during the exploration phase. Fact is now, this is now the beginning of hopefully a 25-year marriage contract, and there you need to make sure that you really understand that both parties are in for a win-win and that you understand the conditions that you're investing in. So no matter which way you color it in, this is something we have to get right. And I know between Lillian and Maggie and Mekonelia and Mr. McLeod, there is a lot of work going into this. So it's not happening. But these are the items that the private sector, together with the government, is working on. Eduardo mentioned some of the work that NAMPOA is doing with some of the other associations on different work streams. So a lot of work is going into it, but we have to get this right. It has to be worth investing. And like Robin said, this is a commercial decision that is competing with other commercial decisions globally. So we need to make sure that we are putting the right conditions there. From another angle that I think is important, or I am definitely in every conversation seeing is important, is the hard infrastructure, if you want. I've heard, and I love hearing this, Namibians love hearing it's a great country. You have great infrastructure, people speak English, the conditions are already very favorable. But the infrastructure, specifically in and around the port and the logistics side of things, are super critical now for us to get right and get right fast. Because otherwise, people like Total or Rhino, whoever comes with hopefully an investment decision, can't operate. And then we have the danger of them having to do some things from South Africa or Angola. And guess what? That means the whole multiplier of the ecosystem sits in those countries, and we don't get the social and economic benefit. Sure, we'll get the oil income one day, but the social and economic benefits from the multiplier of the ecosystem, that's where the real opportunity is. Our president wants jobs created. That's where the jobs are. So that's the infrastructure makes a huge point for making this investment worthwhile. And it takes me to another point, and I'll speak a lot more about that this afternoon, but this is also about partnerships, and Humphrey said the same. It's not about necessarily us as a country owning all of the assets, owning all of the infrastructure. Let's get the right people there. Let's create public-private partnerships. We're getting it right in the energy space, right, in the renewable energy space. We've seen the light there of how it can work. It's not easy, and it still has to be navigated a little bit, but it works. So if we can do that in the infrastructure that this industry needs, then we can, first of all, fast-track, get the right guys there, put the right conditions that the country and the investor of the infrastructure and of the offshore activity, that everyone wins. But if we don't, then we won't have an infrastructure and we won't have an FID. And 3 years down the line, we're going to say, it was a great opportunity, wasn't it? And that's the worst thing that can happen.
Thank you very much, Angelique. No, and I think those are areas we definitely need to look into from the regulatory point of view and make sure that's right so we can attract in private capital. So, Johan, so from an insurance point of view, what role can insurance products play in Namibia's oil and gas projects to make them more bankable for both local as well as international financiers?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, there's a huge difference in the insurance capabilities and abilities in Namibia for downstream and upstream. So, as mentioned by the previous speakers as well, and I think it's quite important for us as a Namibian industry that is very developed. We will be able to cater for most of the downstream and midstream suppliers and for their insurance needs, because they will obviously need access to financiers and lenders. And for them to get that, we will need to be able, and we can, and we will be able to provide those exact covers. I think where the challenge will come in once again is in the upstream environment. But I think what we can do and what the insurance industry is busy positioning themselves is for them to become reputable and trustworthy enough to be able to facilitate those insurance contracts into the international market. And if you look at the composition of the Namibian insurance, short-term insurance at least companies, they are all well-developed companies, from most of them with very strong shareholding in other territories as well. So it is important for us to be able to have the required ratings also where we can satisfy these big international majors to make use of the local insurers. Otherwise, the local content will never be able to work for in the insurance space at least. I think what is also fairly important is to understand is the markets that we utilize in the international space, because there's a lot of, as in any industry, there's a lot of fly-by-nighters, and there's a lot of reinsurance and insurance players that is very opportunistic when it gets to these bigger contracts. So it's quite important for us to understand, the requirements of these international players from A-rated paper that they will need for us to place it for them on. So I'm comfortable from that perspective that the Namibian short-term insurance will be able, and the whole insurance market for that matter, will be able to support the requirements for any financing or lending that need to be required to in Namibia. But I think so for us to build the capacity is more to build the teams that can enable these partnerships with the international insurance market, and instead of trying to enable products or build products for the Namibian market in itself. But if we look at the Southern African market currently, with respect to those relationships and those capacity, it is more than capable of supporting most of these requirements, or that will be required. But I think once again, looking in context, and what Robin was saying and Angelique was saying, it is huge numbers, and it is a very small mistake. We worked out the other day, if you make a 1% mistake on a big loss like that, it'll be almost the same as 5 times the insurance market. So 1% mistake is not a big mistake. That happens quite often in the insurance business. So we have to wake up and be able to have the right mitigation in place for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Johan. And Humphrey, so I just want to know, how does FXM Bank view Namibia's potential in the oil and gas sector, and what financing solutions could the bank offer to accelerate project execution in the country?
No, thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, I will skip the first part of the question, which is essentially how we see Namibia in the oil and gas sector. I think it is obvious. It is an emerging strong hydrocarbon frontier. Maybe just to highlight a little bit about funding instruments. And I agree with Angelique. The nature of the financing we are looking at is such that the local market alone, especially the financial system here, cannot sustain, cannot finance. So there's a need to look outside of Namibia. But in looking outside of Namibia, it is also important to look within Africa. you know, not necessarily outside of Africa. And I may shock you, actually. A study by the United Nations suggests that the current stock of capital available to Africa should be able to finance all Africa's requirements. It says 4.1 trillion US dollars available to Africa by way of foreign reserve by central banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and even commercial banks. But the problem is there's no deliberate effort to harness those. Afrexim Bank has a total balance sheet of $42 billion. Our single obligor is close to $2 billion. We can lend to a single project. And our syndications team has been ranked #1 on the continent of Africa for the last 3 years, meaning we have the capacity to leverage in capital. So if you go to Nigeria, we have our footprint in the oil and gas sector there is very, very obvious, almost $4 billion in current exposures as of today. In Angola, almost $1.2 billion in everywhere. I mean, in Mozambique, even as an emerging one, we have almost $1 billion there that we are already currently financing. So we have different suites of projects, products that we can use. As an institution, 3 key instruments of intervention. The first one is funding. As a bank, we provide loans and advances. But we also provide what we call risk-bearing instruments, insurances, guarantees, and the like, to enable those who want to borrow to be able to borrow at competitive rates. But if I look at the funding, and I'm trying to rush now, project finance is I think that's what we're really talking about when it comes to oil and gas. We routinely do that. We have the capacity to provide what is required there. Trade finance, pre-shipment, pre-export, offtake-backed structures, we've tried in many places, financing local operators. We actually have what we call a local content product, which is geared towards assisting, together with our SME development products, local participation in the extractive industry, to ensure there is some level of integration. Because we may be speaking about local content out of the air. But the idea is to make sure that the locals, the domestic economy is integrated, because this extractive industry has a tendency to operate as enclaves with limited integration into the economy. So we support, through that, our local content and SME by providing working capital, invoice discounting, technical assistance, as well as training programs to ensure that the small companies can emerge. We have the capacity to provide even equity, especially obviously for the local companies, as the IOCs have their own capacity as well, to provide equity through our Fund for Export Development, to provide project preparation funding for early stage financing in order to de-risk projects, and then to facilitate importation of capital goods through what we call our Export Credit Agency facilitation program. So I think that's where, and obviously our advisory services can also be made available to assist the Namibian market to package transactions as they look for funding. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Humphrey. And I see our MC looking at me, given that we're running out of time. But I think what I'd like to do, unfortunately, we cannot take questions at this point in time, but I'd like all the panelists, and I also include Robin as well, given he gave a presentation, just to give 30 seconds of his final thoughts from Robin, then Humphrey, Johan, Angelique, and then Nilian. Please, just 30 seconds of your final thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, thanks a lot. 2 points really, Josiah. The first is I've been a little bit negative about local content, and I am deeply skeptical about the degree to which local content can be forced through legislation rather than encouraged. We're starting from zero at the moment here in Namibia when it comes to oil and gas. But I would say what I described there was just one FPSO project, yeah? Now, if we get 5 projects off the ground, then the whole game changes. It's all about economies of scale. It's all about different timings and things. So I think, you know, what could be done in local content changes dramatically as the number of projects increases. So that's the first point. And I think a lot of it will happen naturally without it being forced by legislation or by government or anything like that. It will just make commercial sense to do a lot more locally if there are more projects getting off the ground in Namibia. So that's the first point. The second point I'd make is the biggest contribution policymakers and government can make to this industry is by providing as much certainty as possible on as many things as possible. And chopping and changing rules, tax rates, the fiscal regime, state ownership, carry, local content, oil refineries, I could go on and on. Chopping and changing will not help develop this industry. I think we need a strategy. Let's get something off the ground and then build on that rather than get everything perfect from day one. So I'd say those two things. One is multiple projects, one is the policy environment and the policy certainty we give these investors.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please, please go ahead. I think, please go ahead.
No, I think my conclusion would be effectively where I started from, which is for Namibia to seek to avoid the pitfalls of other countries that have been blessed with huge resources, as we have found in the oil and gas space here. I spoke about the Dutch disease, but obviously the extreme case of that is what we call a resource curse, which is, in other words, called the paradox of plenty, which suggests that there is an inverse relationship in certain economies between the abundance of resources and economic development, which should not be. So Namibia needs to try to avoid those pitfalls. And look at the Gulf states. They've used oil and gas to develop other sectors of the economy, not necessarily only oil and gas. So the idea would be, as the economy is going to double in 15 years, as we've heard in the last 2 years, is to begin to use those resources. And Robin, you presented $3 billion per annum. That is a lot for an economy, a population of 3 million. So, they must improve the attractiveness of this economy by investing those funds in other sectors of the economy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree with you 100%, Humphrey. I think what's also important for us is to start to understand this is, there's a lot of talk in Namibia the whole time from a regulatory perspective and all these, and the industry talk, but I think there's not a lot of that gets done. So we're not good at acting. But I think, it's time now for the industry to realize where we are, create these opportunities, and where necessary, the necessary regulatory changes need to be made. But I'm very excited, and I believe we will be able to accommodate most of the challenges. But I believe that Namibia's got this opportunity, and we as an insurance company will like to support that and providing whatever is required to make it successful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Yes, I want to say I'm very glad we sent a team to Egypt to work with Afreximbank about 3 weeks ago, because they clearly know what they're doing and have good intentions. So, as I said from the start, it's a massive learning journey, and it will stay that way. I think the reality is, if we see one or hopefully 2 or 3 or 4 FPSOs or even projects out there, the opportunity set for Namibia is huge, and we really need to get Namibia ready to be there and be able to play in this space over time. It will take a lot of time, and we need to understand that. But, we are here to support Namibia as a country, and we know that there isn't a bank if there isn't a Namibia. So that's the game. It's about understanding the industry to be able to enable it at every level. And if we can get this right as a country, I think the opportunities are endless.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of saying the last words. One item that is coming out very strongly in this conference is managing stakeholders, sharing information, being ready. We can only manage the stakeholders and share information if it's made available. So I'd like to encourage our operators that have licenses, have made discoveries, come together and make information available so that factual information is known both to the press, those that publish information, but also those that have an interest to participate in the sector. We don't want, for instance, to hear that one of you have spudded a well when I'm sitting at the conference. I'm just giving that as an example. We would like that to be public knowledge so that when people are entering our borders through the airport, they are aware that this is taking place and they treat you very well as you come in because they know that you are coming to do business and big projects are taking place. So Nampoa, the team that manages the stakeholders together, let's work together so that we make sure that information about the status of the projects, what is going on, of course, to the best of what you know, that information is not confidential, let it be made public for us to be able to support and work together very well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to my panelists. Thank you very much for audience for paying attention. I think this was quite an insightful discussion. And my hope is really that we get this right. I see especially from the local financiers, insurance as well as banking, they're still figuring a few things out. Obviously, the amounts involved are quite significant, for them to do a loan. So therefore, perhaps they should look to partnerships from Afri-Exim Bank. But at the same time, we also need skills as well. To be able to fully take advantage of this. That's where Petrofund comes in to really help develop skills, perhaps not only from, let's say, a technical point of view, but also from an entrepreneurship point of view. So thank you very much, and I give it back to our MC to take us further.
Thank you so much, Josiah. I think our moderator also deserves a round of applause, as well as our panelists. May I ask you just to gather for a group photo, and I'd invite our media who's also present to capture this moment. As they get ready for that group photo, thanks to Logistics Support Services for having sponsored this session. Ladies and gentlemen, on my watch, the time is 10:50. We're going to break for some networking and something to nibble on, something to drink. But I want to just share with you, coming up after our networking break is a fireside chat that you do not want to miss. Not sure if you've checked your programs this morning, but we'll be joined by the CEO of Hayes Energies Africa, or of Hayes Energies, which is Africa's largest oil and gas independent, who has flown in especially for this fireside chat. So you want to make sure that you grab your front row seat from one of the most influential leaders in the continent's energy sector. So we'll take a break now, and then we'll reconvene at exactly 11:15. I kindly ask you to work with me that we have our seats taken at 11:15. That's when we will start with our fireside chat, and the topic, the making of an African independent, key factors for establishing a successful oil and gas company in a competitive market. One last announcement, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not feeling well, or if you know of someone not feeling too well, this is on a serious note because yesterday we had an incident. We have an ambulance available on site. So please do not sit and not feel well. We have emergency assistance on site. Thank you and enjoy the networking break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our next session. I believe that I can be heard in the lobby area, and I kindly ask our esteemed delegates to please make their way back inside the venue. You would want to grab a front row seat for our next fireside chat. So please don't sit too far behind. You're going to miss out. And hopefully during this session, we can also accommodate a few questions from the audience. I'm sure there would be many such flowing from the audience. So to our esteemed delegates, we are going to start within the next minute. Can you kindly take your seats? And to everyone in the lobby area, we ask you to please come back in. We are ready to kickstart Session 6 of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. This session is proudly sponsored by Galp. Again, we recognize and appreciate all our valued and esteemed sponsors for making this conference possible. I invite our guests to please move inside the venue. We will start in right about a minute. Dear delegates, we kindly ask you to take your seats. We are ready to kick off Session 6 of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025. Well, I see that our moderator is here for this session, so I'm not going to prolong it any further. If you are still outside, please, you do not want to miss this session. Every conference has its highlight, and I can promise you that this is ours. You're welcome to move to the front seats as well. You're welcome to fill up the front rows. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear esteemed delegates, in a few moments we'll sit down with a leader whose vision and influence extend across the entire African continent. the head of a company powering millions, driving innovation, and holding the title of the largest oil and gas independent in Africa. I'm going to hand over to our moderator, who will introduce this giant, this legend. And please put your hands together for the resident representative of Hans Seidel Foundation, our moderator for this session, Dr. Clemens von Dordra. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and shine. Are we all awake? Well, we're still looking forward to a number of people to join us in the session, but I think with the previous session we also saw they will come in due course. Now, my name is Clemens van Dordra. I'm the resident representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation, one of the hosting partners together with NRPDB. We support the Economic Association of Namibia in making this conference possible. Now, this is session number 6, entitled The Making of an African Independent, Key Factors for Establishing a Successful Oil and Gas Company in a Competitive Market. And I'm sure some of you have had a look at the program. We have some remarkable, outstanding legends and champions in the industry now on the panel. And I'm really excited now to actually welcome Osta on stage, because we will continue this conversation first with a so-called fireside chat. And we will have a bilateral conversation about the work he does and the history, sort of how things have evolved and developed, and what he was able to contribute to actually build an energy independent. And with that, we'll have the next 25, 30 minutes, we'll have a bilateral conversation, and then we'll be joined by 2 other legends, one of them being Alistair Forder, the CEO of Azul Energy, and the other one being quite familiar with most of you, who has been on stage before numerous times now, Travis Smithart, the CEO of Rhino Resources Namibia. So please put your hands together now for Osta, and we will then continue now with the fireside chat. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we on? Yes, fantastic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have to bear with me, like the experts I have here now, and also being a champion here. I'm everything but an expert. To use Robin Sherborne's words, I'm not even an informed idiot, I'm just an idiot. So please bear with me. But if I'm an idiot, then many others might be also in a similar situation and want to learn and to grow. So it gives us actually an opportunity now to move forward and to learn. Now, Osta, what was your original vision behind Hairs Energy, and how has it evolved since inception? Tell us your story, especially around the OML 17, and how you've developed this.
So thank you very much, Clemens, and to the organizers for this session, for this opportunity. It's quite exciting to be here in Namibia. It's the first time for myself and my team, and we are quite enthused by what we've seen and what will be taken away. So the journey for Hairs Energies actually predates Hairs Energies. So Hairs Energies is an investing company of a parent group called Hairs Holdings Group. And this was a group set up 15 years ago to build a diversified business conglomerate in Nigeria and across Africa, with the mission of improving lives and transforming Africa. This group is founded by Mr. Tony Elumelu, which some of us may know, and importantly, the investment thesis, the investment premise of the Hairs Holding Group is Afro-capitalism. And Afro-capitalism has a number of key tenets. One is about going for a double bottom line, economic success and social impact. And another key tenet is that private sector should be in the lead of creating economic prosperity, whilst governments create the enabling environment. And that's kind of the family from which Hairs Energies emerged from. So being that energy is very catalytic for development, energy was one of the key pillars of the strategy for Hairs Holdings. And after about 8 years of pursuit, finally acquired OML 17 in 2021. OML 17 is a brownfield, 60 years old, onshore Nigeria. For those who know Nigeria, it's in southeast of Nigeria, is around Port Harcourt. It's a material asset. 1 billion barrels have been produced from it, and it is estimated that another 1 billion barrels can still be recovered from this asset, as well as about 2.5 TCF of gas. It had been challenged in the past, more recent years, up until we acquired it, with all the things that people will have heard about Nigeria. Security challenges, aged infrastructure, production decline, community strife, lack of investment. So everything you could think could go wrong, went wrong. In that context, as part of, it was operated by an international oil company, and the international oil company divested as part of the program of divestments that we all know is going on in Nigeria. So this was one of the very challenging assets, more because it was also in an urban setting. So I have houses next to my wells. If I'm driving to my well, people are driving to go to work or taking their children home. So it's a very complex setting. And so what people saw was decline. What people saw was immense challenge that was not solvable. But what we saw was opportunity. We have a track record as a group of transformation, and we have transformed many other sectors we've invested in: hospitality, power generation, financial services, insurance. So that DNA enabled us to pick up that asset. So we picked up that asset beginning of 2021. We took operational control in middle of 2021 from scratch. I mean, this was the first foray into oil and gas. When the deal was signed, we only had 1 or 2 people, and we built a whole organization out of that. But 4 years down the road, we have doubled oil and gas production sustainably. We are the 3rd lowest cost operator in Nigeria. We are the company that has shown the most growth in oil production in the past 5 years in Nigeria. So we have turned what was a story of decline to a story of growth. And it was important to us in building this asset. It was not just a case of another asset for profit, another acquisition. For us, it was important that we were able to demonstrate that it was possible to safely, compliantly, and competitively operate onshore Nigeria. The success we have recorded with OML 17 has created a new template and a whole new level of enthusiasm and positivity about onshore Nigeria. We are very proud of what we've achieved, and we see it clearly as, a true case of African excellence achieving and unlocking African opportunity.
Well, I think you can put your hands together, absolutely. You've now also actually emphasized also the local content, and Here's Energy is therefore also known for emphasizing local content. How do you build and retain top local talent in that? Because also you've emphasized also the social dimension quite a lot now.
Yes. Yeah. So people are one of the critical attributes for us. And when we built our company, we built it with a philosophy that is people-centered. We were blessed, Nigeria is blessed with over 6 decades of oil and gas activities. So we had a workforce to start with. So we were blessed with the ability to start with a mature workforce. But what we have then done is to take that workforce and create an African champion. So first is we have built what we call a value-driven organization, where value contribution is prime and merit is driven. So that creates a scenario where people are very attuned to give their contributions because they know it to be recognized, and it creates a momentum that keeps people connected and attracted to the company. Second, of course, is that even though we started with a mature workforce, we also started building our organization from day one. So as we employed people with a lot of experience, we've also employed graduates and mid-career staff. And so we are building the organization as we go. So from a workforce of 2 or 3 people scratch, today we have a direct workforce close to 300, and we have thousands of others of staff working with us. It's important to also highlight that beyond resourcing people, we also train. We are very deliberate about training and development. Our training and development is around 4 different lenses. We train for domain or discipline. We train for culture. We train for management, how to do things. And we train for leadership, how to inspire our workforce or whatever your team is to achieve goals. We also have training across all strata. So we have training in-house, we have training in Nigeria, we have training overseas. We've also built an organization that is very curious. We are very curious, we are very innovative, and I can tell you that at any point in time, even though we have built a lot of local capabilities and local workflows on how to deal with almost every issue that has confronted the industry in decades, we have confronted and dealt with many of them. We are still curious to know what the world offers. So as I speak, I have a team in China visiting the China Petroleum Industry Fair to go and see what is emerging. When there are fairs in the US, we go to see. When there are fairs in Germany, we go to see. So we are rooted locally, but we are also making sure that we are taking the best from the world. So that, because we are really trying to build an African champion that is founded on the best local and the best globally.
I like hearing that, because also, for our conference, we also said locally rooted, globally connected, open to all. And I think you live that already. You set an example for us here in Namibia, and we're certainly happy to learn from you. Thank you on that. Now, with regards also to you were talking about leadership qualities or leadership training, also that is a key ingredient. What leadership qualities do you think are the most essential for driving sustainable growth in Africa's energy sector?
Yes. So I think we come from the premise that for Africa to grow, Africans have to take hold of their destiny. Yeah, we operate within a world that will offer us a lot of opportunity and help, but we have to be accountable for our countries and our future. No one else is going to do it for us. That accountability lies with us. So I think that's where it starts from. It's about accountability. It's about saying, we got this. We are the ones who are going to make this happen. Without that, everything else is a non-starter. So if that accountability is brought to bear, the second thing is then visioning. You have to be able to say, this is the future future state we want to achieve. You have to be able to paint that in however detail one can or cannot. But you are able to say, this is where I want us to get to. I give an example. When we took over our asset, the acquisition plans had said we'll double production in 2 years. When we took the asset and we looked at it in detail, we set for ourselves as an organization to double production in 6 months. But I can tell you, we achieved it in 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah. So we set audacious goals and we propel ourselves to doing that. So vision is important. Second thing, the third thing that's important, so the first one is around accountability that drives the reason to get things done. Second is vision. Third is about having a roadmap. Vision without a roadmap is motion without movement. So you can have an end state, but you need to have an idea how you're going to get there. It could be very clear, it could have some gaps, but you have to have an idea. And people will be excited when they see a vision. But when they see a vision matched with a roadmap, they will sign up. And that's key for that. The other things is that you need to have the capabilities to propel the organization to move forward. But to wrap it up, I would say that in all of this, it can't all be about profit. Yes. It has to be about also social impact. And that's the glue. That's what keeps you going. That's what keeps us going. So for us, when our workforce thinks of what our workforce is most proud of working for Hairs Energies is the fact that the gas that we produce is what enables electricity to be on when we get home and to be on for millions of homes around us and for the factories and the livelihoods and the jobs that emanate from those factories comes from what we do every day. It's a huge source of pride. And I think the last element of leadership that I'll just mention, there are many others, is about the human connection. As Africans, family, community is very important to us. So seeing ourselves as brothers and sisters and the different players in the ecosystem, that human connection, both with our staff and with the stakeholders around us, is very key attributes of the leadership that we need to be able to thrive in environments as we found ourselves.
Fantastic, very interesting, very insightful. Now, I've actually just received also a note that we will actually open the floor for the fireside chat also for questions from the audience. But before we get to that, now, talking about also, the social responsibility, you've sort of, where's the question now? Given that Namibia is now entering into this environment, what advice would you give young African entrepreneurs looking to enter into the energy space?
Yeah. So Nigeria is a pioneer for energy in Africa. There has been decades long of oil and gas activity in Nigeria. It took about 40 years before Nigeria had a structured Nigerianization program. And my fellow countryman from NCDMB mentioned it yesterday. Around 2000, 2001, the key ingredients that has germinated in what we see today was put in place, both for Nigerian content and to introduce operatorship in the Nigerian space. It has taken 25 years, but from 2000 to 2021 to today. But today, 60-70% of Nigeria's oil production is operated by indigenous companies. And those indigenous companies are like myself, like ourselves, Hairs Energies, and many others. And we pride ourselves with what we've achieved and what we still aim to achieve. So Nigeria is an example for other countries who are either earlier in the journey or just starting the journey. But I do believe that the journey for other countries should not take as long as it took Nigeria. We have taken the pain of being a forerunner, and we have made mistakes. We have had successes, and those are available for the other African countries to emulate. But if we now bring it down to then the individuals, the businesses, the entrepreneurs, the youth, I think it would be a couple of things. The first thing is that we look at Africa from the context of where we are from an energy play today. It's less than 50% of our energy needs are satisfied. It is posited that over 600 million sub-Saharan Africans do not have access to electricity. The gap is huge. Yeah, and to fill that gap, everybody needs to stand up to be counted. So you need ambition, you need vision, and it's the whole value chain. It's in upstream, it's in midstream, it's in processing, it's in downstream. So find your niche, build your vision, build your ambition. So that would be the first thing. Second thing is that it is important to understand one's business. So I have 30 years plus experience in the oil and gas business. I started right out of university. But what my experience in the industry has enabled me to do is not just knowing how to do it, but it has also taught me how to adapt what I've taught to apply it to problems, to solve them. So it's very important that we build the knowledge and the capability and the skills in our chosen area. Thirdly would be to have bankable investments, bankable proposals, investable proposals. I think it's beyond just wishes or desires or vision without roadmaps, but we need to have vision, roadmap, and what that vision with the roadmap has to be bankable or investable. And lastly is to be led by purpose and passion. Without purpose and passion, without that strong desire to try to help address Africa's energy challenges, we will find the journey very daunting. There will be lots of challenges, and what will keep one going and resilient in the face of big challenges will be that understanding that there's a higher purpose that you are faced with, and it's not just around profit. So that would be my advice for up-and-coming entrepreneurs and leaders.
Now, talking about bankable projects and profits, last question from my end before we open to the floor. Would you invest in Namibia? What is your, where do you see your role in Namibia in future?
Yes, I will invest in Namibia, and I'll tell you why. We have Pan-Africanism in our DNA. So for those who may not know, you may not know of Hez Energies, but you know today. But you may have heard of United Bank for Africa. We are from that same business family. United Bank for Africa is in 20 plus countries in Africa. And so that Pan-African DNA is in us. So we will spread across Africa. So now that we have kind of proven OMS 17, we are taking that playbook and we are looking to expand our business in Nigeria and expand our business in Africa. So you may notice that we have been to a number of other places in Africa to understand. So what we are doing is we are building our knowledge of Africa, because we have been very purposeful about our growth, and Namibia features strongly in our future landscape. So we are very happy to be here. We're quite pleased as to what we heard yesterday and what we are hearing today. And this is a first of many visits and interactions we are going to be having with Namibia.
I think the audience and we all can agree that we applaud you to that, and we're looking forward to that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to open the floor for questions from the audience. I see one hand to the right here. Do we have somebody on that side? Let us start here. Somebody will come with a microphone to you, so you can please briefly introduce yourself. We don't want statements, a brief question, so that we can actually give our panelists here the chance to answer the question then. Thank you.
Thank you, Clements. I'm Nadia. I'm the president of a women's network that has more than 4,000 women in the energy sector between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And Dr. Osayande, I'm very happy to meet you. I actually worked for 4 years in Port Harcourt, onshore and offshore. So my question is about women in the energy sector. So I want to find out, it's a bit of a challenge. What do you think? How many, women in Nigeria are involved? And what do you think? I want to have a little bit of your feedback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think what I would say is on a number of different levels. So we are very deliberate about many things. One of the things we are deliberate about is inclusion, and inclusion on many different levels. Gender inclusion, community inclusion in all these areas. So in terms of Hez Energies, as part of the Hez Holdings Group, we have, and if you go to our public sites, you will see that we have a lot of women in our leadership, on the board leadership, and in senior management. And across the whole value chain. We also encourage women participation in the industry. For example, I've been a proponent of Society of Petroleum Engineers, and in my role, in my time as chairman in Nigeria, I had introduced several initiatives to support women. And as a company, we support their specific associations that promote women participation in the industry. And we support it both in kind and with our time for mentorship. So I think we also look at it, when we look at women, we don't look at it from the perspective of numbers. So it's not, so I will not take the approach of saying, okay, I can tell you I have 5 or 50%. But what we are is truly we are trying to promote the best capabilities. And where that capability is in a woman, we will support him or her in ways to achieve her potential. So that's the situation for us with women. So thank you very much for your interest, and I'm sure you can connect to some of the realities of the challenges I mentioned in Port Harcourt, but I can tell you for our asset, we've operated for 4 years now without any committee shutdown of our activities. And we have not had, so there's a category of deferment that people call deferment due to communities. We don't, it's zero for the, in fact, we don't even know what to do with that KPI anymore because it's not getting filled. So thank you very much.
Right, I see a few more hands here. One here to the left. Maybe we can get the mic to over here, and then I see one more hand in the back here. So we'll take those 2 questions, and before we then actually get the entire panel on stage. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, doctors. Can you tell us, I mean, when you took over the field, the production, and what you produce today, what's your plan for the next 2-3 years? And same for your gas. What do you do with the gas? So that people can actually understand more about what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So when we took over the asset in 2021, it was producing somewhere between 25 to 27,000 barrels of oil per day. So nameplate, we took over operations of the asset, operational control of the asset 1st of July. By around 5th or 10th of October, we're at 52,000 barrels of oil per day. We did have huge challenge, which was, and a number of people who know Nigeria knew that the country went through a period of excessive crude oil theft from pipelines. We are the hardest hit of that, and at the worst scenario, we were losing a significant amount of our production due to theft on the pipeline. But by confronting the issue and working with government and other partners and the communities and security, today we get close to 100% of our production. I mean, the numbers just came out 2 or 3 days ago, and we got 99.8% of our production to the pipeline. But we needed to deal with that in 2022 and 2023. And from 2024, we started our growth journey. So today we're again north of 50,000 of barrels of oil. In terms of gas, we took the asset over producing about 50 million scf of gas per day. Today we have the capacity to produce about 100 million scf of gas per day. So gas production capacity also doubled. What we produce on every day depends on many factors because we are directly connected to the domestic market. All the gas we produce goes into the domestic market for power generation and for gas-based industries and other industrial uses. So none of our gas is exported. So that's what I meant, that the fact that our staff are proud of the fact that whenever every day we are working, we can see when we get home that the electricity we have in our homes is from the fact that we went to work that day. Yeah, and for the people who are employed in the factories and things like that. So when we look forward, what is our ambition? We want to take this asset to 100,000 barrels of oil per day, and we want to be able to produce gas in the order of 150 to 200 million scf per day. That will take us a couple of years, 3 to 5 years. Depends on many factors, investment levels, oil price, and things like that. But overall, we have been able to de-risk this asset and take it to production levels it has not seen in decades. And we are going to take it to levels it had not seen even at inception. So that's what we've achieved and our ambition. Thank you.
So one last question here at the back, and then we actually move on with this session and get our other two panelists on stage. Thank you. Over to you, gentlemen. Please briefly introduce you as well.
Xavier Nadel, Credit Manager, Standard Bank. I just had a question with regards to, firstly, elated to hear that Harris Energy will be entering the Namibian market. My question is more around how your skills transfer will look. We've seen with the likes of Access Bank, they take graduates and then bring them back. Would you guys be considering skills transfer in terms of secondment, or would it be skills transfer in terms of on-the-job training, just in terms of how to, yeah.
Yes. So I hope I did not mention that we are making an investment tomorrow. So I want to be very clear. So we have an African playbook. We are looking at all the multiple assets, and we'll see how things play out. But we are Pan-African, and I can see clearly that Namibia is on our radar. In terms of what we do, we will always develop talent. As I mentioned, we have mentorship, we have formal training, we have on-the-job training, we have graduate training programs for all of this. And I mean, I can also share with you that our workforce is 100% Nigerian, and our contractor base is 95% Nigerian, indigenous. So we are very intense in what we do. We are also, as well as training, we are also innovative. So it's not just about only taking in and adopt and using. We are also taking in and adapting to our environment. If you look at a number of if you look at our media, if you go to our website or our Instagram or our LinkedIn page, you see all the things, some of the things we've evolved. We have developed our approach to safety is different. Our approach to safety is different from the traditional assurance-based approach. Our approach is based on empowerment, and we call it everyone is a safety officer. It's our own approach which we evolved. We talk about brownfield excellence, which is our own operational excellence philosophy and approach that has allowed us to grow production. Incidentally, I don't think I mentioned it, I should just say it here that this production growth we've achieved, we have not drilled a new well. What we have done is to take all the legacy investments and make sure that that we can maximize the extraction from that. We have developed frameworks around financial modeling. So they are in every single area. We have looked at it and looked at the traditional approach, but also say how should an African independent approach this in a way to thrive and succeed. And we have changed, or we have done that. So in terms of if we go into a new country, a new play, we are not only coming with what is there, we are coming with a proposition that is different. And it is enduring, it's impactful, and very competitive. And we will, of course, take the people with us.
Well, put your hands together now for the next panelist coming on stage. And I would like to actually move now from Nigeria to Angola. But Angola will come with a bit of a British flavor in this instance. So I'd like to ask actually first for Alistair Forder to come on stage. Please put your hands together. And while he is coming on stage, let me give you a bit of a background about him. Alistair serves currently as the Chief Operating Officer of Azul Energy, Angola's largest oil and gas equity producer. And in this role, he is responsible for overseeing the company's operational strategy and execution, ensuring efficiency, safety, and sustainability across its diverse portfolio. And prior to that, he was at BP, held various leadership positions, and he developed there a robust skill set in operations management, rotating equipment, gas processing, and commissioning. And the list goes on. I don't want to bore you now with all the details. He can tell you more about that himself. And I'm sure also when you engage him bilaterally, he has much more depth around that. And the third person I would like to ask to come on stage is already quite familiar with most of you, Travis Smithard, the CEO of Rhino Resources Namibia. Put your hands together for him. I'm not actually going to. Hold on. I'm not going to introduce him to you again. If you need more information about him, talk to him bilaterally. Go on the website. Go on the app of the conference. There you will find much more information about the companies they all actually represent, and also obviously about the biographies of each individual. Now, let's dive into the content, shall we? And what I would like to do now is obviously that we actually here not just have a presentation and you will be bored to death. We'd like to have a conversation. And I would like to actually invite our panelists now to also to interject, to sort of add on what somebody else has said. And obviously I would like now to primarily also give the latter two gentlemen now who have come on stage now to give a bit more time to talk, but obviously all three of you should be able to actually answer to the questions we have, and I've got a set of questions, and again at the end, if time permits, we'll still open the floor for further questions from the audience. And let me start now actually with the first question on what policy, regulatory and financial resources can African governments adopt to enable the emergence and growth of independent oil and gas companies, particularly by improving their access to capital, infrastructure, and markets. In other words, what do you need actually as an independent operator in terms of finances, financing, regulatory framework to have a conducive environment? So let's rock and roll. Maybe, Alistair, you want to take the first question to start off with?
Of course. Great question to start with, where to start with that. But before I do that, so it's a privilege to be sat in front of you this morning, talking about the opportunities, challenges, and dreams, if we put it that way, of what Namibia is and the huge opportunities ahead of the country, and more importantly, the people of the country. Before I answer your question, or try to answer the question, I'll just talk very briefly about what Azul Energy is. Azul Energy, born 3 years ago, pretty much to this day. It was born by joining the Angolan businesses of two companies. Those two companies are in our brand, our name. For the people with good eyesight, they might be able to pick it out. So it was born through the merging, the formation of a joint venture of BP and ENI's assets. So why do I talk about that? And why do I sit before you in terms of independent? But I want to reinforce that we are truly independent. And I also want to identify the forming of such joint ventures as part of the opportunity of the rich African energy landscape. And I think as industry, we need to look to the totality, the true breadth of what that Africa landscape is, and how we, I was going to use the word exploit, but uplift it for the benefit of the people of Africa, who, as we well know, are energy poor. And that is a travesty in this day and age. So just a little reflection on Azule, and I can talk a lot more about it. But to talk to your, or try and talk to your question and then invite my learned colleagues in here, what I would say is I think it starts with stability. Of course, that's been a huge theme that's come through this conference so far. But stability and clarity is what the industry, given the scale of what we do and the uncertainty that we deal with, is most motivated with. Now, I won't talk to specific policies, but there are multiple policies we well know. Some of that is through the local content effort that the host government here is very much driving, appropriately so. But it's also around clarity of terms. It's also around how access to resource is allowed, enabled, and facilitated. These are the things that I think are most foremost in my mind. What I'll also talk about is financing. As independents, and for the avoidance of doubt, Azul truly is independent. We raise our own finance, we raise our own, and we had a very recent successful bond issuance. It's the ability to attract the right finance. Now, of course, that has to be backed by something. And it has to be backed by the resources to facilitate loans and other mechanisms, but it also has to be backed by the perceived financial security of the country that that independent is operating in or is hosted in. So these are the things that are in my mind. But let me just pause there and probably hand the baton to my colleagues.
Yeah, happy to take that. I think Alistair's made a great point around stability, transparency. I would say having an international oversight is something that I think is also really key. If you look internationally, a lot of the really successful investment stories really exist because there is a common playbook. It's not jurisdiction specific. I think one of the things that has been spoken about previously within the Southern African context is the New York and Washington conventions, and which countries have aligned to it and which haven't. I think that is a really key enabler for, as Alistair mentioned, once you move from exploration, appraisal, and then getting into development and production, having that line of sight as to what happens when disputes arise, because quite frankly, this is a frontier basin. Most of Southern Africa is frontier. And I think the ability for an investor to walk into a jurisdiction and know, well, here's the rule book and this is what happens when things go wrong, I think that provides a lot of clarity for us. So, in terms of policy, what needs to be put in place, I think the Namibian government has done a phenomenal job in terms of making sure that the petroleum agreement speaks to a lot of the requirements that the country has. I think the upcoming local content policy is very clear in what it's trying to achieve. And I think it just does take, as Ms. Maggie Shino mentioned yesterday, it does take some industry collaboration and industry insight, not so that it becomes a government versus industry bilateral trade-off. It's actually, well, how do we capture the best elements for the best interests of the country? Because ultimately we are investors not just in the asset, but in the people of the country. So yeah, I just think having an international oversight committee, and I know that touches on sovereignty and a bunch of really sensitive issues, but I do think that there is a very, I'd say, direct proportionality between how much investment can go into a jurisdiction and how much international oversight there is in that jurisdiction.
Also, maybe do you want to add to that?
I can just add one or two things. I think beyond what's written on paper, there's the culture. I think there are many areas any dollar can go today, investment dollar. There's the openness, there's the welcoming nature of a basin will be a differentiator. It's not something you tick off the checklist, but if the ease of doing business is challenging, if it is very difficult to get a visa to visit, difficult to get permits for your staff to work, yes, a country may have all the right policies, but if you are not able to attract the people feel welcome and safe to come into the country, it will be difficult to achieve the objective. So it's quite important that countries who are looking who are looking to attract investment make themselves attractive for those investments. Thank you.
Can I just say on the back
Yes,
of that,
please.
Alistair wants to speak. You want to go? All right. I say on the back of that, I think sometimes the mindset has to be there as well, right? Which is you make yourself attractive, but not at the expense of your own prosperity. And I think there needs to be a dislocation, and almost decolonization, if I can use that terminology, of the idea that foreign investment equals national degradation from a prosperity perspective, right? I think that needs to be addressed through the mindset, and I think Dr. Sir is bang on in terms of what do we need to do as investors to make sure that the government feels comfortable with us, and likewise, how do we then reciprocate that level of trust to say, thank you for this welcome, this warm welcome, this is how we can participate in your country. So it's a mindset.
I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna build on the comment here, and there's there's 2 points I wanted to make. One is relationships, right? And I think what we're seeing here, certainly what I'm hearing, is this theme of, and of course they need to be appropriate, but relationship through the establishment of trust enables business. But that trust has to be equitable, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be fair. I could also say brackets and abiding by the law, obviously. The law of the land must preside. I think the other thing that we're talking about stimulus is, and I just wanted to bring in, and I know we sit in Namibia, yeah, but I wanted to bring in the example of Angola. So Angola went through a decline in oil production, The oil production fell below, or was at risk of falling below 1 million barrels a day, which was a threshold. Angola withdrew itself from OPEC. Angola stimulated the industry, and it has been enormously successful in stimulating the industry by having the courage to say we will revise the fiscal terms to stimulate investment. And I think I raise that not to say that's what Namibia must do, because Namibia is at the start of its journey, but those are the type of examples of this win-win partnership that needs to be established with an industry that does really difficult things in really difficult parts of the world and needs to be not helped unfairly, but incentivized to invest appropriately and wisely in the resources that we are honored to steward on behalf of the country.
Well, I think this is already some wonderful keywords I hear there, and I think a lot of important messages. I mean, if I just took then relationship, stability, clarity, transparency, international and national oversight, a culture, a mindset change, a fair and law-abiding context, I think those are all very critical terms, and which obviously need to be filled with life, need to be Namibianized, obviously, and because it needs to be a partnership on eye level. But I think, with those, looking in the same direction and looking at this together, I think we can certainly move Namibia forward and can create a success story across the board. Now, in the natural gas sector, what strategies can help independent operators to balance commercial viability with the urgent need to expand on infrastructure, improve local market access, and deliver affordable supply to households and industries? I think also that you referred to that to some extent, but maybe Travis and Alistair, you would like to add on that a little bit.
I think I mentioned this yesterday. Having a gas master plan in Namibia is going to be critical. I think this, again, just points to clarity. It points to how do investors look at associated gas or even pure gas plays in the country. I think, there is an abundance of requirement in Southern Africa. I think the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister was very eloquent when he mentioned the fact that Namibia could play a vital role in Southern African, specifically gas and energy infrastructure development. So from our perspective, it's quite clear that there needs to be a very firm regulatory position that the government takes on natural gas, specifically in the country. When it comes to, and my colleague Gilles said this very well yesterday, when it comes to ideologies as to do you try and maximize gas production for revenue generation, or indeed do you try and build a localized gas infrastructure that you can then expand upon, I think that's going to come down to the visionary timeframe of the government at the time. I think there have been many instances where cash generation is helpful in terms of building out a nascent industry. So cash today is better than cash tomorrow. I also think that you don't necessarily have to choose between the two extremes. I think it could be a phased approach to get to an end goal. But I think without having the vision of what the end goal actually looks like, it's very difficult to make a decision as to, okay, do I try and extract my gas today? Do I try and pull it FLNG? Do I put it on modular LNG onshore? Do I regasify my resource in order to increase my recovery factor? There's so many different permutations that an investor will look at. But ultimately, if you can't make the business decision based on unclear data as to where do I end up making that decision, I think it becomes a sort of a chicken and an egg type discussion. So I think we just need a bit of clarity as to, what is the end goal of gas in Namibia, and indeed, is there a phased approach that can be taken? And I think, as Alistair mentioned, having the courage, the boldness, and maybe even the determination to not be stuck in an entrenched view because of a particular point in time. I think having the mindset, having the heart of adaptability, specifically in something like the gas space for Namibia, will serve the country very, very well.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I'll probably just add, so Azure Energy has the privilege to be a part owner of Angola LNG, so I just wanted to build on what you're saying there, Travis, which very much aligned with. So it's not only the liquid hydrocarbons that do typically create high value, it's the full supply chain, it's the full gas value chain and how to steward that. And that has to be part of the thinking. We could rush to first oil, and of course we will do that, but there has to be a cognizant decision-making thought process around optionality and truly developing out the totality of the resources that will be to the benefit of the Namibian people. And that is through, of course, an LNG plant has to be part of the conversation, but it's also through local and domestic supply. It's also through decarbonation, through the provision of LPG and stroke or other fuels for cooking replacement in terms of wood or charcoal. It's also through into the production of fertilizers and other things as all part of, which you could broadly call local content, but stimulating what is the industry in Namibia. This is a gift and it needs to be stewarded quite wisely. I'd probably also say that, of course, any company, irrespective of whether we're oil and gas companies, as independents or not, we have a social obligation. I don't mean ESG in the traditional sense, but we have a social obligation. We have a social obligation to the environment in which we operate in, and we have a social we have a social obligation to respect the country in which we work in and actually live in and invest in the people of that country. And that's what independents can and should contribute strongly to that narrative, because we are largely focused on that country, if not exclusively focused. And so we have a much stronger part to play than some of the large multinational companies that see this as, I don't want to say dismissively, an opportunity, of course, but they have a huge part, an important part to play, but see this as part of a global portfolio as opposed to their home.
Well, in Afrikaans, there's a saying, local is lekker, and I think that being rooted somewhere somehow is critical on that. And at the same time, also, obviously, we operate now in a regional context where also energy is of a challenge in some places, and so the connectivity in across the region is vital to that. So how can independent oil and gas companies collaborate across borders? And sort of what type of joint ventures, shared infrastructure and technology partnerships do you see also both for the oil and for the gas development?
Could I maybe just go back to what Alice was saying?
Yeah.
And then I think, Dr. Osa, you've got some very good insight there. I actually think we also need to overlay context to all these conversations, right? So even within the gas master plan idea, I think independents, as Alistair mentioned, are often solely project specific in their focus, right? That obviously changes with the likes of somebody like Azule or even heirs who are looking at different jurisdictions to invest in, like ourselves in South Africa. But I do think there needs to be a contextualization of within the gas space, is there a space for modular LNG? Is there a space for modular CNG? I'll give you a very brief example, and Mr. Paul Edley Taylor, if he's in the audience, I'll give him the credit for this one. He was talking to us a couple of years ago about their interest in South Africa. We had developed a potential field development plan around modular LNG trains through a specific company. I won't market them for him today, but they're wonderful at what they do. They're in Argentina. And I think, we were trying to contextualize that for what was the local gas market at the time and how do you grow that gas market. I think if you look at Namibia, there are potential gas plays potentially onshore, and we were discussing, do we actually bring gas from the offshore down in the south where we are and build pipelines, thousands and thousands of kilometers to try and get them to Zambia? Or do you have a modular LNG or modular CNG, modular GTP solution for the copper mines in Zambia because of the neurology of those projects to that? So I think, in the broader context of providing frameworks and policies, there does need to be an adaptability, because ultimately that's what independents really thrive on. I think Dr. Oso was very clear on that as well. Your ability to understand your environment, adapt to the environment, and then capital deploy courageously in that environment actually is what distinguishes how independents behave relative to the majors and other and NOCs for that matter. So I think it's important that if a country is trying to stimulate its oil and gas industry, there needs to be a specific contextualization for, don't play the man out of position. Don't ask an independent to do what a super major is very good at doing. But also likewise, don't ask a super major to do what an independent is very good at doing. And I think it just needs to be a very frank and I would say open and honest discussion as to how do we all together, in the spirit of Ubuntu that we mentioned yesterday, how do we really bring this all together, and how do you maximize everybody's strengths, and how do you try and mitigate everybody's weaknesses? Sorry, just wanted to build on that, Doctor.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah. I just wanted to add a few perspectives on both the last question and this one. And I think the crux of this question is around, is the industry geared for extraction or geared to be developmental? Historically, and if we look at decades of oil extraction in many legacy locations, we see that it was more of extraction. And the value add was in other places. There was limited connectivity between the oil and gas activities and the real economy. I think with the benefits of lessons learned from others who have been on this journey for longer, and the realities of today, and with the advent of African independence, that balance between the governments and the African independence needs to create the balance to move it from extractive more towards developmental, where the oil and gas activities actually creates the catalyst and the momentum to drive economic development, not just oil and gas production. And that linkage is very important. So it could be around the gas master plants, it could be around integration to power, integration to industry, but the model will be different for every single location. But the benefit of the mistakes or the challenges that the legacy countries have had is first extraction before developmental, but you can actually start with both hand in hand.
Well, I think we now actually get to a point where we can open also to the floor. I'm sure, yes?
Could I maybe just, I feel like I talk a lot, I'm really sorry. I think Dr. also was really hinging on an important point around cross-border collaboration, right? And I think if you look at, we just talked about potentially Namibia and Zambia, maybe Namibia and Angola, there's obviously a very clear connection there. There's a lot of lessons to be learned, policy and operationally. I think we've also talked yesterday about Namibia, South Africa, and how South Africa is an incredibly energy-starved nation. It has a lot of dormant industry. So, Namibia being able to look at that as a provider and the beneficiation coming from the natural gas industry in Namibia to facilitate development in South Africa. If you look at it as a Pan-African context, then suddenly these plans start to make sense. If you look at it from an insular perspective, then you're always competing with yourself, right? And you never really get the holistic view as to how do I beneficiate my industry to fit into a global context. Because as we've all discussed, even independents have typically international shareholders or non-native jurisdiction shareholders. And so you're always going to be, to a degree, fighting for those investment dollars. And unless it makes sense within the broader context, you can end up effectively in a bit of a spin. So I think it's just really important that, when we integrate into these projects, when these gas master plans are put together, I know South Africa's been working on one, I believe Angola is working on one or has been working on one with the LNG prompt, is that right? Yeah. So, I think from our perspective, it just comes down to, can you actually provide an environment that's conducive enough so that when you sow those investment dollars into that particular project, you can have line of sight on what the yield might be?
Could I just jump in and build a little bit? We've been talking quite strategically about cross-border interactions, and of course that's appropriate and is part of the energy mix here. But what I also want to do is take it down even more sort of tactical level, a bit more practical, right? And that is a simple example. As the oil industry grows in Namibia, for example, how do we provide the resources but also the facilities to build out that energy base? I was talking this morning, he sat over there, I was talking this morning about, I've got a frack boat coming to me in Angola. And it's a strategic change in terms of the contracting arrangement to leverage and efficiency in how wells are delivered. Can Namibia accommodate and sustain a dedicated frack boat for one development? No, of course not. So there has to be this cross-block within Africa as opposed to sailing it from the Gulf or sailing it from Europe, right? So there has to be this collaboration, and that's not only at a company level that needs to happen, it needs to happen at a governmental level to facilitate import and exports of goods. Transfer of resource that is approved to work in Angolan waters into Namibian waters and vice versa. And I think why is that so important to an independent company is because we're quite price sensitive and we don't want to bear the inefficiencies of very prescriptive jurisdictions in terms of how we grow out this industry.
Now, talking about a practical approach to things. Now, imagine all three of you would be now actually part of the cabinet here in Namibia. Sort of, actually, and this is the last question I will ask to you now, is what are the three most pressing or three most low-hanging fruit you would now say, okay, we need to focus in from a government perspective to actually provide that conducive environment to the independent operators?
I'll take the first stab. I would say having an independent regulator. I think it's a critical position, and the upstream petroleum unit is being set up, and the Honourable Shalunga is heading that up, and I'm really excited to see her leadership in play. But I think having an upstream regulator that can exist outside of the politicalness, if you will, of what oil and gas can bring to a country, I think will give a lot of clarity, it will give a lot of direction. I think it will also become a more efficient processing unit for permitting and things like that. So I think Alice is absolutely right. If you look, they've got ANPG in Angola, there is Petroleum Agency of South Africa in South Africa. If Namibia were to create their own independent regulator, I think those three regulators being able to integrate, being able to collaborate, not necessarily being part of a specific political interest, if you will, or even a department, but purely for the promotion of petroleum industry within those countries. I think that's a great platform that allows for cross-border pollination of whether it be operational synergies, economic synergies, or any type of strategic synergy. So I think, yeah, that's for me the number one. I'll leave these chaps to give you 2 and 3.
Well, I'll jump in, and when you said it, I thought of 3 words, which is stability, equity, and pragmatism. Right? I think you've touched on the stability one, and of course you can expand that so much. You could talk about fiscal stability, legislative stability, leadership stability, because we're seeking to solve extremely technical challenges, and we're seeking to solve those against what we hope is a backdrop of stability and clarity. Pragmatism, I think that speaks for itself, and that there needs to be a recognition, and we heard it certainly on the first day in the masterclasses, and the language being used there was around, for example, local content. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And to grow the skills, to build the capability, to launch the companies, to establish the joint ventures, etc., there needs to be pragmatism, but clear guidance, clear incentivization around what can be achieved by when, and the pragmatism to understand that. And then I think there needs to be equity, which is we collectively need to have open conversations, and we collectively need to show up truly in service as local companies for the good of Namibia, in the spirit of win-win. Not win-lose, but win-win.
And I think I'll just add engagement. I think a broader engagement will be key of these very key steps that have been outlined, particularly the regulatory step, I think, is a critical one. But then engagement of the market and potential investors is step up on that, I think, would be good.
Well, thank you very much. I really hope that actually by next year we are already much further in that, and then have more stability, more clarity, a more transparent approach to things, so that you actually know as an independent operator what you're dealing with, and that the vision is kind of clear, and that the roadmap getting us there is also sort of in the process of developing, and that we actually then can discuss and scrutinize the details of those. Of the vision and the roadmap. But with that, now allow me to actually open the floor to the audience. You have these incredible experts here next to me. So the floor is now open if there are any questions from the audience. I'll look around, so please feel free. I see a hand over here in front. and another one over there. So we'll take now those two questions, and then we'll take it from there. Yeah. Again, please briefly introduce yourself and keep your question concise, please. Thank
Hello,
you.
everybody. My name is Dr. Ibilola Amao. I'm the principal consultant at Lonade Global Services. I'd like to ask the independents the question of how could they collaborate as integrated energy companies to derive maximum value for their shareholders and implement national development and socioeconomic transformation. Thank you.
I'd love to take that if that's okay. I think it's a fantastic question. I think it also speaks to the fact that independents typically win in the oil and gas space by relationship. So if you look at our journey in Namibia, Rhino had set itself on drilling the Sagittarius and Valance wells initially. We brought on board two very strategic partners. I'm going to embarrass the gentleman, Ian Mills at the back, they're from Exceed. They were brought on as our specialist wells team. They provide all of our drilling support that we, as a smaller company, as an independent company, don't necessarily have in-house. And then we brought on Halliburton for their expertise in integrated well solutions. So I think relationship is something that we've discussed previously, and I think that's really an area where independents can maximize their autonomy, is that you can build strategic partnerships with other entities that leverage their expertise potentially where you may not have. Because quite frankly, having high headcounts and having high overheads is not necessarily an attractiveness to our investment dollar. I'd also then point to my colleague on my right here. That was a very deliberate decision from us. So Rhino was going to drill these two wells, Sagittarius and Valance. We actually happened to have already ordered all of our long lead items and were down the road of drilling the well when Azula actually then joined us. The reason why we brought Azula on board is that we felt like we had identified the exploration acreage potential. We had the money to go ahead and go drill, but we needed somebody that could help us on the development front. So we've got I would say, quite a unique and quite a special partnership whereby we've actually leveraged the best out of Rhino's exploration abilities together with the fundamental industrial knowledge that they have for development and bring development on stream very quickly. And if you can combine those two narratives, those two strengths, I think that's why we sit where we are today, where first oil is ours to lose, I guess. So that is very much what we do as an entity. It's very much our DNA, is to integrate, is to build relationship, and not think that we know everything, not try and push our ideology, our position on anybody else, but recognize strengths of other folks and build a harmonistic and a sort of mutually beneficial environment.
Yeah, you did steal my thunder.
Sorry.
But I think that's a privilege for you to steal that. So I was going to use the same example, and I'll just talk to that and acknowledge that when you look to PEL 85, what you'll see is two independents, shoulder to shoulder, and I would hope perceived in Windhoek, in Namibia, as equals of the majors in terms of the energy, the drive, the ambition. I'd also say that there's space for all. There is space for all, and I think the role of the independent is not to act only in the grey space. Of course, that has to be in the legal grey space, obviously, right? But it is to exploit those opportunities and identify those great marriages that can drive forward to the next level of performance. And the independents have the nimbleness to act with pace. When you look to the bureaucracy, I could call it that, but the internal governance mechanisms of large multinationals, IOCs, they are bound by shareholder obligations and other things in terms of capital investments. We're not constrained by that. We can move, as long as it makes sense to do that, with pace. And pace equals value. On pace equals value, I've talked to, and I hope this is why Travis invited Azul Energy into PEL 85. We just delivered the Agogo FPSO, which is very analogous development of what you're going to see here in Namibia. We delivered that from decision to execute to first oil in 29 months. That's what an independent, when they make the right decisions, can deliver, because they have the courage to act in the space that others may not have the courage to act in, or maybe the permission.
Yeah, just to quickly say that, one of the definitions of an independent is that you are limited in many ways. So what an international company will have operating in 50, some in 100 jurisdictions, you may be located to 1, 2, 3 jurisdictions. So you actually need to collaborate to survive and thrive. If you don't, then growth will be challenging. I give 2 quick examples with what we've achieved with OMS 17. I talked about the existential crude theft situation we had. We had to form a collaboration across all the players, the injectors into the pipeline operator, the government, joint venture partner, the regulator. It went all the way because it almost became a national problem. And it was that collaboration that solved the problem. And it solved it not only for ourselves, but it solved it for the industry because 5, 6 injectors were producing to that line, not just us. And the volumes was 50% for government through the joint venture arrangement. And so it was critical not just for us, our survivors, but also for the country. So that was one of the areas where collaboration together came to the level of national impact. Second area I will mention is that in Nigeria we have a group called the IPPG. This is a group of all the indigenous petroleum producers who have been working together for many years, but the criticality of working together has even been heightened now that within that group, they collectively control 60 to 70% of the production. So we are working together to be sure that what it takes to be successful with the transition in the industry, we have it, and we are working together to share critical resources because not every independent can build, for example, a niche process safety capability. You need to, some companies may have it and some others. So there are niche capabilities that we are jointly forming or sharing, or within competition rules. So those are 2 platforms where we are, 2 examples I can give, where independents have to collaborate to thrive and succeed. Yeah.
I need to jump in, sorry. I need to jump in because I've been remiss. What I didn't, and who I didn't acknowledge as part of our Go-Go success story was Yinsen, who are in the room with us, which is just a great example of that collaboration, that partnership. You can't do it alone. You have to do it through and through others.
Well, thank you very much. Then I think we have one question over here. And I think this will then, if I don't see a hand right now, will we then be closing? Oh, I can see the young lady also next there. This will then be the last questions before we close this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Jason Hailonga. I'm from Momentum Investment. And I just question for Dr. Osayande. I think it's good to see and I mean, you started, like you said, in 2020 when you bought your first asset, which you then sort of ramped up production, well done. Which obviously for us as Namibia, I think this is probably something we'll see maybe 20, 30 years from now, because the oil majors are the ones now obviously developing these fields and they will be mining them, or rather producing oil and gas from them. But I just, more lessons I wanted to understand, when you when Hess Energies bought this asset, was it because you ramped up production, right? Because I'm just like, oil and gas is almost such a lucrative commodity. Why would anyone sort of give it up? So so how did you sort of get in terms of, was it an outright buy? Did you buy a majority stake? How was it? How did you finance that? Is it purely based on your balance sheet? Was it financed by banks? Is it a combination of both? So that's the first part. And then the last question is just, then where we are now as Namibia, which part of the value chain does Hess Group see most value that you actually want to participate in?
Okay. Thank you very much. That's a multifaceted question. You want to see into my playbook. So let me answer the parts that I can answer. So first off was that for those who may know the history of Nigeria, operations have been for 60 years, for over 60 years, over 6 decades, 6, 7 decades. In the areas we talk about, it's onshore, land, growing urbanization, security challenges, community challenges. So it gets to a point where for some companies, the challenge is more than the opportunity. And and I'm trying not to hold brief for another company. I'm not part of the decision of to sell. But it also gets to a point where it's possible that the framework with which the company operates cannot deal with the challenges that presents. So at that point, you look at it and say, is it better for me to hold on to this when I cannot get the value out of it, or sell it and get the value that I can? And I think a number of companies came to that scenario. We looked at it and say, those things that are challenges, we can fix. And we have fixed. And we fixed it by confronting issues rather than retreating. We fixed it by collaborating rather than being isolated, thinking that we know it and we can deal with it. We fixed it by a deep understanding of the environment, knowing that over time, the challenges move from subsurface to surface. And that's where a lot of the operators struggle to deal with the above ground issues. But we, with our experience and our indigenousness and our approach, felt we could resolve this, and we resolved that. So we reset a lot of the relationships around all those above ground issues that militated against achievement of potential of that asset. We dealt with all of that. So you asked, how did we acquire the asset? So there's a number of ventures in the Nigerian energy space. There are joint ventures where there is unincorporated partnerships with government. There is PSCs, and there are many other structures. Those two are the most popular ones. So Hairs Energy's is an NNPC, Hairs Energy joint venture. NNPC, which is a national company like a NAMCO, owns 55%. Hairs Energies owns 45%. It's unincorporated, not incorporated. Yeah. So what we did, we bought our 45%. We acquired that 45% of the joint venture from the trio of Shell, ENI, and Total. And we acquired it with it was a transaction in 2021, about $1.1 billion acquisition. And we acquired it with a combination financing of both international financing, regional financing, and local financing. So we built a blended package to acquire the asset. Since acquiring the asset, we have run it on balance sheet. We have not had to take in more financing, because we are very disciplined in what we do, and everything we have done, we have run it out of that. And as I mentioned to you, evidence of the quality of our operations is the fact that we've had no LTI in 4 years, is the fact that we've had no serious injury in 4 years. We've not, we are one of the top 3 lowest cost operators in Nigeria. The other ones are, the other 2 that are in that pack, one is a greenfield, so it's always it's not easier, but it's kind of easier. And the other one has scale. It's 4 or 5 times bigger than us, so they have scale to operate at that level. And we have shown the most growth in many years. So I talked about brownfield excellence, one of the methodologies we developed. And we take that methodology, and it can be applied to any sector. It's about the fact that there's a lot of focus in our industry on greenfields. And when you look at most aged assets, people find it very difficult to operate them at a high uptime or low cost. That's where we come in. We have developed a methodology that allows low cost, high uptime operations of brownfields. And that's what we have deployed here. So in terms of, thank you. Yeah. In terms of our Namibia playbook, you will have to wait. Thank you.
Evans. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if I could just jump in, and yes, that's what the independent is.
Yeah.
High uptime, low cost, right?
Yeah.
And we can do that through our reach, our scale, which is nimble, agile, focused on the right things, not indebted, or I shouldn't say indebted, not burdened by some big globalistic type approach whereby you're trying to squeeze everything into the same frame even though you're in different jurisdictions. I'll give a more live example, which is Azure Energy. We've got 18 licensed blocks currently. We've had more, we've had less. And what we do is we look to our portfolio and we make choices on that portfolio based on, exactly to your point, where we feel the value is. Is the value with others or is the value with us in terms of what we are? We, and I won't give too much of the detail, but we sold equity, we sold out of one of our blocks in Angola, because actually we felt that the environmental considerations of that block were not aligned with what Azure Energy is, even though we're an independent. And so we sold down our equity. It's just a very valid example of you constantly look to your portfolio and decide, are others better placed to manage this, or are you better placed to manage it?
If I could just build on that, because you seem like a very analytical young man, so I'll give you some data. Since 2020, COVID had a seismic shock type effect on the oil and gas industry. So when Dr. Oss was talking about their transaction in 2021, 2020, 2021 was a really difficult period in oil and gas. A lot of the oil and gas majors started to redefine their portfolios, trying to understand what is economic to them. Because I think your point was oil and gas is so lucrative, why are you getting rid of it? And it's because it does become, at a point in time, less attractive for a particular company to stay in a particular asset. Now, whether it's environmental consideration, economic, or even strategic, every company will have their own playbook, right? But I think Welligence have done a wonderful job of compiling some data. So since 2020, 70% of all of the transactions done in the M&A space in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, are due to independence. So 70% of a roughly $17 billion M&A market. And that's to do with our friend like Dr. Ossa, who's looked at a particular asset, recognized the entrepreneurial value that he can bring to not just sustaining that asset, but actually growing that asset. And it really takes an independent to be able to do that. So a lot of the companies have been very successful as independents since 2021 till today, because of the fact that you do have an agile capital deployment type strategy, and indeed you can often see value where others see risk or uncertainty. So I hope that gives you a bit of data. Thanks, Thomas.
Well, then we're coming to the very last question. The young lady also in front, and please, now very concise, and also I need to ask the panelists to give a concise answer as the session is drawing to an end. We have our MC already here back on stage, so she wants to chase us off. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Puvi Bahoma with Hepton Energy Services Namibia as Vice President. My question is for Mr. Alice Forder. I wanted to know, out of curiosity, what is the relationship with Eni and Saipem? Also, to piggyback off the successes of Harris Energies, do you have any training schools or programs for our local encouragement?
All right, just for the clarification, the relationship between Eni and Saipem, or the relationship between BP and Eni? I'm not going to talk to that. There's a Saipem country manager in the room here. Maybe you could have the conversation there.
Maybe you can help us.
Thank you, Chiara.
Okay, I understand this can be resolved bilaterally later on during lunch.
I'll hold you to that.
I'm happy to be part of that conversation.
I would love that.
On the latter part, of course, when you talk about training, so we as Azure Energy have not directly established a training commitment in I was going to say Angola there. We have in Angola. In Namibia, our partners on the block, PAL 85, absolutely have, of which we stand squarely behind. A fantastic collaboration that they have set up with Halliburton and themselves in terms of university support. If I use the example of Angola and how we fully intend to import that example here, last year we hired 50 interns into Azure Energy, all Angolans, 50-50 female male, and we did that very deliberately because we wanted to bring, and we touched upon this and you made some great points on that, we wanted to make sure the diversity was appropriate. And we fully expect to bring that model here because we are our people and we invest in our people for their success. And even if they leave to go on to other roles, we have fulfilled our obligation in terms of investing in the populace, investing in the skills that the industry will so benefit from. So hopefully that answers your question.
I'll take that, thank you.
Thank you.
You want to conclude also on your end?
Yes, so I think it's a very important question. Human capital development is going to be critical for the way forward, particularly with independence taking a wider role. I think it's important for Africa not to swing the other way and become isolationist, but that we know that we have to be local. We have to be very successful locally, but we also have to be successful globally. And I think with my esteemed partners on this panel, we have explored, what is going to take to what is taking and what it will take to build great African independence. And I'm quite pleased to be sat with colleagues who are on this journey with us. And I think in years to come, I'm sure this will resonate with a lot of us when we see many more African independents standing up to be counted and making very tangible contributions to addressing Africa's energy deficiency and at the same time making contributions to global energy. Thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of this session. I think we've taken quite a lot of information from this one after, coming back to all those wonderful terms we've collected over stability, clarity, transparency, oversight, and so forth, which means also a lot of work waiting for us here in Namibia and beyond. But I look forward to that, and I look even more forward to next year. Yeah, hopefully we can sit in a similar combination and actually take stock. Where are we with this? And what needs to happen as a next step then. With that, ladies and gentlemen, also thank you to you all for holding out and for keeping you here in the room before lunch now. So put your hands together to this incredible panel, those remarkable experts here to my left. And with that, we close session 6. Thank you very much. Over to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much, Clemens, and thank you again to Alistair and Travis as well for your contributions. And I think it would only be fair to once again express our deepest appreciation on behalf of everyone here. Thank you, Dr. Osayande, for sharing your insights and experiences with such clarity, vision, and depth. I think everyone would agree with me when I say that your perspectives driving Africa's future, whilst navigating challenges and creating opportunities, is not only inspiring, but it is also profoundly enlightening. And again, like I said, it's such a rare privilege to hear from a leader of your caliber, and your thoughtful guidance has left a lasting impact on all of us. So again, thank you so much. I'm sure you'll agree with me that we can only imagine the impact that anyone would have working alongside you, Dr. Osa. So on that note, the perks of being an MC, I'm going to ask for a special photo with you, and then we shake on my future position at Hares Engineers. Let's give them a round of applause. While we have the photo captured, mine is coming up after that. But ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we thank you so much for your participation in this session. We're going to break for lunch now. Remember, there is the NAMIP, the NOSOP, and Nomad rooms or restaurants on the southern side of this building. And then we also have lunch at Mervynpick. We'll reconvene here at exactly 13:30. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your promptness. Thank you to all our delegates who've made it back on time. We appreciate your patience. We'll give it another 8 minutes. We'll start at exactly 2 o'clock with our next session. And then there is a slight change to our program. We will have, after the next session, which is session 7, we'll have the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister conclude the conference with his final remarks. That is because he needs to travel. So we'll have him conclude, and thereafter we will then officially close off with session 8. So we would like to invite everyone, we'd like to ensure that the room is filled when the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister arrives. As I said, around 3:30, we will then hand over to him to conclude with his final remarks, and thereafter we will then proceed with the last and final session for the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates. We are ready to start our 7th session. If you would kindly take your seats, and then also just a call on the rest of our delegates in the lobby area to please join us inside the venue. We are ready to start. Thank you to Galp, who has generously sponsored lunch, and we hope that this won't be the graveyard session, but that you're all set and ready for the 2 sessions of this afternoon. Without any further ado, our next conversation addresses supporting infrastructure and enabling environment for a world-class oil and gas development. And I hear and I believe that our moderator is the Queen. So, Engineer Elizabeth Rogo, founder and CEO of Tsavo Oilfield Services, who will also be introducing her panelists. And of course, remember, as I said earlier, we will have this session, and right thereafter we'll have the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister deliver his final concluding remarks, after which we will then proceed with the final and 8th session. Thank you so much. Over to Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. We'd also like to acknowledge that this session is proudly sponsored by Galp and Logistics Support Services. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stand up. You guys say thank you. I'm going to stand. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for attending this session. I think it's going to be a very interesting session when you see the panelists involved. I'm very proud to have had some minutes with them. Not some minutes. We've had quite a good talk to understand what we're all about. So you'll be hearing from people that are dealing with FPSOs, people that are dealing with infrastructures such as ports. We also have an oil field service, or oil and gas, company out of Libya. And of course, whenever we look at big infrastructure, the banker must always have their say. So I'll be very happy to bring on board the panelists. I think we're missing one. If you could just give us 1 second. And also, let me just set up here quickly. I will be standing so I can give the floor to everyone else. Are they here? Is he here? Is he? Give us 1 minute. We have one of our presenters is heading this way. But in the meantime, let me just call the rest. Yeah, okay. All right, again, thank you very much for attending this session number 7, entitled An Enabling Environment for a World-Class Oil, Health, Safety, Security and Environment, as well as Gas Development. What we'll be discussing are what are the infrastructure needs necessary to support large-scale oil development, and who are the leading companies providing shore bases, FPSOs, marine and logistics services, heavy lifting equipment, and other related services. What port facilities exist, and how they are preparing for the future to ensure sustainability and environmental responsibility. And of course, we'll be discussing local content. All this, as I said, will be given a slant towards what we expect or hope to happen in Namibia. So without further ado, my name is Engineer Elizabeth Rogo, founder and CEO of Tsavo Oilfield Services. I would like to call on stage Paul, because I hear OC is still out. So can Paul Heistad from Jensen, he's the Senior Vice President for Business Development. Come on stage, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. So we can call Oisi as well, Ihande, Business Development Manager, Director for Business Development from MODEC out of Houston. Next on stage is the only lady and one of my favorites, Angelique Peaks from Namibia, who's head of oil and gas for RMB. Thank you. Give her a hand. Next on stage is Joaquim Shipuko, who's the commercial director for Sonils out of Angola. We are represented here from Namport by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Andrew Kanime. Please come on stage. And last but not least, from Libya, from Kantango Oil and Gas Services, the CEO himself, Ahmed Ibrahim. Thank you, thank you. Do we have enough seats? Excellent, excellent. So without further ado, I would please like my panelists to introduce yourselves before we go to the question and answer section. So may I start off with you, Paul, please?
Thank you so much. My name is Paul Heistad. I'm heading up business development in Jensen Production. Jensen is a worldwide player in the FPSO space. We have been in Africa for 30 years, starting off in Nigeria in '95. And in May this year, we established our entity here in Namibia. So, of course, we are very keen to support development of the business here as well.
Thank you very much, Paul. Oise?
Yes, I'm O.C. Honde, the Director of Business Development for MODEC, and I have been with the company over 25 years.
I know they're being a bit shy. Come on, gentlemen. You're better than that. I've seen your bios. Angelique Peak.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angelique Peak. I head up the oil and gas, energy and resources sector for RMB in Namibia. So I'm the banker here amongst all of these interesting people.
Thank you. Joaquim.
My name is Joaquim Shipuko. I'm commercial director for Sonils. Sonils is a logistics operator that is based out of Angola, and we have a base in Angola in Port of Luanda. And wanted to actually say how many years I've been with Sonils, but after I heard Ozia, I don't want to try that.
And next we have Andrew from Namport. Please give a hand of applause to Joaquim. So Namport. Andrew?
Thank you very much. Andrew Kanime is my name. Chief Executive Officer for the Namibian Ports Authority. Obviously, we are key to supporting the oil and gas in Namibia.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ahmed.
Thank you. I am Ahmed Ibrahim. I am the CEO of Contango Oil and Gas Service Company, a company, let's say we are working on multi-nationalities based in UK, Libya, and Tunis, Algeria, recently in Uganda, and now we are here in Namibia supporting oil production service.
Thank you, thank you. So, Oise, I'd like to start off with you. I've been in a couple of one technical session with you, and there's a lot of interest about the FPSO. We've been hearing about the Agogo from Azul, and that we know stopped over in Walvis Bay. I hope many of you got to see that. Exciting times. But we want to talk about MODEC and what MODEC is planning to do. But could you first of all define what is an FPSO? And also, as an FPSO operator, what would be required for a provider to install an FPSO offshore Namibia in terms of infrastructure, the port facilities, and equipment?
Okay, so start with an FPSO, floating production, storage, and offloading. It's an acronym. And basically, as I would define it to a layman, it would be just simply a vessel that sits out in the ocean, sucking oil out of the seabed for a period of 10 to 20 years. And then to answer your question on the requirements, infrastructure requirements here in Namibia that would be ideal for an FPSO contractor to come in. The first thing would be having your, well, depending on the regulations, it would be having a deep water berth, and that would mean that we would require about 12 to 15 meters, and then the length and the strength of the quayside would be key, and that would be about 600 meters that would be required for an FPSO to actually come alongside the quayside, which in most countries would not be a requirement, because you would import the vessel and the vessel would be stationed offshore. You wouldn't need to bring it quayside. So that would be what we would require in terms of the actual quayside. But then again, having it offshore, you would require, regardless of what you have, you would require a laydown area, and you would require some secure storage, because we would have critical parts that are subject to corrosion if left out in the elements, so we would need some secure storage. And I can go. It's a long list of things, and you could give us the prize and just give it all to us. But I would start with that and let others add to it.
I'll get the perception from Paul as Jensen in terms of the infrastructure. But just to let the audience know that this was quite a debate that we had with Namport, Andrew in particular, as to what their objectives are and what your objectives are as a FPSO. So coming to Paul, again, from an FPSO operator perspective, can you elaborate on what kind of infrastructure you would require to bring your FPSO to Namibia and to successfully operate it?
Yeah, sure. So I guess I can tap on to the list and elaborate a little bit more. So logistics is a key thing in the operation and maintenance of the FPSOs. We will require big warehouse facilities. A lot of spare part comes in, not only by sea, but also by air freight, because we have urgent need for spare parts sometimes. So we need to have effective logistic solutions from airport to warehouse, and also custom is a key thing. We see in many countries that our equipment is stuck in customs for weeks, and we simply cannot afford that. So there are many things related to logistics that are a key thing for all FPSO providers. But there are many, many other things, and I think the panel that was before the lunch with the independent, they had a lot of good comments that are applicable to us as well. So it's about the stability in the framework, legal-wise, not the least, the local content, tax rules. I mean, investment in an FPSO is big investment. It's like $2 billion. That is an investment we do as a company. We put equity and the financing on the table to do that investment. And of course, then it comes down to stability, credit rating of the country, our counterparts, and the rest of it. So I guess we are dependent on this stable framework in order to raise the financing. So this is a key thing. And I think Alistair Forder, the COO from Azul, he sort of hit the nail on the head in this respect. So a lot of other things. We will need to fabricate structures to implement on the FPSO. I'm happy to say that our sort of due diligence so far has confirmed that there are a lot of potential fabricators that can assist us in Namibia. That's a good thing. But I think, first of all, is stability, and this is probably something for Angelique as well to tap onto. So, I mean, we have made it happen in many other countries, so I'm sure we are going to make it here as well.
Yeah, I know that Angelique is smiling when she's hearing all these numbers coming out. But before we get to you, Angelique, I wanted to ask Andrew, because he's really going to be the main man, because we cannot have a port we cannot have FPSOs coming in or other ships if we don't have the correct size of port. So, Andrew, with the development of new port infrastructure to support the upstream oil and gas activities that would require NAMPORT to invest billions in infrastructure, how is NAMPORT going to fund the required infrastructure investments?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I'm glad that Angelique is here. so Angelique is certainly going to attend to that particular bill. But yeah, maybe just in terms of what we are really looking at, because what is clear, I think both Paul and Oise gave an indication of the kind of infrastructure that is actually required. And if I can summarize those, we're talking about land, it's very critical. We're talking about berthing infrastructure, where you obviously need to bring alongside whether the FPSO or the PSVs, whatever vessel they might require. And then the third critical element is a sufficiently dredged area that has got sufficient water depth, obviously, to accommodate those particular vessels. Now, up till now, we have been able to support the exploration and appraisal phases out of both the port of Lüderitz and also out of the port of Walvis Bay. What is clear, however, is that once that decision is taken to move to development, once FID has been reached, we expect a significant increase in the activities. I understand by more than a factor of 10 compared to the activities that we handle at the moment. And looking at the infrastructure that we have, we would definitely need to invest in new port infrastructure. As a port, we've obviously taken a strategic decision to get out of operations and move more towards what we call a landlord model, where we embrace the private sector, where we would be reaching out to the private sector to come and partner with us to develop and invest in this huge infrastructure that is actually required. So our thinking at this stage, you know, public funds are limited. They are required for other critical services. Mm-hmm. And therefore, as far as new port infrastructure for supporting the oil and gas is concerned, and taking into consideration the fact that there is a requirement to have dedicated port infrastructure only for the oil and gas sector, we'll need to invest into new port infrastructure. And for that, we'll reach out to the private sector. So I'll not be reaching out to Angelique directly. I'll be able to, you know, point him to a couple of other private sector players that would need to partner with us through a public-private partnership.
But before Angelique tells us who are the people to approach her, there was a question that was raised in the room as to the size of the port, the quayside. Would it be enough for the FPSOs coming in?
Yeah, you see, the challenge is dependent on who you speak to, you know. They give you all kinds of requirements. Our proposed extension or development of the new infrastructure will be implemented in phases. It will be informed, obviously, by the actual projects that will be implemented. But maybe let me just indicate that we are looking at a minimum of anything between 300 to 500 meters. Right, as new port infrastructure. But at the moment, in fact, as far as Walvis is concerned, if I were to specifically look at the FPSO, we'll be able to comfortably accommodate the FPSO alongside. Mm-hmm. But at least what we understand, especially from the front runners, there might not necessarily be a need for the FPSO to come alongside. what we are, especially, let me say, for the initial project that is likely to get off the ground. So it's our understanding that this FPSO will be stationed offshore at the oil fields, and then there would be vessels or PSVs and other vessels that will be running between the FPSO and the port, but also between the FPSO and I think it's a tanker vessel that will be stationed somewhere in Walvis Bay to receive the crude oil that actually comes from the oil fields. So FPSO, we can comfortably accommodate at the moment as far as Walvis Bay is concerned. And again, if we talk about FPSO, it is my understanding that FPSO will come online towards the end of the development project, you know, when you start with production. And that we can comfortably accommodate. The issue here is really when you move to development, the increased activities for you to lay down the pipe network on the seabed. That's where we expect a lot of increased activities. But FPSO, I think specifically, that comes on production, and that's really not an issue as far as I'm concerned. Okay. There should be probably pipeline vessels, you know, which we expect to lay down the pipe on the seabed.
We have the experts here, and again, before I get to Angelique, because I just wanted to know, just get ready, from Ose and Paul, do you have anything to add to what Andrew is saying in terms of the fact that, as he says, you'll be looked at much further down the production?
That's correct. Yeah. We would come in at the development phase, just like he said. What we're discussing now depends on regulations that Namibia would set. And typically, what would happen in a country that's just starting off in the oil and gas industry, you would import the vessel and install it offshore. You wouldn't have integration done in country.
So just to give the audience, Paul, just an idea, as Oise said, the vessel won't be sitting very close to shore. So typically, what would we be expecting? How far from offshore, and where is it? Deep, ultra deep? Where would you be situated?
I guess it depends which block we are talking about. So, but basically here in Namibia, some of the blocks are actually quite near to shore compared to, for instance, Angola. There's one thing I would like to say, because during, let's say, the field development, you know, there's a lot of subsea structures that needs to be fabricated as well. And probably a lot of them will be fabricated here in Namibia. So, I mean, logistics-wise, it all starts already there, actually. And this we have seen from other countries. We have been doing local content, so in Ghana, for instance, and Nigeria. It's a big puzzle to accommodate all of this. So this is probably a role that the authorities need to sort of coordinate a bit. Yes.
So Angelique, now finally to you. I mean, when you hear from Andrew, Oise, and Paul, you realize this is big money, major money here. So given that the infrastructure required to support Namibia's emerging oil and gas industry will demand deep competitive capital, what steps are being taken to create an investment environment where capital is attracted and treating well?
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. And don't worry, I'm quite happy to sit here and listen to all of this, making lots of mental notes. And Andrew, not that long ago, was a colleague of mine, so he knows what we can do. So he can come knock on my door anytime. But I think there are so many layers of infrastructure here that, I mean, I'll sit here for 45 minutes if I touch on them all, which I know Roché is not going to be happy about. I think the key is there are so many different areas of infrastructure that need funding and or capital. I mean, in the FPSO space, my colleagues from London and South Africa, together with us in the different countries, combine, you know, to get into a funding mechanism there. But even locally, you sit with major infrastructure at the port, and it was very interesting in our pre-conversation just to understand how things may be looking to play out. I've had the real benefit to go and see what a working port looks like. And the reality is, For the long term, it's probably a major project. There is an intermediate term, depending on how fast we get to FID and what the operators will need there, that will need to be catered for. There is an efficiency level that the port has to rethink how it currently looks. And there's also the opportunity for two ports, catering to the industry. So the port alone has many different variables of where funding can come in. And I think in that space, the banks in Namibia have deep balance sheets and deep abilities to fund, but also have access to balance sheets in South Africa, Mauritius, London, the US, etc. So I'm not too worried about the size of the immediate infrastructure need. There is major experience in that. And remember, it filters further into the storage, as Oyster was saying and Paul was saying, the storage, the infrastructure to and from port, because we're already seeing millions of trucks on the road compared to 3-4 years ago as we speak. So the road infrastructure and access to both ports' infrastructure is a major part of what needs to be looked at. So from a funding perspective, there's naturally normal commercial banking funding that's available, and the banks here are fully capable to do that. But the projects are bigger and multiple, and the size of this industry, we have done a major amount of funding in, say, the mining space, which has always been a big industry for Namibia and remains very important, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. Yeah. But the oil and gas business is simply, multiples of that in size, which means the capital required is multiples in size, which then means one needs to create opportunities to maybe look at blended finance and also look at the capital pools of Namibia and the region and internationally, and create partnerships between local banks, regional banks, DFIs. And remember, if we look at capital, RMB has done quite a bit of getting capital or enabling capital to play in some of these big projects, for example, in the renewable energy space. And that nearly sort of starts ticking the local content button as well, because in many cases, local capital will be pension funds, etc. So I think the important part is to understand all of the different needs that this industry has, to stay very close to the industry from day one, which is what we're trying to do, and then to build different capital pools. We said it earlier today, capital is going to go where it is well respected and well looked after. So if we can build that sort of environment, then I don't see a major concern about how the funding side and the financing side together can blend themselves.
I hope Namibians understand how lucky they are, honestly, to have somebody like you who understands. We're still in oil and gas. We've been here for many, many years, and we're still learning. But to understand from a financing perspective, the risks that are involved and not over-risk a project, which we tend to see in other places. Nigeria, I think they have mentioned, something's talking to me. They've mentioned, how they've managed to bring down interest rates, but it's taken them a very, very long time. So I think with your strong mining background, and understanding of the industry, I think you'll be able to work with the team. But one of the other questions I want to ask was, does it matter who owns this infrastructure?
It's a great question, and I love it. And actually, Andrew already half answered it. I think the point is, I'm a Namibian, right? So we've been funding in the Namibian space and operating in the Namibian space as a bank for a long time, and we have state-owned enterprises that really like owning their own infrastructure to a large degree. But I think the country is getting to the point where they realize, or where we as a country realize, this isn't going to work the way we used to do it. We spoke about the airline earlier, now we're speaking about the port. The reality is, the government, the country, doesn't have enough money for the development that is required now. So I would say, let's make sure that whoever can build the port and everything that the port infrastructure and surrounding infrastructure is required should be welcome to do so in partnership with locals, in partnership with the government. We need fast traction and quality traction and experience traction. Mm-hmm. And it also doesn't mean whoever owns the port now will own it for eternity. There are structures that Namport is already doing with some of the people looking at the terminals now, where ownership can change hands over time, as and when. But it's important that we don't sit back and try and solve for something that is only owned by Namibia and Namibians, but that we solve for the industry, that it can start getting us to first oil, which will then create a multiplier effect again to the economy, to the ecosystem, etc.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted to pivot a little bit away from FPSOs, because production is not just about ships, and to talk to our dear brother from Libya. I was very excited when I saw him on my panel. I said, what is a Libyan doing in Namibia? You know? But the fact that he's a CEO of an oil and gas company obviously speaks a lot to me. So that's the question I'm asking you. Namibia is emerging as a frontier for oil and gas exploration. How does Contango plan to position itself as a key enabler for sustainable development in the country's energy sector?
Thank you for this question. First of all, let me to give you a small brief about Contango and what they do nowadays in those countries I have mentioned areas. Contango, they have three main sectors they are working in, mainly on a production. We are doing EPC and early production facilities and operation and maintenance. It's well known for everyone, the EPC and early production facilities, but the most common or the most interesting things that we do is the operation and maintenance, where there's plenty of challenging here. Not only to do a production or to do operation, it is to save assets. Because in general, we have a market price when it comes to the assets, and the guys already mentioned on FPSO, there is a market price for the FPSO, for the asset, for the CBF, for all the infrastructure that we need for oil production. But how to maintain these facilities and how to run these facilities for a longest time in a proper way without any problems. And here's the challenging. Contango is utilizing a high technology in operation and maintenance and using the predictive maintenance, which is known nowadays by AI, and we help the clients in Libya to maintain their very, very old facilities, and we return those facilities back to production. We have a success story that we did in Libya. We assist the NOC, the National Oil Corporation of Libya, which is the owner of the oil facilities, to increase their production. Contango itself, we help the client to increase their production up 100,000 barrels a day. In maintaining many of facilities and infrastructures which is being damaged during the what happens, and everyone know, and during the bad maintenance or just asset which is being not maintained in a proper way for a long time. So back to your question, what we plan to do here in Namibia is the same stories, the same success stories that we did in Libya and some project in Algeria and some project in Tunis.
Don't forget Uganda.
Yeah, nowadays we move on to Uganda and here in Namibia. We think first time, we think that we came earlier, but no, I think we came in time to set up the plan for our activities here. Namibia is going from exploration to action, and the actions, that's what we do, is the production phase, preparing the team, preparing the infrastructure for EPC project, for early production facilities, which is we like to do, and we did a lot in Libya nowadays, which is a fast-track solution to produce oil, and also to train people. You know, setting up infrastructure to do operation and maintenance, it takes time. So we start from now. We have to start from now in order in 2 years or 3 years' time, we got to train people who could do the operation and maintenance in a proper way. And it's a matter of cooperation with the government authorities, I mean the authorities and the main clients, I mean for who's gonna to establish the infrastructure in order to be in a commission phase and to prepare a team for operations and maintenance. So it's this is our vision for Namibia, to be here, to establish the our activities with full respect to the Namibian policies when it comes to the local contents and so on. Start training Namibian engineers to be ready for the phase. And this is the first mission that we would like to start with.
We'll get to the local content. That's important. I think also the fact that you've come here early, you're showing Namibians that there are companies that are committed. They're not going to come in at the last minute, go knocking on on Namcor's door and say, you know, get us in.
Probably,
You're here. And you got projects that show that you guys are very serious. So welcome, my brother.
Thank you.
But we will look at that. But
Yeah.
I'd like us to just now talk a little bit about sustainability. And you did mention about AI, which I think you'll emphasize that a little bit, in that you have developed your own tools for predictive maintenance and all that. But I want to look at and ask Paul this question. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a drive for reducing the carbon emissions within the oil and gas sector. What measures can the instant production take to support a sustainable development of the industry in Namibia?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, if we look back probably 5-6 years, also before COVID, then our industry had a bit of a challenge, and that was all about ESG, as you might recall. And reducing the carbon footprint was a key thing for all of us in order to actually get financing for new projects. So that was, to be very open, that was the driver actually back then. But what we see now is more and more countries, more and more oil companies, they like to follow that path. And we as a company, we are committed to that as well. So I mean, what we did in Angola with the Agogo was, I guess a bit groundbreaking. To be a bit bold, I think it's the greenest FPSO in the globe, if you don't count all this Norwegian asset that has electricity from shore, which is just ridiculous. And I think this is also something that the Namibian authority is chasing to actually have a good footprint in terms of reducing the carbon emissions. And if we can choose, we will do a copy of the Agogo actually. We will do a carbon capture, which is something we are the first to do worldwide. And of course, closing the flare, that goes without saying. I mean, when the industry is starting here now, the closed flare is, I mean, it's just a given thing. So, I mean, the technology is there, it's just to implement. Has a certain cost. Who is willing to take the cost? I can tell you that the board of directors in our company, they are willing to take such a cost. So we are not pushing all that cost over to the operators. So I think this is just something we have to do, and we have to follow this path. And I'm pretty proud of this Agogo because you can just think about that. This asset is in West Africa, you know, and it's the greenest asset.
West Africa or?
In Angola, right?
Angola,
yeah?
That's not West.
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
For me, it's West.
I just want to mention.
So I mean,
okay,
it's
you're Norwegian. We'll
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And as you might know, I'm Norwegian, and then I'm used to seeing what we do in Norway in terms of sustainability. And I can tell you what is happening here is equally good and even better. So that's something to be proud about.
Yeah, I'm also very proud about the fact that, as you said about the Agogo, but MODEC themselves also have companies that also, through your technical presentation, we're seeing decarbonization is also very big within your company. Did you want to add on to that?
Well, first I would like to take my hat off to Yinsen and what they've delivered to the market.
I think we can give them a clap for those
Yes.
who
We have our Target Zero initiatives as well. I'm not going to bore you with the entire list of different things that we've done, from fuel blanketing to heat integration, digital monitoring, and so on. So we have our different initiatives that we've implemented, but as I said in the paper yesterday, what we are focused on at MODEC is not necessarily just doing, not that Yinsen is doing that, but not doing sustainability initiatives for just doing sustainability. That's not our focus. What we're trying to do is focus on efficiency. And in doing that, it doesn't matter what the And that's a pet peeve of mine, which I spoke of yesterday, so I'm not going to discuss it again today. But, you know, the industry chasing these different buzzwords. Currently, it's sustainability. We're not going to run after it and start forming policies around it. What we will do is select from sustainability what is efficient. And that way, our clients pay attention to that. The country, the host country, pays attention to that, and everyone, it's a win-win for everyone when we just stay focused on efficiency and we build on our sustainability efforts on what is efficient. And that way, that helps us prioritize and deliver on our products.
I wanted to ask you this question. What does the government have to do to enable a conducive environment for ease of business for an FPSO contractor?
Okay, that wow, that's a long list. But,
okay, the short version.
That would have everything from the regular answer that I'm supposed to give here is that they should have the right regulations, have the right policies, and so on and so forth. Everyone knows all those things. But what I would like to say, not MODEC, but what I would like to say is if you really want to create or enable an ecosystem here, what the government needs to do is to do everything to foster competition. Yes. That's the key, is sweeten the pot so that everyone wants to come in and creates competition, especially among the locals. You see, making it so that only 2 or 3 companies or 2 or 3 families gain from local content is a complete waste of time for both us, the contractor, in terms of compliance, which we wouldn't fall to, and banking sector, and also for the country. What would be more viable is if the government sat back and created an environment that would grow different companies in different tiers. So we have our first tier contractors and so on, but bringing everyone in to an environment that is conducive for others to come in after us. So, for instance, with an FPSO contractor, we had certain, I won't mention which, but we had certain NOCs in the past that partnered with competitors of ours. Doesn't make sense, because we're coming back to you to bid to you, but you've partnered with our competitor. Those types of things don't augur well with competition, and what the government should focus on is creating that competition.
Thank you. I think that deserves a clap. I always say, as an African, somebody who has a Nigerian ancestry, I didn't know if there was an American somewhere there. I think it's important, and I really love my brothers and sisters from Nigeria, where they're very, very open. We're here to learn, and we want Namibia to succeed. So we need to tell them some of the things that we see, and we need to help them also understand some of the things that we think that they should do. But before I move on to more in-depth with local content, I thought this may be a good time to break and see if anyone in the audience has questions, because it's all about you. Any questions? Can I have the audio man with the mic, please? Just raise your hand so I know how many. The gentleman in blue. Anyone else? Take a couple of questions. You won't have this opportunity until next year. This gentleman here with the suit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alistair Duncan from ASCO. afraid, Andrew, you catch this one on behalf of the government, and I appreciate you're not directly government, but I think it's been very encouraging to see the progress that Namport are making, and in recent days, you know, the plans for Lüderitz, and you know that can create a facility, you know, to be what I think will be a production support hub in the long term. However, there's a piece of the jigsaw that's very much missing for me in all this, and that is the government contribution to this. We've talked about funding, you know, that port development with the private sector. You know, that's there. The money is there if the, you know, the business case is there. But have you any visibility on what the government are doing about Lüderitz? Because Lüderitz as a town is not ready, and I don't think anybody would argue with me on that. If I was to take a punt, and it's my personal punt, accept that, how do you accommodate maybe 1,000 to 2,000 new jobs in Lüderitz? There is no housing, there is no water supply for there isn't an adequate school, there is, you know, no medical centre capable. Those are government contributions to this, not private industry. And at the moment, there's certainly, in the private sector, there's no visibility of how government planned to get Lüderitz ready for the development, never mind the development ready for the industry.
Thank you for your question. Andrew?
Yeah, me, I'm not government, huh? But indeed, I'm happy to take that one. Look, you're quite right. Developing port infrastructure in Lüderitz is not sufficient. Reality is that there is a need to invest on all the other public services, especially public infrastructure and the like. What I can indicate is that we have indeed been engaging with government. We have indeed been advocating that port infrastructure development must be accompanied by the development of non-port related infrastructure. And I'm happy to indicate that government is definitely aware and in fact have allocated budget for the expansion, for example, of the town of Lüderitz. There is a committee that has been put together, including obviously the Lüderitz Town Council, and therefore certainly that is something that is obviously being looked at. So where public services are required, where government need to take the lead, that budget allocation has been provided for. Once some of those infrastructures are actually in place, there are also services obviously that the private sector need to provide. Accommodation establishment, for example, that's not space for government. Once government expand on public services, municipal services, so those are all the opportunities actually that are available to the private sector to invest in. I suppose it's just the rate at which these executions obviously need to take place. But again, it's a challenge, back to you, because again, depend on who you speak to. Some of you guys will also indicate, look, we'll be flying these guys in from Windhoek, wherever, or Houston, Windhoek, Lüderitz, etc., and perhaps those are some of the areas that we need to address as a government to put policy into place to make sure that, you know, we drive investment into some of these services in Lüderitz. But to answer your question, there is capital set aside, and I'm sure in time we'll see some of these developments. In fact, I mean, you have seen, if you're following the developments, especially land, because land is critical. I've seen town of Lüderitz have started, obviously, already investing into some of these public services infrastructure and so on.
Andrew, maybe I can also help you here. Let's hear from Joachim, because I think this question kind of fits in with what you're talking about. So in your experience with Sonils, what major challenges have you come across that you feel should be communicated to Namibians?
Thank you for that question. Actually, I would like to start with building a little bit on what Andrew just said. To be Namport is key to development of infrastructure to support the oil and gas industry. I read a statement, I just hope I can remember it all, that says if sustainable infrastructure is body to future society, then infrastructure is the spine. Without it, you can't walk, stand, or grow. So I'm actually trying to say that infrastructure is very important. And yes, there are challenges. We can see, we hear coming from the reservoir characteristics, there are challenges that needs to be addressed. But those challenges are not in Namibia only. If we look at Kenya and Uganda, for being inland, there are challenges actually for them to export their production, right? And a similar thing is happening in Mauritania and Senegal, where gas cannot be taken to onshore easily. So yes, there are challenges, and going directly to your question, we encountered a lot of challenges. I mean, Sonil happened to be developed, or the infrastructure, at the moment where we just had our key discoveries that led us to produce up to 2 million barrels of oil a day. So, and then there was an instability at the same time, whereby we couldn't take the maximum capacity of the port that we have up north. So we're in a situation where we need to develop the infrastructure, and there was a boom, and we need to be able to support the development that couldn't wait, which I think is a very good example here. And Andrew was mentioning about how one of the strategies in phasing the development of the infrastructure, which yes, is the same, is something that we have also gone through, and we found it to be maybe when you look at how much can we invest, and then what is utilization rate are we going to take out of it, we found it to be really very important. So rapid business growth with the demand of development that need to happen offshore, for us to build the infrastructure, get human resources that are trained, that are capable to do the job, secure equipment, and us sitting in Angola, I think we all might know that getting a piece of equipment, getting a spare part in Angola is not as easy as some other countries where there is manufacturing. So that was a challenge on its own, and it was a big challenge. We had to come up with initiatives like develop an in-house training for the personnel. And the biggest struggle was really to get people, because that boom was for the oil industry, and everyone wanted to retain key qualified people. The other challenge was, and still is, integration of diversity in a man-dominated activity. Today, when you look at the organization, we are close to 15% female. We're trying to push as much as we can, but it's not being that easy. When you look at those actually acting on the ground, that number is still very small. We tried a couple of years ago, like 2014-15, we had a group of engineers that we trained up, went to the field, but on the course of 5 years, they all end up doing administrative work. So we kind of preparing on what do we need to do for us to make sure that we can secure those people and train them up and they stay on the field. And a third that I can share is utility, deficit utility. Electricity, for example. When Sonil was developed, at the time, the power grid wasn't stable, and we were forced to start with power generators. And we talk about a capacity of a 22 megawatt, so which is something that we know that today is a solution that a lot of people might not want to hear, right? Due to energy transition and all of that. So that was a challenge that hopefully today is a lot better. We plugged into the grid like in 2020. And we even using some solar electricity, like 16% of what we consume during the day, as we do not have the batteries for the night. They actually come from solar panels. And the other one is water. And on electricity, if we plug that into Namibia, well, a question is still how can that be developed? But when we look at solar, sun, and wind potential and transforming it into power, maybe that would be a solution. But the question still is, how will that happen and when it can actually that solution come in order to support the industry? Then water was also an issue at a given time. Depending on volumes that the industry might need at a given point, Sonil was forced to put a desalination plant for actually us to be self-sufficient and make sure that we could maintain the activity to run without any problems. So those are the few elements that I can share with you.
I can attest to that because I worked in Sonils, as I told you, 2009 to 2011, and plumbing was a big issue, water and plumbing. And I never knew some of it was historical. I mean, as simple as flushing a toilet. So it's really good to see that, you know, things have really progressed. You're progressing to a world-class facility. But before I'm going to allow my guests to speak on local content as their the last topic, I can never forget the banker, Angelique. How should Namibia think about the oil and gas infrastructure as a catalyst for broader economic development? And that kind of falls into what the gentleman was saying.
So I think Namibia finds itself in a unique situation right now. We are blessed with, and we can start with water and electric, which are both challenges here, but both are being addressed with major infrastructure that is being built. We are sitting with a mining industry that, yes, is going through phases, but currently is booming in the gold space, in the uranium space, probably also the copper space pretty soon. And, you know, quite a bit of activity in some of the other commodities as well. We are sitting in a space where, you know, towards the renewables, green hydrogen and green industrialization is on the verge of happening, already happening in some pilot projects. And one is much more than a pilot project. And we are sitting with the opportunity set of the potential oil and gas industry. And if you look at the infrastructure of that alone, if one is careful, one can build this infrastructure to be dual, multi-purpose for all of these industries. I mean, in our pre-chat, we were talking, and someone said, well, you know, you can easily build a white elephant if you're not very careful in how you plan. The reality is, I wanted to say, but remember all of the other industries. We're also sitting with, and all of them are going to need port infrastructure, access to port, all of this. So, I mean, I have no idea how Andrew is going to manage the port or ports with all of those needs on him. And plus, the trade corridors are moving from a very risky eastern side, much more to the western side, added to some of the tankers that now want to fill up here with green hydrogen. So, and we know about planned oil fuel storage, and we know about planned ammonia storage. So the activities on that side of the country, and hence the infrastructure that is required, plus all of the supporting infrastructure, create a major opportunity set for sustainable, transferable opportunities across the industries and synergies. So I think the opportunity set is massive for a combination of what this infrastructure can provide. We just have to make sure that we plan it well and efficiently, you know, and make sure that we don't build too much or too little. But I don't worry about there being this one big project of oil and gas and suddenly the stuff isn't used anymore. The other industries are all feeding from the same infrastructure.
Okay, but I hope you have some geothermal reserves we can talk. So I'm going to do the last round of questions, and you can use that to kind of close out on your own personal statement. Paul, how much time do I have? I've lost time. Oh, there you are, MC. Okay, MC, Lady MC. All right, thank you. So, Ahmed, let me just start with you on this last section with regards to local participation. So how is Contango ensuring meaningful engagement and priorities for Namibians?
Thank you for the question. What I could say that Namibia, they are very lucky when they start exploration, oil and gas in this time. I mean, nowadays the technology, it's available, more efficient than what we had, for example, in Libya or in North Africa. So back to your question for how Contango is going to participate with the local communities here and local government. What we believe is to apply our value, is to apply Contango value when it comes to the utilizing and maximizing using the local resources in our surface. And this is the first things. The second things, it's one of our mission is to transfer know-how and to train people as much as we can. You know, to provide a good service and to maintain that service, you need to get a trained people. And it's one of our ethic and value to train people and to transfer know-how. The third thing is respect for local communities and their traditional way of living and everything when it comes to everything and life. This is our ethic and our values. The second things that I will mention more and put more on emphasis about it is to we have official presence in Namibia when it comes to the training and the training and the training. That's what I'm going to say, because to avoid any problems when it comes to the operation and maintenance on oil and gas, if you have a sufficient trained people, you will have a smooth operation. And that's what we should do. Maybe I answered my question, or?
No, you did. No, you answered it. And I think, I'm just trying to think, we had a session on, was it Monday? I think we had young professionals. But one thing I noticed, I didn't see many engineers, and particularly female engineers. I think there's an SPE in Namibia. I think these are the organizations you need to be tackling the universities at this stage, letting them know that companies such as yourself are out here.
Absolutely,
to train.
absolutely.
Yes.
We do the same in NSP in Libya for getting fresh graduated engineers, where they go to the special criteria for training to get them qualified to go to the fields and do the activities.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, Paul, over the last days, there's been a lot of debate about how the Namibian local content policy may look. Can you just give us a little bit of what your view is to ensure we have strong Namibian content?
Yeah, indeed has been a lot of interesting debates. And just to clarify one thing first, so the way we do our project is that we also operate our own FPSOs. So we employ our own crew to take care of the asset. And as someone mentioned here, these contracts are minimum 15 years old. So, I mean, we will be here for the long run. It's a marathon, as was said many times during masterclass on Tuesday. Our target is, of course, to work with the local content policy that we are given. I mean, it's nothing more than an opportunity. You should not sort of be afraid of local content. I mean, as mentioned, we have been doing projects for 30 years, Nigeria, Angola, and Ghana. We have about 80% local crew on our assets, and in our local offices, 100% locals. It's just a matter of actually taking the opportunity. And I mean, for us, when we have assets in operation, it's easy to train local talents. Of course, it's a challenge in Namibia because there is no offshore crew sort of educated yet. We have a good plan for that. We also are starting trainee programs for all tricks and trades. So that can be for talents within engineering, could be in finance, could be in HR, I mean, everything. So we have a clear strategy that we have been working on for many, many years. And I can guarantee that if we succeed in winning a job here, it will be a lot of opportunities for individuals and local companies to work with us.
Can you speak to the fact, sorry, can you speak to the fact as a Norwegian, because a lot of people who are not in this industry don't realize that Norway also went through its own local content. So local content is not an African thing, it's not a thing that Africans are trying to penalize expats. I mean, you know, it's not a thing that people should be running away. Just 1 minute synopsis, how that affected Norway.
So, I mean, back in the 60s, we were a quite poor country up in Norway. And then we were also lucky. We got all the big discoveries. A local content plan came into place in order to ensure that Norwegians could participate in the industry. That was partly on the ownership side, but it was mainly on human capital development and local fabrication. And still this policy is in work in Norway. Sometimes maybe it has gone a bit too far, because in my country these FPSOs are so super big. It's like 50,000 tons of topside, and the capital cost is enormous, because we have to realize that in a high value society, it costs a lot to do work. So if I took a FPSO to my country, I mean, it's insane numbers, right? So you have to find a balance. That is what I'm trying to say.
Do you have any closing statement? Or you're good?
I'm good. I think it's good opportunities here, and I agree. Fair competition is the main thing.
Yes.
And I mean, we will work with whatever comes. It's okay with us.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Oise, talk to me about any gaps in supply chain, and then also, you know, include any discussion, a quick discussion on how Namibia can optimize local participation. Yeah, the supply chain, because we have companies here.
Okay,
Yes.
so I actually brought a list because
Okay.
I knew supply chain would come up as a question.
Oh,
But,
just hold on,
but-
hold on. Do you all have your paper and pen? don't tell me afterwards, Liz, what did they tell me? What did he say? Okay, go ahead.
But just to close out on what Paul was saying on local content, the only thing I have to say, and I was actually shouted out of, I went in to give a presentation to a local content board in one of the African countries, and I was shouted out of the office. That would have been good, but they shouted me all the way down to the parking lot to where my taxi was. So that's how much they hate what I'm about to say, but what I was trying to sell, and I'm going to say it here, it's controversial, but Namibia should adopt the policy where you use a carrot rather than a stick. If you doubt me, look at all the countries that have tried to use a stick to grow local content. It doesn't work. We're here to make money. We're not here to be beaten. Now, if you used a carrot and created incentives for us to come in to start local content, then you find these countries flourishing. Look at Senegal and how they've been able to attract blue chip companies to come in. But then look at some of the other countries, I don't want to mention which, but look at what happened to them, and try to see when they started off and they were using incentives to draw companies in versus when they switched and they got in a petroleum commissioner that's strict, or they got in the head of the NOC that's strict, and then watch how oil production slumped in those countries. It's key to note that, and it's something that Namibia should pay attention to and try to just stay on the line, because now it's no longer, you're not the prettiest bride. You're competing with all these other countries. You're competing with Ghana. Ghana desperately wants to come back. Nigeria is going to come back. To come 2027, you're going to see a different Nigerian local content, no matter what they say. You're going to see it change. You'll see countries like Equatorial Guinea. All of these countries are going to come back, and you're competing with them. So you have to make some incentives for the right companies to come into Namibia. That's key, because you can be very strict, and what you will get are bottom of the barrel companies that are going to come in and rape you. But if you have the right companies coming in that have a robust infrastructure to come in, then what will happen is the country will grow. And that's, sorry, I went too long on it, but
I think you're not even being controversial at all. You're saying it.
Okay,
plain talk.
To my list,
Yeah.
and I'll go quickly through it. Basically, you need maintenance and repair facilities. Those are workshops, mechanical, electrical, and so on. You have your installation equipment, and those include everything from mooring installation, winches, anchors, chains, ROVs, and diving support companies that will come in. And you have process equipment. These are liquid mud plants, cement, bulk facilities, onshore testing facilities. You have heavy lift cranes, which would be key regardless of what type of vessel you're working with, which was already mentioned. You have your marine equipment, which include your tugboats, your HVs, your DP2s, DP3s. You have your pipe-lay vessels, your barges, and other support vessels with dynamic positioning systems. And you have your consumables. That's a whole industry all on its own, and you heard them speak earlier to that's an industry that is not just for oil and gas. The consumables will spill into mining and so on and so forth. And you have there your chemicals for processing, the demulsifiers, corrosion inhibitors, and so on. And you have your logistics and transportation, which we all know, and that's your supply vessels, helicopters, crew boats, and emergency and safety supplies, freighting, medical and life-saving appliances, local vendor service network, which would be your catering, your cleaning, security, and corporate services. So I jotted these down, knowing, because I know that this question keeps coming up, and people come up to me at the booth to ask this question, and those are the areas in the supply chain and what would be required here in Namibia.
In fact, for the Namibians, those who didn't attend the technical, there's a lovely lady here from MODEC, Fatu. I don't know if Fatu's here. If you have a chance to see her presentation on procurement, hunt her down. She has the workbook of what it is that you need to do here in Namibia. Thank you. Do you have any closing statement? That was it?
Just what I said earlier.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Angelique, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I think, look, I know local content is this major discussion.
I was sparing you from it.
No, you don't have
to,
because
all right.
remember, I have been lucky to, over the past 2-3 years, build relationships with all of these international companies that are here, and without fail, every single one of them is telling me and showing me with examples of other countries where they've operated that their ultimate goal, their success story, is how much they can work themselves out of the country over time in a people way, and how many people they can train. And of course, it also makes commercial sense, right? So from the local content will come. We know it will take a bit of time. I agree with a carrot approach, which might be controversial for me saying it, but the point is, it's already happening. We can already see our businesses and people that are around the port area seeing some of the real action and learning and getting new certifications, etc., etc. And we're only just in the exploration phase. This will naturally multiply if we go to FID, and I'm still saying if, but hopefully it's when. But I'm not concerned about local content. And the point is, we, and I said this earlier, are here to understand this industry and its DNA and how all of these operators and contractors and operate and how they think so that we can enable that ecosystem. So we're here to, you know, my colleagues from F&B Retail and Commercial explained that we've already adopted policies and thought processes and risk approaches to enable the ecosystem. We're doing the understanding of the industry on the R&B side of things for the entire group. The point is, we know funding is going to be a huge part of what the country needs to play in this space. But I'm not concerned that if we get the policies right, etc., and we give it the time that it deserves, local content will simply flow as a nature.
What I just would like the bankers, not just yourself, but the bankers, to ensure they come up with robust terms between the IOCs, the local contents, local companies, and yourselves. You know, that is really important, and I know the sore points. If you can tackle that, then I think you're smooth sailing. Plus, you're a country that's had over 100 years of mining,
exactly.
So it's not really new. It's just a different.
It's
resource.
not new. It's probably just bigger.
Yes, bigger. Yes, yeah. Yes. Correct. Yeah. So, you finished any?
Good.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Joachim?
Yeah. On the local content, from what Ozia just said, I think, yes, there is the country, the nation has a vision, has ambitions, but it's also a fact that there is a distance or time between what you're aiming for until you actually get it done, right? If I start looking at what we do in Sonels, we do integrated logistics services. For those who do not know, just consider a shopping mall with a quayside where a vessel can berth. So all services, any activity that is required to deliver to offshore is all conducted from that one spot. One of the advantages when we look at the local content could have been, for example, to integrate local companies into the value chain. But we are talking about services or activity like maintenance, so it's not really into a core activity of the oil and gas industry. Yes, there is programs to get people trained up, but they get trained and then they need time to get experience. In some aspects, yes, I think it's achievable, but in some other, depending on the complexity of the work itself, it simply just might take longer, and it will take longer. But I had an observation here that I really got astonished to see back in 2022. I visited the fuel discharge facility in Walvis Bay. And we do also have one of that unit, but it's like a third of the size of the Namibian one. And I was positively shocked to see very young engineers, like five ladies, taking care of that complex operation. So I think that's one of the examples, because we had one, and on the course of 5 years, we were not in charge of that, handling that facility yet. And I do not know how long it took for the Namibians to actually have ownership and control the activity of that installation. But it was, for me, very good to see that, wow, I mean, young generations just out of a new university and taking care of that complex activity, I think it was real positive. So, yeah, in some aspect, it will work that in shorter time, the Namibia would take over, but in others, it might just take a bit longer.
Thank you, Joachim. Thank you, Joachim. Andrew and Ahmed, if we can round up, because I think there's a minister Yeah, we don't like to keep ministers late. Please, your comments?
Yeah, maybe just on the aspect of local content, really just to indicate that from the port perspective, it's something that we are taking seriously and actually enforcing already. I know that especially during the exploration and appraisal phases, we faced quite a lot of pushback from a lot of the international companies because we are very clear that if you want to operate out of the port, you need to make sure that you provide for local content with respect to both ownership, skills development, involvement of Namibians in actual operations, but also with respect to the aspect of local sourcing. So it's therefore a requirement for us, for example, you see the development, the investment that we spoke about earlier in terms of the logistics supply bases that will be set up at both Walvis Bay and Ludretz. It is our requirement that companies that are actually going to operate out of these bases need to make sure that they have local content. There'll be specific services, those that can be done here locally, that would certainly be reserved for locals. And perhaps just a key example of what we have done, especially in Walvis Bay, with the setting up of the liquid mud plants. We have had quite extensive engagements with the international service providers, where they indicate in terms of their governance requirements, they might not team up with local partners, but we made it clear, yes, if locals cannot have a stake in your businesses, then you need to make sure that you actually enter into joint ventures with the locals. And I think that is one of the success stories, really, because we have a couple of local liquid mud plants that are now being operated by Namibians, initially, obviously, under the supervision of the international oil companies. And we are also becoming strict in terms of really ensuring that when we talk about local content, we must be broad-based as well. Because what we have seen is a focus more and more of, as long as you are Namibian, but we are also putting an emphasis on racially disadvantaged Namibians. That's how far we are actually taking it. If you don't have racially disadvantaged Namibians as a part of the strategy, that is not sufficiently local content. And maybe just in closing, we received quite a lot of questions around to what extent is Namport ready? You continue to talk about plans. When are these obviously going to be executed? And I must indicate that we are in a challenging situation. We are in a dichotomy. We are a commercial public enterprise, right? Before we start investing, we need to make sure that there is actually a business case. But of course, we are also required to ensure that we invest in infrastructure ahead of demand so that we don't become a bottleneck to the economy. But now that we are seeing that there seems to be light at the end of tunnel, that is why I think one of the colleagues here from the audience has indicated that they have now seen that there is some traction happening. The plans are in place, and we are now shifting our gear to move into actual execution, premised on the fact that I think it looks like there's a couple of projects that will now get off the ground. And as I said, we shall be doing this in partnership with the private sector.
Now, Andrew, we've heard you. I think it's so encouraging to see somebody who loves their job and is excited about what's ahead. So I hope Namibians appreciate that, and we hope to see that in all departments that we have to visit. My brother from Libya, your closing statement?
I believe that the local content is gonna to be a fact, because the oil activities, the oil production activities is associated with a plenty of needed jobs and service. I mean, a production need about thousands of opening, is going to be 1,000 of jobs associated with the oil production, not a specific in the oil production. I'm talking about the associated service that oil fields is need. So the local consensus, it's by default should be there. The other things is the I mean, to involve a Namibian engineers in the oil production itself, that is going to take time normally. And just to confirm what our friends say here, the international companies sometimes enforce for their engineers to be here. This is just to confirm, especially when it comes in a commission phase and a startup phase, it's just to confirm that everything is going to be done in a proper way. But we should have a localization plan, and we have some success cases about this. So a localization plan which is based, for example, on 5 years, which is to train the people on-job training, to get it trained in order to get those positions which is running by foreign engineers. So this is what we could say in a let's say local context. There is plenty, and the good things I would really to thank the leaders of this country, I mean, who put up policies for local contents, and we should respect it. Really thank them for that. I mean, we missed that chance in that time, but to do it in nowadays as a statement and a clear policy to all the contractors and oil operators, it's really something incredible.
Thank you. And thank you. Yes, they all deserve a clap. And I just want to end by saying, especially towards Namibians and women in particular, I'll never stop preaching to women in particular, do not be afraid. This is a very interesting sector to be in. You may not know what you want to do. I told you I entered as a field engineer and now start a company. I am here in Namibia not just to sit on stage and look pretty, and but I'm also here to do business, you know, and I'm very proud to have my partners. They always hide from me. Should be here. Resano Oilfield Services, who contacted me last year. You saw me on stage. I told them it's going to be a long road, be patient, and they're wonderful. Nobody has complained yet. This business is slow, but when it's fast, it's fast. In that year, start learning and understanding what oil and gas is. So I urge all of you. I have my brother here, Ranti, who's pretending he's not seeing me. Ranti from Nigeria. I tell you, as much as I do what I do, I go to Nigeria, it's a spring for me. Every February I go there and suck their spring water and come back revived, because I'm seeing entrepreneurs from all levels, you know. So I have a long way to go. So I'm urging all the Namibians, when you have the chance, don't just stick here. Don't wait for the government to open a door for you. Break that door. Ask questions. You have all these fantastic experts here. Find them, link in, just ask them questions. This is a conference you don't see very much in very many places in terms of the size where you're able to see places. You go to some conferences and somebody speaks and they're gone. And when you try and reach them on LinkedIn, they're too busy. So please take advantage of this. And I'd like to thank the organizers, GEP, how come you're not showing my name as a partner? Together with Ranti, what are we? International partners. We support. So next time I'd like to see us in highlight. But thank you. It's always a privilege to be with you and to impart my knowledge. And thank you to my esteemed panelists. I told you this would be a good session. And to the audience, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I guess we're going to do.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Elizabeth Rogan. Now you understand why she is the queen of oil and gas. Thank you for that powerful message that you've left us with. And once again, thank you to our panelists for a great discussion. We'll capture that moment with our photographer. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as announced earlier, our Right Honourable Prime Minister, we are expecting him. And after his final remarks, we will then go over to the final session. At this juncture, I would like to welcome to the podium Mr. Arne Jacobsen, the CEO of Northern Ocean, and a very important role that Northern Ocean plays. They are basically responsible for drilling all the rigs for most of the IOCs. So let's hear it from Mr. Arne Jacobsen. Let's give him a round of applause.
thank you so much. Let's see. Do you have the clicker? It's not on. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. You want your stuff? Thank you. You did very well. It was a pleasure to stay and listen for you. This was
Thank you so
very
much.
good.
I appreciate it.
Okay. I think it has been, so far this day, it's been great. And thank you for the organizer and everything. My speaking note said, good morning. I was supposed to do this yesterday, and unfortunately my flight got cancelled. So we found a slot, so it's a good opportunity. And I think maybe a little bit of the dimension of, we're talking a lot about FPSOs, production, but it's actually what's happening today and what has happened in the last 2 years. These rigs, these units, cost around 1.2 billion today to build one and take 5-6 years to do it. Every day there is around 150 people on board running the operation every day. We are currently running an operation for Rhino. As everyone knows, they've done their discovery. And for the last 2 years, we've been drilling majority of the wells here in the basin for Total as well, and Shell and Chevron. But it's not a sales pitch here about Northern Ocean. I'm here to tell you guys today, but it's a little bit to add to the element and the fact that's been discussed there, what is needed for us to thrive and actually be here. So Northern Ocean, we have 2 of the most advanced semi-submersibles, and these are highly spec'd units, advanced in the world. There's only 12 of these units in the world. And as we know, the Namibian basin is a harsh environment. Particularly on the winter side, the weather here is very harsh. What we are doing, and when we're talking about local content, that is what we are doing today. And I'm hearing that enforcing local content is important, but it's also important, as I heard earlier today, to close the gap between what is the skilled labor and what do we need to operate a highly sophisticated unit like this. So we need to understand, and we've been around the world in Brazil and other countries and seen this successful implementation of local content. And you need to take it gradually. You can't do it all at once. Just to employ and to train up one of the key operators of this unit takes us 10 years. So it gives you a little bit of perspective on what it will take for us to actually educate a Namibian in order to be the operator of these vessels. And I think that is so important, because if you try to do it in once, it will not happen. It's actually not possible. It's highly technologically unit, and we need to find a balance where the requirement to train, to educate, to understand that it doesn't take, you can't take a bachelor in 2 days. You have to have time to learn this field, and we need to do it together. But we have today a lot of, and had it in the last 2 years, we have around 90 employees offshore today, Namibian. So we are in a good start. So this is collaborative, and it needs to be. And we need everyone to work together. And when I mean need to, we need the permitting. We need the oil companies to be willing to commit the capital and actually contract long term. If we are left as we did this summer, we had to cease operation for 30 days. We lose around $500,000 every day. That is sunk cost, which didn't serve any purpose or value creation for Namibian, for anyone. This is so important, and I think this is the fundamentation of us creating local content, not just offshore, but onshore. If we're going to give a contract to a transporting company onshore to transport our stuff, we need a contract offshore. If that contract is 2 months, we can give a 2-month contract, and nobody can buy a truck with a 2-month contract. If we have a contract which is 5 years, we can give a 5-year contract to a transport company. We can give a 5-year contract to the base. We give a 5-year contract to the Namibian catering company. We have the helicopter service. We have the boat service. For one job offshore, you are creating 7 jobs onshore. Every single day, there is no drilling operation in Namibia. It's a value destruction day for Namibia. Continuity in drilling is the only thing that's going to create value in this country. Production will come, but if you don't drill, there will be no oil. So that is what we need to do. And today there's a many operator in this basin. We did a cooperation with Rhino and BW, 2 independent operators which had different targets and different times. We sat down to them together with Rhino, Halliburton, and BW, and we said we need to pull this program together in order to create a longer string of work so we can keep our employees, keep giving the longer contract, and keep these machines running offshore. And this is also coming back to the government. We need the permit when we start. We can't sit and wait for permitting. That is just value destruction. And it's actually cost Namibia, if we're sitting waiting for a contract or for a permit, that ticks in as an expense, which means that when the rhinos and they start the production, they will have bigger tax deductions. We need to be efficient. We need to create this as $20 a barrel, but if we are not efficient, this is a big part of the cost of developing the field together with the infrastructure. And with the tax structure in Namibia, the expenses that we use to get to the oil production will be deducted. So if we are not efficient today, it will cost us tomorrow. So we need to really work together to find the right model and keep this unit going. And to illustrate that, these are the units been working here. And you see all this white space among these units. These are all billion-dollar vessels that has been in Namibia, and it's only one left. They've been here for short durations, and then they leave. What does it tell you? It tells you that none of these other units, more or less, has created any local content, because they came for a short period, they took on board a little bit of Namibian, and then they leave again. What happened to these guys that was there? They went back on shore and there's no drilling. So you couldn't continue and investing in education, courses. So we need continuous drilling. There's no point of having 4 rigs here for 2 months and then nothing, because it doesn't create any values when it comes to local content. So, as I told a little bit earlier, the risk of talent strains. This is an industry which has a lot of money. It will attract the best personnel, but it takes time. And we also know, as was spoken about here on finest year of this industry, we have been, under the last 5 years, put on very, very strict capital restraints from the investment world and pension funds, because their investment in oil and gas industry has been reduced significantly. My past job was as a hedge fund, managing $23 billion. And in the end, before I left there, we were reduced to spend 2-3% of that investing in oil and gas. The capital which is needed here is massive. So we are in competition with all the other places in the world for oil and gas, which means that we need to have a favorable framework in order to attract that capital, because it's a lot of capital. And critical infrastructure. There's been so much talk about the infrastructure, but I'll refer to one thing that he said from Namport, which said, well, we have time to build the port. If you think about this field development, there will probably be 5 or 6 drilling rigs here. Every 5 years, we need to come quayside to maintain these units for a period of 14 to 21 days. The capital expenditure, which we spend then around $40 to $60 million in that 14 days, 3 weeks period to recertify our equipment to have the highest standard of safety every 5 years. But we need a quayside to come into. I have an example for the Noble rig which was here. It went to Ghana, which didn't have the key berth either. When it now went in to do their SPS, their special periodic survey after 5 years, it went to Las Palmas. So all that local content, purchase of services, mechanics, tools, material, disappeared. That work went to Las Palmas because there was no quayside to park that unit or take it here. And we need deep berths to get into. We need 40 meters. So this is important, not just from a FPSO. A PSV can go in anywhere. These are huge vessels. This is 119 meters high, 21 meters deep. So we need port and infrastructure, not just thinking about production, thinking about the drilling unit that actually drilled the holes that's going to produce the oil. So why I'm saying harsh environment, and as you saw of the list earlier to explain the difference between drill ship and semis. Semi-submersibles is what we have. I'm coming from Norway, and we only use semi-submersibles because it's harsh weather. And Namibia is harsh during the winter. Currently, because of the spot operation, the operator has chosen to use drill ship some part of the year during the summer, where Namibian waters are more benign. But when we come to production, we strongly think there is a combination where you need the semi-submersible to operate, because there's some delicate operation called completion, well testing, and so forth, that you can't just operate half year. And it goes back to what I was saying about contracting. If we are just drilling half year, we are not creating value onshore. We need year-round operation in order to create value onshore. That's local content. And we need also the government to look at what are the oil companies doing. You need to collaborate. If an oil company go and say, no, I want to take this unit, I take another, bring it in from Congo, you're starting all over again. And it is value destruction. We need to keep the unit, the asset, the people. And the people is the biggest asset we have in the country. So we like to keep the mirror here. We were forced earlier this year to send Deep Sea Bolster to Norway on a 7-year contract. A 7-year contract. That was a national company, oil company in Norway, took a 7-year contract because it's the stability, it's the most effective unit, but now it's gone, it's gone. But we have one more left. We want to keep it here, we are investing here, but we need longer contracting. We can't operate on a month-to-month basis. We of course want to sell our unit, but as you see, the drill ship is more choppy when it comes to these waters. If you have high movement, you need to stop working. And if you think about it, it costs the oil companies $1 million a day roughly to keep the drilling operation going. So if you lose a day, you lose $1 million. That's why we're saying the harsh environment unit, the semi-submersible, is the best alternative for a year-round operation. It's value creation. What are we contributing with? Yeah, we are investing, and we have done it for as long as we've been here. We have our Namibian entities, we have our Namibian employees, and we will increase that as we go along. But again, it's difficult to invest in the human capital if you don't know if these are the humans that you're going to have for the future. That is very tough. That is what everything about local content is about. It's not about writing it on a piece of regulation, because that's not going to work. It's actually the framework that you put in place, the contract that you put in place, that's going to determine how fast we can educate. How fast and how much can the government say, let's continue drilling, because that's the only thing that's going to get Namibia to a sustainable wealth and high local content fast. That was it, very quickly. It was in 15 minutes. So thank you. It was supposed to be yesterday, took you today. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure. Any questions? Very silent, I know, don't be shy. Huh?
Hola, thank you very much. Jason Bodewine at Workstrings. We provide drill pipe to you guys offshore. How does your team on the business development side, how far in advance are they looking to try to keep these contracts going long term and less white space?
Yeah, so we try to build, of course, as long as we can in order to have, to not end in the situation we did in this summer. For instance, the Rhino work that we started now, we started the interaction in December the year before. So it takes a lot of time. And then BV came in and they needed a different contractual model. So we needed to tailor that. So coming kind of saying it's just a contract. Just to set and stitch a drilling contract, easily take you 2-3 months to get everything right and negotiate and finish. So in Norway we say, if you don't have your next contract in 12 months out, you're going to have white space. Little bit different here, but I think you clearly can say that 9 months out, you're probably going to have white space. So if we don't get something this next 2-3 months, we will have white space next year.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Considering the fact that most of the IOCs, they do business and drill across in Africa, and some of them, they enter, let's say, 2-3 years contract with the rig owners, and they try to maximize the use of that rig. I mean, for example, Noble can be drilling in 3-4 countries, depending on the program available. And they are doing that in order to maximize the use of the rigs, reduce their drilling cost. So looking at that scenario and what you have now in Namibia, so where would the balance be between those who are trying to maximize the use of assets across in Africa and the advocacy of longer contracts to drilling contractors in Namibia? Thank you.
It's a very good question. I think there is two things. There will always be influx and outflux. If you look at Norway, for instance, you have units coming in from UK from time to time and go out again and again. But I think on a stable basis, you have 12 floating units working year-round. If you look at Brazil, Petrobras, as the national oil company, has strategically went in and contracted like a 5-year period. They are probably one of the oil companies that do the most long contracting in the world. And it's for one reason, and it was with the key, and I was there for 2 years and setting up the business. It was the key reason. It was linked hand in hand with the local content. Then that created the baseline, and then you have the IOC coming in and out. But I think it is kind of the key. Of course, we are in the early phase, but I think that we need some stable contract, whether it's us or someone else. But as the fundamental for Namibia, we need 1 or 2 long-term contracts drilling contract in Namibia in order to accelerate, because then you will have that activity going as a baseline, and then you can always increase and decrease in terms of these IOCs coming in with one ring going out again. But that creates a foundation. So that's why we need a strong NAMCOR, for instance, that can take, with the support of the government or the government itself, and say, this is our view, this is our content. We're going to invest also in this drilling by ourselves. And we will put down this 3 or 5 years contract with one unit, and we're going to maximize the local content on it in order to create that stability. If not the AOCs are doing. Currently, they're not doing it because we are in a very exploratory phase where Total drilling one, then we need a cooperation. What we did actually with Rhino and BW, something that we did before in Norway, we did consortium. We set up a contract model where we can invite in more to collaborate. And it's the collaboration, I think the head of Gallup said it clearly yesterday, we need not to be competitor to do everything ourselves, we need to come together. And that is the Rhino BW contract that we got here is an example for that. Then you're creating that link together. And then hopefully that creates a foundation where some of these others that intend to drill next year, Shell, Chevron, can build on that. And then you build that string and that predictability that we need. I hope that answered a little bit of the question. Good.
One question. Earlier in the previous session, we asked also the independent operators to tell us sort of if they were sitting at the cabinet table here in Namibia of government, what would be sort of the 3 low-hanging fruit or sort of the most pressing things you as a minister then, if you were the minister, would advise sort of or initiate essentially in order for the sector to move forward and in order to create a conducive environment? Let me ask you that question as well.
I think kind of the first thing is to ensuring there's a lot of license, there's a lot of acres. Namibia is huge, and there's a lot of companies with license. So I would make sure that everyone that has it or are up for renewal of it have to drill to keep their license. You need to do it. And you want to consist that and create that momentum through that and say, this is a requirement. We want you guys to drill, because with every single hole we poke, you are enabling the whole shelf of another big elephant to be discovered and also accelerate activity. So I think that would be the first hanging fruit that I would say. Then the second thing is the infrastructure. Without us building on infrastructure is very difficult. I think logistic-wise, you can't, with how Walvis Bay is set up today and where we are in Ludwig, you could not handle basically 5 drilling operations. Today, I think two is probably max what the capacity of the infrastructure, and this is reality, because when we are drilling, there's hundreds of thousands of cubes of mud, etc., steel that needs to go. Is the coordination of it, is the pressure on the roads, is the pressure on the logistics systems. We also need to understand that there is a limitation to the current structure. The harbor isn't, Walvis Bay can't tackle more than 2 operations today. And then you have Ludwig. But I think that is essential, and that needs to start now. And I think the discussion of FPSO is a little bit premature, actually, because you need to solve this for the increased drilling activity. Because all this drilling is going to happen before you have the FPSO. So I think, yes, NAMPORT need to act, the government need to act, the private sector need to act, the oil companies need to act. We need to be there and be helpful and say, what do we need? We need deep water berth to service our units. So I think those 2 things, clearly. It's like on the earlier conference, drill, baby, drill. You have to do it. It's the only, you need to drill yourself out to independency of energy. It's no way out of it. Every hole counts, sooner rather than later.
Hi, Luis Lago de Carvalho from Angola. I just wanted to make a few notes. I have to make a remark and acknowledge and thank you for bringing this up in terms of the duration of the contracts. Local content is a big issue for us in Angola, even though we've been working for 40 years, it still remains to be seen as a strong local content. And one of the things is the duration of the contracts. And it's even more important for the local companies. Local companies cannot grow on 1-year contracts, 3-year contracts. We cannot train, we cannot. Everything you said there is even more important for the local companies. Why? Because international companies like you had the capacity to move your rig 7 years back to Norway. We cannot do that. We are only there. So we cannot, to grow, we have to grow in Angola or in Namibia. So long-term contracts are very important, especially for local companies. And when I say I think the best, one of the things Namibia needs to look into, which we are fighting and still struggling to have, I think instead of protecting, you need better terms for the local companies. Longer contracts, better payment terms, a few things. We get tax benefits for the big explorations. You don't get tax benefits for local companies. It doesn't make any sense, in my view. So I just wanted to raise this because you raised the point. And regarding the drilling, that's another fact. You need to keep on drilling because we had a downfall in our production in Angola, serious downfall, because for a few years it was stopped. Prospection completely stopped. We were not even doing 3Ds and anything. So all of a sudden now there was a rush to go back, and this energy crisis brought this up again. So to agree with you, it's now a question of competition, that whoever gets those longer term contracts, but it's true. I hope the media does it, that they keep it, even if it's a slow, just one that keeps on looking for it, but you need to keep, so make sure that you have oil for the next, I don't know, 100 years. People say 50, I don't think so. I think there's more to discover. But yeah, I would like to just make a note on that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, thank you for that support. I think clearly we are on the page. And this is from a time in Brazil, from being in Norway, being here, being in Ghana, being around to see this. It's not saying it because just we want to work. We want this to see. Of course we want here and we want the business. We need to do good business. Otherwise we can't be here. This is $1.2 billion assets for each of them. But we can't manage to do what a country like us to do if we don't have long-term contract. It's just not feasible. And there is no investor or no banks that's going to lend any money to any local business which doesn't have a long-term contract. It's where it starts. We can discuss all the other regulation is not going to solve it.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I'm Tindi Jacobs. I'm from the Ministry of Justice. I wanted to find out, I may have missed it because I had stepped out, but what are some of the contributing factors that government is responsible for that have caused the short-term periods that you are having a problem with? So what are some of the indirect and direct contributing factors, and then what are some of the things that government can do then practically to aid you to lengthen those periods that you mentioned in your presentation?
It's a very good question. A couple of years ago, the Norwegian government actually ended a 20 years long practice. And it was actually an exploration initiative on how you get deduction of your expenses. And that spiked actually the drilling in Norway tremendously. It's basically said that the Norwegian state, if you were drilling a well 1 year, then you will get the money back. You will be offsetting it. So actually, it was a tax structure put in place, and I'm not going to quote it direct how it worked, but that exploration tax structure that the Norwegian government put in place was very effective because it nurtures a lot of the smaller companies to actually take the risk of the drilling because they got back money which they recirculated to drill a new well. So that is clearly something, but it also required then a bigger burden on the state funding to keep that momentum. It's actually basically a tax funding of drilling. So have a look at that structure that Norway put in place. That at least the result of that was that Norway had a lot of smaller oil companies which did a well, and you created this consortium that we now did with BV and Rhino. So in Norway, we used to have a lot of these consortium of smaller operators going together to lowering the cost and then combining their one by one well in order to create attractiveness of a long-term contract in a combined force and lowering the cost for everyone. So, okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Arne. I finally understand oil drilling now. It's like looking for your car keys, eh? And it's a good few. It's only 3,000 meters under the sea, and it's going to cost you a few $100 million. Very interesting presentation. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting on the arrival of the Right Honourable Prime Minister. However, I believe we are also ready to move into our 8th and final session. I see our moderator is here. I think it's a good time to start that. We never know when the MPs arrive. So I'd now like to welcome to the podium for our final session focusing on energy diversification, developing a comprehensive roadmap for Namibia's energy sector. Please welcome the Managing Director of High Economic Intelligence, Salah Mohe, who will also introduce his panelists. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. People are tired, eh? As tired as you are, I think the last presenter really set a very good scene, especially in relation to me seeing some of my clients here and those short-term contracts that you give to local content. Clearly, you need to change that now. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I think it's been an eventful couple of days. From the masterclass, we learned that the local content is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We've also learned that the carrot and stick approach should be used so that we don't upset the investors. But I also think that this particular conference did not have any headlines in the newspapers. We expected this week to maybe hear something about the oil is not ours, the oil is ours. Now we've got 51% and the like. But welcome to session 8, Energy Diversification, Developing a Comprehensive Roadmap for Namibia's Energy Sector. Energy mix diversification is recognized as a plausible strategy for emerging economies to achieve energy security targets and meet net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Emerging economies are predicted to drive up global energy consumption by the end of 2040. At present, the energy mix of emerging economies is dominated by conventional fuels, accounting for approximately 85% of total energy consumption in the emerging economies. One of the world's highest potentials to harvest renewable energy is Namibia. This potential can be leveraged to produce green hydrogen in large quantities for low cost. It is estimated that in 2030, the production of green hydrogen in Namibia can be economically competitive, secondly only to Chile. Due to this advantage, the government of Namibia identified green hydrogen as its derivatives as an emerging export opportunity for the country. Namibia's upstream and oil and gas sector is on the verge of rapid transformation. Significant discoveries made in the Orange Basin, obviously the differential that have been drilled there. According to Namibia's, the prediction is that for 3 million people, we hold around 11 billion barrels of oil and 2.2 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserve. Now, to unpack around this particular engagement, I would like to call upon the following distinguished panelists to come to the fore. Firstly, Mr. Hafeni Motsi, Senior Energy Investment Analyst, Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. Madam Sue Ruther, Energy Sector Lead Africa Group, SLR Consulting. Dr. Clemens van Dor, Resident Representative Hans Seidel Foundation. Vita Mateoso, I don't know whether they made it. And last but not least, Mr. Adelson Nelumba, founder and CEO of CGC Angola. My session will take a slightly different approach in terms of the Q&A. I would rather focus on an engagement. I don't know, Roche, may I sit? Or am I allowed to stand the whole time? I'm so sorry. It is really the last session of the conference. I forgot, in fact, Vita Mateoso's replacement is witness, from the Green Hydrogen Commission in Namibia. Thank you, Roche. Thank you so much. I think everyone is in the room now, right? Apologies about that witness. And I'll start with you. Like I was saying that my session will be slightly different in the sense that we would rather want to have an engagement as opposed to a Q&A. And I would start right at the end. So witness, kindly introduce yourself and please tell our audience the work that you have done as a commission, some of the successes that you had, challenges, and how you see this roadmap.
Okay. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here on stage with all of you guys, especially my former high school mate, Mr. Hafeni Motsi. And as a small slight request for the little mix-up, maybe if I could ask that you maybe just ask all the tough questions to Hafeni and give me all the easy ones. But yeah, I am Dr. Witness Martin. I am at the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. I'm the senior energy engineer over there. A little bit of a background of myself. Born and raised in Namibia, then worked in the South Scorpion Zinc for a couple of years before going over to the States to do a master's, as well as a PhD in electrical engineering and material sciences. Then worked for PNNL, which is one of the Department of Energy's national labs. Did research on lithium battery materials and that sort of thing. And then really got interested in what's happening in Namibia in terms of the energy space. I mean, obviously, the discovery of oil, green hydrogen space, and decided to come back and actually add and contribute to what we're doing here in country. In terms of what the Commission has been able to accomplish over the past couple of years, I recently joined earlier this year, so moved back last year, joined the Commission this year. But to be honest with you, it's been an eventful 2 years. We've actually already have 2 projects in country that are producing green hydrogen. Our flagship project, the Hyphen project, which is located in the south, they're busy doing their feasibility study. So that's a 2-year process, which will hopefully come to a positive FID sometime in December next year. And a bunch of other different projects within the Central Valley region, so the Irongo region, also looking to do a bunch of really cool stuff in the hydrogen space. And then also we've commissioned a few key studies that are really important for not only our industry, but also for various other industries, like for instance, the commissioning of a COI best practice study, which will speak to how we could engender a common use infrastructure in country that would also add value to, say, an oil and gas sector that needs that infrastructure to do all their work in country. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Witness. Yeah. Admilson?
Hello, everyone. My name is Adilson Manguera Nelumba, only 2 names, but in Angola we use 3 names. Otherwise, my mother will kill me. So I'm originally from Angola. I'm coming back home. I studied here in Namibia in Polytechnic 20 years ago. So after 20 years, I'm back. Thank you very much, Namibia. So I am the founder of Copia Group of Companies. I founded this company back in 2014. When I left Sonangol, I used to work for Sonangol at the exploration management part. I was the assistant project manager for 2,600 kilometers of seismic. I'm a civil engineering by background, so imagine me straight away from university and going to study or to check if there is oil. It was a terrifying experience, but 20 years almost after, I'm here sitting in Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. Can you imagine? Huh? So please don't never stop dreaming. Namibia has oil, it's a fact now. That's why we are all here. Telling a little bit about my company. My company, Copia Group of Companies, is a family company. It's being managed by me, my wife, my kids. Yes, I have a kid that is already at the age to manage the company. So we are managing as a family company. We are now working as a leader of the consortium that is doing the supervision of Kakulo Kabasa hydroelectric in Angola. It's a 2,172 megawatts hydroelectric. We constitute a consortium with several, maybe 3 companies from Brazil, Intertechne, from Israel, Baran, and from Dubai, Anglostar. And we are the leaders of that consortium. The dam is now at 40%. It's the biggest dam in Southern Africa, I think, until now. Let's see. And that's it. Thank you very much. So.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clemens van Dordra. I'm the resident representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation. I've been asked numerous times now, what is actually the Hans Seidel Foundation? In a nutshell, it's a German political foundation, and the reason why we actually now part of this is that we are here to actually support democratic development here in Namibia. And with that also not only the values of democracy, rule of law, good governance, also economic development. We can all dream about, moving emerging or developing countries to industrialized or developed countries, but we obviously have to work for that. And ultimately, then it doesn't need any development corporation as such anymore. And with regards to oil and gas, the world, obviously we all can agree on that, is sooner or later wants to move away from oil and gas. But until we get there, it's still a long mile to go. It's a long way, number one. Number two, where would be developed countries, nations be without fossil fuels? Where would they be without coal? Where would they be without gas, with oil, and all the derivatives from that? They would not be developed, or certainly not the way they are today. And so every nation which has resources like oil and gas should have the right to develop in that direction. And at the end of the day, where are the customers for the oil and gas and the products? They're not sitting in Namibia, not to the extent. They will be in those countries. So we also need to ask where's then the responsibilities in that context. Be it as it may, the point is Namibia has a fantastic opportunity, and it actually can help also, similar to the Norwegian example. We had Arne here from Ocean earlier, Northern Ocean. Norway actually sets a wonderful example. They use their income from oil and gas to actually have their electricity production converted to 100% renewable. And I think this is a model I'm happy to support and to push forward on behalf also of the foundation. And in order to provide a platform like this conference to actually engage, to discuss, to learn from each other, but also to ask the critical questions, and sometimes maybe also push the different entities, whether that is in the public or in the private sector, to actually move forward. And only when we have this critical debate, we actually can make progress. So that's essentially where the foundation is coming from, and happy to walk the walk and to do what is necessary to get Namibia there.
Thank you very much. Sue Reuter, I'm here as a representative of SLR Consulting, which is a global environmental sustainability firm. I'm personally based in South Africa, in Cape Town. We do have a sizable office in Namibia and quite a number of projects that we're doing here as well. So that's where our interest in Namibia and our experience with Namibia stems from. And I have a couple of colleagues in the room here. It's very nice to see. And my personal background is from the environmental impact assessment side. I also have an economics background, and it's always quite interesting. So we just had the talk now. And at the end, economics talks at the end. There are lots of aspirations, but if it doesn't somehow manage to pay for itself, then it doesn't really happen. So I have kind of both of those lenses in my glasses, basically. And throughout my career, I've been involved in environmental impact assessment and economic impact assessment across Africa and other regions of the world in quite a wide range of sectors. So I'm not sort of purely oil and gas focused or experienced. And the challenges are similar across the different sectors. And we have a more specific focus on energy. So we are currently involved as a company, as colleagues in oil and gas permitting processes, impact assessment processes here in Namibia. And elsewhere, we are equally involved, or probably even more involved, in renewable energy permitting processes, wind and solar farms, in hydro permitting processes, hydropower, in green hydrogen processes. So we do see the whole suite, and I can assure you there are benefits and challenges associated with all of them from an environmental and social nature, and which leads me personally to conclude there is definitely no silver bullet. I think that's not even a personal conclusion, that's probably just a fact. There's no one technology that solves all of our problems, and in fact, if we just go forward with a single one, we increase the negatives associated with that technology. So there needs to be some sort of mix, and that mix will be location specific and circumstance specific, depending on what you kind of find in a society, in a country, geographically, resources, and so on. So that's probably my kind of general intro statement on this topic.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, fellow speakers. Thank you, Sue. My name is Hafeni Motsi. I am a senior energy investment analyst with our Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board. We're also one of the partners hosting this conference. And we're an investment promotion agency. So as a typical IPA, we support projects across the investment value chain from inception until operation and even beyond. And we're basically a part of government's soft infrastructure, for lack of a better term. We have found that in the past, before our establishment, investors have more often than not struggled to navigate Namibia's relatively complex systems, processes, and institutions that we're very proud of, but can be quite daunting to those who are not familiar. And we exist basically to make, to create the socioeconomic impact or help realize the socioeconomic impact from these investments sooner rather than later by just trying to streamline this entire process. So there's virtually very limited things that I can say we don't do. If it's legal, we can probably assist you with it. But we exist to serve our investors, our key stakeholders, as well as advise government on how to better the investment climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Afeni. So, Afeni, having said that there's literally nothing that you don't do, can you just give us a bit of insight in terms of the policy framework that speaks to this diversification and perhaps the optimal energy mix?
Thank you. So maybe I need to clarify that there are things we don't do, but it just depends on who's asking and what it is. So Namibia has been very, I think from a policy side, we have a very clear national energy policy direction that states that, if I have to summarize it, that the government is going to promote the beneficiation of all of our resources. This is now mineral and energy resources, to promote energy security, and to uplift the social economic status of our people. So that's very clear. Although it might not be termed energy mix policy or whatever it might be, these new catchphrases we use these days, it's very clear that whatever we have access to at our disposal as a country, we need to explore and exploit those opportunities in the most sustainable way to create value for the Namibian people. We've done really great work as a government from a policy side in developing our electricity sector. We've done a lot of really great work in developing upstream policy during exploration. Now we're in a position where we're seeing a lot of emerging technologies that are quite disruptive in terms of, like was mentioned earlier by Witness, we're seeing now with the demand for cleaner energy sources, new energy carriers like green hydrogen and synthetic fuels are emerging. And we're now beginning to also witness that there's some gaps in our, probably not in policy, but definitely in our strategic position as a country, in terms of where all these different energies come together. The Green Hydrogen Program with the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy has done a really great job of crafting in record time, a really short but concise Namibian green hydrogen strategy with, a master plan of almost where they foresee these emerging economic clusters and the infrastructure required to unlock them. But what we need to do better is not to plan in isolation, which is something that we've probably been guilty of in the past, is that these separate clusters have done really well in developing and mapping out what their subsectors require. But as in terms of energy in its entirety, when we look at the infrastructure being planned by the green hydrogen guys, similar infrastructure could also be leveraged by the traditional energies that we're seeing now in oil and gas, for example. We probably need to find more, if I can say, more opportunities for sector coupling, which also de-risks the investments we're making in skills, if there are opportunities for people operating, let's say, an oil and gas pipeline or hydrogen pipeline, then those skills need to be promoted to benefit both of these subsectors and not necessarily one or the other. So that's maybe just to start off the discussion, a comment I can make. Thank you.
Sue, you mentioned that the particular mix depends on different localities. So there's no one shoe fits all approach. Could you just elaborate on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, firstly, it's maybe, we're talking about energy diversification, and maybe just to have a little qualifying thing there, that are we talking about the energy consumed in Namibia or the energy sector in Namibia? Because a lot of these very big projects we're talking about, oil and gas and green hydrogen, they're essentially going to be export products. The way I see it at the moment, they're not really going to play a role in Namibia's energy consumption. Maybe a small, but I mean, they need very large scale, and it's kind of the equivalent of creating a car factory and exporting it to some extent, right? The energy mix that's consumed in Namibia will probably be more transformed by renewables, hydro, and potentially gas as kind of a base load or whatever, however that works together at the end. And then, of course, what you can aim for as a country, I mean, you know, we have the green hydrogen, you have to have the resource. That's what it comes down to in the first place. So green hydrogen, there's a lot of space, although the space is not empty, right? That's always the, ecologically, it's not empty. So that's where these kind of things start playing in. But you do have an element of space, you have a lot of wind, you have a lot of sun, you have the coastal space for the desalination and so on. So that is a resource that is present, right? And in the right combination in the right place. Oil and gas, you have the resource, right? Can it be commercially developed? We will find out. You know, I'm not the expert on that. I'm sure we will find out over the next year or so whether these FIDs are being taken, but the resource is there. And same for the other aspects. What else plays a role once you have the resource? Can it be? Is there a market for it? So again, it comes to export, it comes to local requirements, consumptions. It's relatively small in Namibia, small population, not a huge industry, so your market for consumption is not that big compared to many other countries in the world. Is the export market there? Oil and gas, we have heard it will probably decline over time. We think, we will find out. Green hydrogen, there is still a lot of challenges around the pricing. Will that change? Presumably, when and how, we will find out. And then kind of another element, so resource, market, and another element is the ability of the country to manage and support that in terms of governance, in terms of the workforce, skills, and all of that. And there, of course, one has to be also, in terms of getting the investment in or having the investment locally available, and one has to be, of course, careful to not completely overstretch, sort of pursuing 4 or 5 industries at the same time, which all require a huge amount of investment. That requires a lot of management effort and oversight and all of that. So one has to be careful to pace that as well in certain respects and find the synergies, as we've just heard, but also be able to have enough attention for each one of those aspects. So there's probably resource, market, and the kind of governance and being able to manage it locally aspects that play in there.
Clemens, you spoke about that the majority or all the advanced economies industrialized based on what we now know as fossil fuel. We also know that the majority of the emerging markets are still pre-industrialization. In your view, do you think we're doing enough, Namibia as a country, to be able to get that message that the pre-industrialization phase that we find ourselves in would have to rely on perhaps what is now termed as not so clean energy?
I think it's a question of the mix in that regard. I think the beauty is actually, you know, like we've also now heard also throughout the past few days, that Nigeria had to also go from, you know, from the beginning, early beginning 60 years ago, where they are today. They had to make had to learn a lot of hard lessons in terms of making use of fossil fuels and damages to the environment, social questions and inequality and so on. But they've now adopted increasingly positive or other models which actually have a much better and much more positive impact to the social development in Nigeria. And so the beauty is, Namibia is coming as a freshman or freshwoman to the market, now can leapfrog some of the technologies and can avoid mistakes others have made. And so the beauty is now Namibia can adopt the best practices around the world, can learn from others from a technology point of view, from a governance point of view, from a structural point of view, but it needs to get into action mode. And I actually would like to add to what Hafeni said is, we see all those developments about green hydrogen, and now it's oil and gas, and maybe in a few years' time we see something else also. And Namibia is well endowed in terms of resources when it comes, especially comes to energy. And I think Namibia actually has the one massive advantage is to say, hey, there's an abundance of energy we can actually supply to the market. If I remember the numbers correctly, you will know this better than I do, but a few years ago the numbers were that Namibia could supply potentially 3% of the global hydrogen demand, not only with any hydrogen, but green hydrogen. And I mean, that actually Namibia can provide a premium product to the world. But in order to achieve that, in order to get there, I mean, we need to get a lot of blocking stones actually out of the way, and we have to overcome barriers to move forward. And Travis earlier, he said quite rightly in my view, that it is at the end of the day, it's about a national oversight, that we have a strong body, a regulator of some sort who actually understands, has the competence of what is actually going out there, what the technology requirements are, what the human resource requirements are, and essentially also a regulator which has a vision and a roadmap to get there. And that actually should integrate, and that actually speaks to our panel now, or our topic, it should integrate not only oil and gas, but I think also green hydrogen, renewable energies, to actually really have a consolidated effort. And if I look at one of the biggest challenges now, you need specialized welders, for instance, especially for hydrogen gas, because it's extremely volatile gas, and those welders need to be extremely well trained in order that they know what they do and that there's not even a hair crack in your pipe. Similarly, for gas, normal natural gas, you will need equally, it needs to be just as good. So here we have commonalities, so we need to bring those two actually together to really get the country also equipped with the skills, with the human resources available to all those developments. And so, as also now pointed out by our colleague from the CEO from Northern Ocean, is essentially Namibia needs to get into the action mode, and also, as we've put out in the title, from exploration to action. So I really think, if we really want to succeed in all of this, we can't sit on our hands, we need to get into action mode.
Thank you, Clement. Adilson, from exploration to action. Yes. Our Angolan brothers have already worked the journey. Please tell us about your experiences, real sort of practical experiences in relation to us that have got this new window of opportunity that's opening up to us. And we sort of in a sea of uncertainty. What would you tell us? What is 3 basic mistakes that we must avoid as a country, especially in relation to oil?
Great change, Salomo. Thank you. So we were talking earlier today in preparing this presentation. My experience as I worked for Sonangol for 10 years almost, we did a lot of exploration at the early days, let's say between 2007 until 2015, roughly. We did a lot of exploration. We're processing all the data. And Angola, obviously, for quite some time now, is the second oil producer in sub-Saharan Africa. So I see the enthusiasm of Namibia with the 11 billion barrels now that you found, which is great. But I also want to urge, sorry, English is not my first language, so I have to think in Portuguese and speak in English. Sorry, but saying that, I want to urge the Namibians to calm a little bit. Exploration and production takes a long time, a lot of studies. Actually, this time that will take is a good time for Namibian people to prepare. As I heard a lot about the local content. So prepare yourselves, prepare your young people to welcome this oil. The mistakes that you should avoid during this period is enthusiasm. Okay, please.
Is enthusiasm a mistake?
It's a mistake. It's a mistake. At least at our experience in Angola. Okay, so it's a mistake. We need to calm down, trying to understand exactly what you guys have. You need to study these discoveries. Calm down. Now, if I can bring back to the subject that we're talking with Fanny and Ruth, actually I did some comparison about this energy mix between Angola and Namibia during my research. Namibia is about 3 million plus people. Angola is close to 40 million, okay? We, as all of you know, we are in peace since 2002, and we develop almost 7 gigawatts of energy. 70% of that is our renewable energy, okay? And we are oil producer company, country. So please look into that way as well, okay? Oil is great, is amazing, but Angola, strategically, and I'm not from the government, okay? I'm a private company guy. So Angola strategically looked into all the other different energy sources, especially hydro. We have 4,000 gigawatts, or 4,000 gigawatts exactly, that we are now producing. And we are now looking forward to, we also have the gas with close to 2,000 gigawatts. There's a lot of gas being done in Angola's combined cycle. We also have solar, a lot of solar energy being developed in Angola, almost 1,000 megawatts of solar. So the theme here is energy mix, energy diversification. And we from the north of Namibia, of course, we are now 7 gigawatts, and 70% of that is renewable, hydro, solar, not wind, not hydrogen, that I'm aware of at least, but solar, it's a lot. Hydro is our biggest power, and we are only 20% of tapping, tapping the hydro power capacity of Angola, 20%. And we are now 70% of total energy that we are producing in Angola. So Namibia, to answer your question now, bringing back to your question, is to look at these discoveries, these oil discoveries, these gas discoveries, and now balance with what you were doing before those discoveries. I believe this is the most important. So before you were doing well. I used to live here for years, and I never saw electricity failing in Namibia, okay? So something you were doing well back then. So now with oil, it will be much easier for you. Or you can be used to build power plants, okay? Let's say you still have geothermal power plants, you can do it. You can use the heating of the land, of the earth. You still have, you need to study your grid to do this diversification. I don't know where Namibia is in covering all the country with electricity, but I believe that most of your people are covered with electricity. I don't know if in Angola, obviously no, but Angola is, as I said, we are almost 40 million people. You are 3, okay? Another mistake, the second mistake, first was the enthusiasm, the second that I think that you should avoid at this moment is to make the actual oil companies, not actual, the oil majors, let's say, the one that actually made the risk, talking to them in a way that they feel uncomfortable to come again and extract those oil potential that you guys are now understanding. So these major companies, as we saw the presentation of one of the biggest drilling companies, they understand this business. They are doing for a long time, at least longer than us Angolans and Namibians for sure. Work with them, understand what they need. Sometimes they come with a not so good reputation, but I think it's a myth once you start working with them. Trying to understand what they want and combine with what you already have in place and come to a common understanding, okay? Okay.
The minister have entered the house, but you can continue speaking.
Okay, that's why I was like, oh my God, I have to stop talking.
Welcome,
No,
Honorable.
but continue. It's trying to come to a common knowledge with the major oil companies and also independent oil companies. And third mistake that I think it should be avoided and must be avoided is the misunderstanding and the misconception of local content. I've listened to the debates. Most of the debates are correct. Local content, the policy of the government. I was careful to look at the NDP 6. I think it's a National Development Program of Namibia for 2025-26 to 2030. And page 63, I memorized the page. Page 63 talks about local content, but it talks in a way that local content should enter right now. I don't think it's realistic. Thank you very much. I don't think it's realistic, okay? Local content, first of all, of course, I'm not here to teach anyone. I'm just here talking from experience, only 10 years experience. But local content should be in the services area of the oil business, at least at this stage, okay? And also the locals, the Namibians need to be prepared not to make the same mistakes as Angola did, for example, in only providing service as a link, not as participating exactly at the technical part of the development. So don't make the mistake that local content needs to be right now at this moment a solution to solve the problems of the country, let's say. I think local content will show up anyway. You guys, Namibians, you are the owners of the commodity, so you will develop anyway in time, and not even longer time that probably many people are
Dilson did tell me that I must give him that if he's going overboard, so thank you. We got the 3 points.
Thank you.
Witness, Sue spoke about the regulatory framework and how in sync it should be with this comprehensive energy roadmap.
Yep.
In terms of you having now sort of finalized your strategy for the country, what in the document speaks to this comprehensive energy roadmap?
Thanks for the question. So actually, our legal department, they're not here today, but our legal department has actually already started drafting a national policy termed the Green Hydrogen and Derivatives Policy, which is now sitting with MIME, and that is once MIME goes over and reviews it, that is then turned over to Cabinet to then formally put it through the law review making process to then enact that as an act of government. And that act essentially will engender our own understanding of what the regulations are that are needed, as well as the certification processes that are needed to actually develop this industry that we're trying to engender in country, both from the hydrogen as well as the derivatives side of the sector. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I quickly want to defer to you in terms of a Q&A from the floor. If there's anything pressing that you have. I see one hand went up very quickly here. Where's the roving mic? There's one hand here. We can take 3 questions in this round. Please just introduce yourself, name and organization you come from.
Okay, thank you. My name is Manuel Peliganga. I come from Angola, and I'm here to represent TechSep, which is a local private services company in Angola. And I also represent the Angolan Geophysical Association, that which I'm the director for teaching, investigation, research, and projects. So this is an independent association for geoscientists, a platform that supports also the oil, mining, and construction industry in general. And I have a question regarding to the energetic transition. By the time, let me say 20 years ago, as my countryman just said, I used to study also here. I started my career in oil fields with Schlumberger, and I was recruited from UNAM, because at UNAM I was studying geology and physics. So my basis of the oil industry, everything I learned from the beginning, I learned it here in Namibia. And I used to tell my colleagues and my lecturers at UNAM, okay guys, you have hydrocarbon occurrence in Angola, but just because no wells are being drilled, that's why we're not finding it, you know? Because from the knowledge that I have, the little geological knowledge that I've been reading about, I know there are occurrences here in Namibia. And I heard about the Kudo gas plant. And the Kudo gas plant has been producing since 1974, but there was not, the source rock from the petroleum system was not known and at the time, but the reservoir rock was there producing the gas, holding that gas till to date. But there was no source rock, which does not complement the petroleum system. And I could understand that Namibia already had the thing of energetic transition, but you guys were not aware that it was happening already. So my question is, what are the plans that especially a company like Adilson's have, right, for innovation? Because you provide geoscience service, seismic services. What are the means or the innovation that you are thinking about to support the energetic transition in Namibia? Apart from the oil, okay, oil can be produced, but we can produce it in a sustainable way. Can you tell us, or can you share with us what plans can be implemented for it to happen? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question? I think I would like to give that question to Sue, because he speaks of energy transition in the context of how far do we go in terms of the innovation that we would like to see.
I'm a little bit stumped, I must admit. I think it was more around the plans that are sort of actively being pursued by Namibia. So I'm not sure I quite have that overview. I mean, I can say that the plans are certainly very ambitious, and I think Namibia is pursuing quite a wide range of alternative energies, and as noted, not all for necessarily local consumption, but also for export markets, which is an economic diversification as well, and playing on quite a number of strengths of resources that are found here. I'm not entirely sure about sort of overarching plans, and I think we have heard earlier that perhaps there needs to be a little bit more integration at some point. And I mean, my personal view is kind of the impossible. That there needs to be an element of planning between the different sectors, and at which speed and at what pace to take them. But also you need to let market forces get into play, because governments and any one person doesn't know the future, right? It's very, very hard to predict how these things will work out in terms of demand and supply in the world and costs and all of that. So there needs to be an element between seeing what the market permits and demands, but also having a certain regulatory function sort of pointing things in directions that are sustainable for the country, which is a tall ask, I know.
If I can add to what Sue mentioned, with the energy transition as it's termed, I think we sometimes view it as purely an absolute, moving from more traditional energies to an absolute opposite of zero traditional energies, all alternative energies and renewables. But it's almost like it's not really an absolute, but it's a process. Even with the traditional ways of exploring and producing fossil fuels, Namibia being one of the later parties to the table, can also exploit emerging technologies to produce a barrel in a more sustainable way, which could also be seen as a form of energy transition from a technological perspective. So it's not really an absolute, and I think we're in a really good position to offset, the traditional emissions that we have as a country with some of these other emerging energy industries, while also adopting these new technologies to see, okay, fine, how can we do what Angola and Nigeria did and learned how to do very well over the years, and do this now at the highest levels of state-of-the-art technologies, with the highest levels of socioeconomic impact. So sustainability is not just in terms of the environmental impact, but then also how many jobs are created from the production of a single barrel. I'm not sure who's the most sustainable producer of a barrel today, but it would be maybe an interesting thing to look into, maybe in next year's conference, to understand, what does the tier list look like, and where does Namibia fall, and what can we do to climb up that tier list? Yeah.
I think the energy transition question, you need to actually take a step quickly, actually take stock, where are we at the moment? I mean, Namibia is still heavily reliant on importing electricity from South Africa. South Africa itself is hamstrung in terms of actually producing sufficient electricity for itself. At this very point in time, Namibia, the demand from Namibia's side is not so high that it actually creates a problem for South Africa, but South Africa in turn actually needs to find solutions to be more sustainable in their energy supply. So actually this offers an opportunity. So natural gas can be used, either exported directly to South Africa, for instance, or to help them also for the petrochemical industries and whatever, but also we can also produce electricity within the country to actually provide a base load and then actually export electricity. And Namibia can and will, I'm sure, I'm convinced of that, will become an energy exporting nation in the midterm. But we also need to consider another aspect. Namibia has 3 million people. It's about 3 people per square kilometer on average, meaning also that in order to get electricity to your customer is far more expensive than in most other countries around the world, because just to get the electricity line there, to get the substation there, so to service a customer with power is far more difficult. So my opinion on that is actually Namibia needs to follow a mixed approach, on-grid wherever it makes sense, but then also have mini-grid and off-grid solutions for remote areas to actually empower them and to give them access to electricity, to give them access also to communication so that they can, simple things, charge their cell phones, can read the news on their cell phones then, have access to what is happening around the world and educate themselves. But as also Namibia develops, and we're seeing that already, the demand will also increase. And with that, obviously, Namibia needs to find a way to increase the supply, and with that also the education needs to grow. And with all the potentials we have at the moment, I foresee for Namibia to become an exporting nation for energy, to help countries like South Africa and in the region. And I think Namibia is perfectly actually positioned to become an energy hub.
I mean, if I can add to that as well. So Namibia's grid is quite constrained in terms of its capacity to actually transport these electrons to either its local consumers or even into the SAPP. So our policies and strategies also need to speak to how we're actually going to beef up that infrastructure to actually make sure that any energy that we want to inject or sell locally can actually be delivered to our customers. With that also, there are currently studies that are being conducted to actually look at how and what phases that can actually be accomplished. There are some studies that we are looking into as well. So from the program's perspective, we are termed the Green Hydrogen Program, but in actual fact, if we are to be honest with ourselves, we're actually more the industrialization program, because we're trying to engender a lot of change, not only from green hydrogen perspective, but also just from an infrastructure perspective. Some of our projects are actually quite large when they get to full scale, right? And with that excess energy, how do you actually tap into that potential to actually then sell that molecule or feed that molecule into the SAPP, and then we can become a net exporter of power instead of a net importer. So, yeah.
Adilson, before you add to your countrymen's input, could you also just speak to us about what Witness earlier alluded to when he said that we can leverage some of perhaps the green hydrogen infrastructure into perhaps the other sort of energy sources?
Thank you, Shlomo. On the notice, I just want to tell a small story, if you allow me. It's 5 seconds. So I came to Namibia and I said to myself, I will meet Mrs. Shilunga. I'll meet the Minister of Industry. I'll meet Jason. I'll meet Mr. McLeod. I didn't meet them, but I had a revelation this morning. God promised me that he would deliver the top management in front of me today. Thank you, God. They are in front of me, so they will have to listen to me now. First, my fellow Angolan, Pelinganga, is a good friend of mine. We are discussing all the time about all the questions he just mentioned. When Mr. Shilunga came in, I forgot the question, but I remember. So I think Pelinganga was asking about what we as a company can offer. Maybe we made a combination, because as soon as he saw Mr. Shilunga came in and the minister, I gave him the notice that he can ask me the question. So we, as a Copia group of companies, obviously we are prepared to do studies, grid analysis, grid studies to the energy mix that we are about to face in the coming years. As I told in the beginning, let me take this opportunity for the top government and for all the audience. We are doing the supervision and fiscalization of Kakulu Kabasa Dam. So we can also give to Namibia all the studies needed to accept and to embrace this energy diversification. That is already happened, as Pelinganga said, but now make it officially. So we can modernize the existing facilities, because I don't know, maybe there's somebody here from non-power, but for you to change from one energy source to other, the grid needs to be very well planned. It's not an easy job to do. You need to do a lot of studies, the different type of energy sources. Actually, we are doing a study in Angola, which is the best energy source to be used as a transition. And we came around as a gas. Gas is the best one. It's not official yet, but gas is the best one for this transition at the grid. Maybe the minister can teach us about that later. But gas is the best one to make this transition between hydropower to solar, between solar to wind or green hydrogen. So implementing also smart grids, energy storage solutions. I believe in Namibia, you guys have a project about that called, if I'm not mistaken, BESS, to use batteries. And now your question, Slom, can you repeat, please? Because I have to impress the minister now. I don't have any
No, the question really was, Witness made the point that you can leverage some of the green hydrogen infrastructure on perhaps some of our oil discoveries or any other energy source.
Yes.
How do you respond to that, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't forget. I just wanted to notice if you are paying attention to me. So I forget, sorry. So yeah, I saw some of my fellow Angolans here and fellow colleagues from SONILS earlier today on a presentation, very good one actually. I think Namibia can take advantage of our SONILS base. We don't have only SONILS, we have also Kwanda, if I'm not mistaken, if this is the name, in the north of Angola in the Soyo region. Those infrastructure actually helps a lot the oil companies when they are doing their activities, as we also heard in the presentation of Northern Ocean. They need those facilities. Actually, this is one of the most important areas where Namibia can take advantage of. Because this is, okay, they can come and they can put these facilities, but you can do it yourself. It's just a kind of harbor, okay? So Namibia can invest on this, can control these pipelines also that will be built to transport the gas and the oil. There is a lot to be done. And for the local content policy that the Namibian government is developing now, it will be very easy to include those logistics base, okay, to develop your oil and gas projects.
Thank you. Distinguished panelists, as we are slowly coming to the tail end of our conversation, maybe Hafeni, what to you would be some of the collaborative approaches from a public and private sector participation in terms of this diversification towards this comprehensive roadmap?
Thank you, moderator. There's a lot of collaboration already happening, perhaps not proactively, but definitely there's a lot of collaboration happening. One of the ambitions or approaches of the current administration, but even the previous one, is to facilitate more public-private platforms for dialogue. I mean, a conference like this is an example of a platform where ideas can be shared between the sectors in order to come up with these strategic policy positions that will help unlock the value we want to create. So a lot of these conversations are already happening. We probably need to be not, a bit more deliberate about having more of them, probably more time to have more in-depth technical conversations. We have a similar or a platform of this nature that that we are coordinating as the NIPDB called Productivity Task Force. We do this for various sectors that we believe have the potential to ramp up in terms of their productivity. And there's no reason why something similar can't be done for other energies. We have one for electricity supply industry at the moment, but similar frameworks could also be rolled up across other strategic economic sectors as well. Yeah. Thank you.
So, from your experience, what would you say, what can we take as lessons as a new player in this game?
Yeah, it's a very big topic, so experience, but also maybe kind of my common sense, which might not be common to everyone. But so my view is there are a lot of actors involved in this, private and public actors, and everyone can easily run off in different directions, and it's hard to coordinate, and there needs to be a lead. And in my mind, that lead needs to be government, because that's ultimately the democratically elected authority, and there is a strategy behind it. And it's very important, though, for both the private and government sectors to lead and listen at the same time, because government has a much wider range of aspects to consider. So there's a lot of soft issues that government has to consider, social issues and so on, government, state, national economy issues and so on. The private sector, on the other hand, is a lot more pragmatic and has much more experience on feasibility, again, a little bit along the lines of what we heard in the previous presentation, what actually works and what doesn't work. And if those two actors come together and really listen to each other and learn from each other, that's an unstoppable force in my mind.
Well, thank you very much. At the end of the day, I think this is, one could look at this also like a dance. And if only one person comes on the dance floor, you can go to a club, but that's not dancing together. I think the public and the private sector really need to find the rhythm together, need to come together to the dance floor and actually then do the tango, do the waltz, I don't know, whatever you do want to dance. But I mean, we need to find the rhythm, understand what we want, in which direction we want to dance. And yes, I agree, government needs to provide leadership in that regard. It's like in the traditional way, the man who leads the dance, and the private sector can and should then follow. But obviously, both of them parties need to enjoy the same rhythm and enjoy the same sound. And that's, I think, is something we need to work on. And I would like to actually use this opportunity also, at the end of the day, also whatever we do in this country and whatever is being developed actually needs to be done on the basis of the Namibian Constitution. And it gives the Namibian Constitution is actually one of the most beautiful ones we have around the world, because it talks even about the environment also, and about protecting it, but also making use of it in a sustainable way. So I can only encourage all of you actually to take a copy of the Namibian Constitution. You'll find a basket over there to the left. So feel free to take a copy. But I think it is actually fundamental also. We're talking about regulatory and legislative frameworks. They all have to be built on the basis of this very constitution. So actually being familiar with this very document is critical in my view. And but maybe that is also sort of the notes, which then form the music according to which we then can all dance then.
Thank you. Please, no story this time.
Only one more. Thank you, Saloma. So I think, according to the research I made for this presentation, Namibia now, and according to the plans, according to the NPD 6, will increase their capacity almost 400 megawatts until 2030. Our company working in such a strategic project in Angola is Kakulu Kabasa. We are ready to do and to give all the support that the Namibian government and the Namibia people need. I'm also Namibian, as I said in the beginning, so consider it as a local content to do this. But I really want to take this opportunity, Salomo, to thank the organization of this event. You did a great job. And it was very easy to talk to people, to meet new people. I will come back for sure, for more. I would like to invite everybody that participated this conference to come to Angola. We will have our own Angola Oil and Gas Conference at the beginning of September. It will be good also for you to see what we are doing over there, what our company is doing to offer services, and also at the energy sector, power sector, because Portuguese energy is power. So it's different. I have to turn off the Portuguese side of me. So thank you very much, Namibia, for this opportunity. In Angola, we'll also be doing some presentations. I will talk about you. I will say what you are doing here, which is great. Please continue. Thank you very much.
I didn't ask for closing remarks, but thank you. You are done.
Yeah.
Please witness.
Yeah. In terms of public-private partnerships, public is absolutely key in everything that we want to do in this economy. What we at the program are currently focusing on, and maybe I can just speak to what we're doing, and that will inform the broader conversation. We have actually already engaged the port of Antwerp and the port of Rotterdam, for instance, to help us build up Lutrit as well as Walfish Bay. That is a form of public-private partnership because, like the gentleman from Northern Ocean mentioned, is that those port infrastructure are actually really key to the oil and gas sector. But not only that, they're actually key to what we want to do as well. So just having an enabling environment that actually allows this foreign direct investment and interest to actually take root in country is absolutely key. And I'm actually quite glad that we have government in the audience today because they are essentially the servants of the nation, and they really require us sitting on here on the stage to actually also help guide them in the ways and in the directions that they need to take in order to actually engender these different energy sources that we want to grow in country. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think essentially what we are picking up is that energy diversification is almost, you can't avoid it. We cannot have the over-reliance on one source of energy as a basis for powering our industrialization plans. But at the same time, one shoe fits all approach also does not work. I think the point was really made that we need to be able to understand our conditions in a particular country to be able to sort of tailor it to optimize what we enjoy as comparative advantage in some of the different energy sources. And this roadmap, I think, really is not going to be a sprint. I think the point really has been made that it's a marathon, and we need to sort of thread in a very balanced sort of approach. But at the same time, there's a real need to make sure that the local content, and especially from the last sort of presenter, the gentleman that was from Norway, where he made it very clear that the local content approach should benefit the locals because the ripple effect or the multiplier that comes as a consequence of that will have broad-based and long-lasting sort of impressions on the source country. So as we conclude in less than 30 seconds, and this time we will jump at Dilson, we'll start with witness, and then we come this way.
Closing remarks?
Closing remarks.
Yeah, so closing remarks from our side, I think, first of all, just thank you for having me. It really was a pleasure to serve on this panel with all of you. From the program's perspective, we are actually quite excited for the future of Namibia, and some of the work that we're doing currently is actually not too far off. So if we think of oil and gas, first oil is expected to be in 2029, maybe after 2030. We have our form of first oil or first hydrogen that happened in March already of this year. So just to sort of speak to where we are as an industry. So please be cognizant of the fact that we are not here to compete with oil and gas. There's a lot of sentiment in market or in I guess, the general public that, you know, the two industries can't coexist, which is absolutely not true. There's a lot of complementary synergies that we can leverage off of one another. And for any information that you'd like to gain, we're always open to any inquisitions or any inquiries. There's a lot of information that we can share that is already public, but will direct you in the right direction. So thank you. Yeah.
Clemens, Adlison made his comments already.
Okay. Let me summarize it actually with just a number of keywords. I just would like to read out again, just to also sort of, repetition sticks. It's about relationships. It's about stability and clarity. It's about transparency. It's about culture and a mindset change also to move everybody in the right direction. It needs to be fair and it needs to be law-abiding. And at the end of the day, we need strong infrastructure, strong structures. We need a national independent oversight body with a strong, obviously, connection to the international arena because we don't work in isolation. But if we put all of this together, I'm sure we'll be the country where honey and milk are flowing. Thank you.
Okay, I kind of come away with three thoughts at the end. So Namibia has an incredible array of resources. Not even in terms of transitioning, you can serve pretty much all of the current and future global trends at the moment. Sustainability should definitely be a very strong guidance, or in my mind is a very good framework to use as an underlying sort of check and balance thing. Sustainability consists of environmental, social, and economic sustainability. All of these things are important and critical. There will be trade-offs between some of them, but it needs to be ensured that none of them suffer beyond a certain point, that they can all continue to function and thrive. And the third one, I did like the point made earlier, don't be too enthusiastic. It's very good to be enthusiastic, but I held a presentation about stakeholder expectations just earlier and how dangerous they can be to kind of future success. So to look at these things with a critical and strategic eye and remain flexibility and adaptability going forward in line with local and global contexts.
Thank you. So I think maybe takeaways from me is really when we were discussing as organizers planning for this conference, one of the questions we would ask ourselves is what would a successful conference look like? And we thought that one of the things we really wanted to do is make sure that we eliminated information asymmetries. We wanted more people to understand what it takes, not just to understand how the industry works, but what it takes to be successful in the industry, regardless of where you are in the supply chain. We also wanted to create a platform where we can bring the industry together with the decision makers and the operators, and that's also been a relative success. Just comments by Adilson earlier about how, being able to interact so seamlessly across different levels of government and C-suite executives, it's something that we need to do more of as an industry, and platforms like this are very important for creating those interactions between stakeholder groups. Namibia is at a really interesting point in her journey. The energy sector and everything that's been happening across it is something that can be leveraged to create a new economic identity for the country. And it will take everyone's inputs into that narrative that'll help make a very good story, 50, 60, 100 years from now, when people look back and ask, what were we doing when Namibia was going through this transition? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, distinguished panelists, I think our time here has come to an end. On behalf of myself and my very moderate audience, I would like to thank you so much for your input. It was indeed very valuable. I think now we have the important people to come. We have seen that the conference indicated that Namibia is investment ready. We are open for business, and we hope that our principals have got some good news perhaps on the FID at the risk of speaking out of tune, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our moderator as well, Mr. Salamohe, and our panelists. If you can just group for a photo, and let's give them a round of applause again. There is a notebook. I'm not sure who it belongs to. If anyone has misplaced your notebook. Well, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last part of our conference, and for that, I'm now going to welcome to the podium the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Right Honourable Natangwe Tete, to officially close the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2025 with his final remarks. Let's give him a warm applause.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremony. Distinguished delegates, members of Parliament, if present, Madam Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, and the Deputy MacLeod from the Upstream Unit in the Office of the President, Captain of Industry, esteemed local and international guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is again my honor to deliver this closing remark on behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Situnga Eliangurare at this year's Namibia Oil and Gas Conference. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in insightful discussion, challenge our thinking and forge new strategic partnership. We have affirmed our stance that Namibia oil and gas discovery represent more than geological success. They signify the potential for industrial growth, for skills development, and for building a more resilient economy. Her Excellency, our President, in her opening remark, laid out a clear vision for shaping a transformative oil and gas industry, one that places the Namibian people, our people, at its heart. I equally echo the
those same sentiments in my speech yesterday during the opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we are looking at unlocking the full potential of oil and gas, developing infrastructure, market, and regulatory certainty. We discuss how local content can ensure that Namibia enterprises and workers benefit at every stage of the value chain. However, what matters is how we manage those resources. Therefore, we should govern with transparency and accountability, with a long-term vision that extends beyond the oil and gas era, and most importantly, with a commitment to equity, so that every Namibian in every region, village, and household see the benefits. Therefore, let's spread the oil and gas cake across the table in all 121 constituencies. If oil and gas can fund their education, health, roads, security, and sport, so be it. A Namibian Inokangwati, Beseba, Wahanas, Okatana, Tamanzi, Omdaungilo, Epukiro, Okombaye, Simbinda, Pungu, or Tubises. Let every Namibian feel proud of the previous oil discovery. Director of Ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to quote the President once again. The President says, "Our collective sense of accountability will inevitably develop in us the desire to want the best for ourselves and others, and to ensure that we all enjoy the spoil of our resources. Therefore, being unaccountable simply means that as leaders, we are merely stewards entrusted with the various resources of the country. And as such, we must be answerable when it comes to the utilizations of those resources." End of quote. We understand and truly appreciate the interest foreign investors have expressed in our economy. That in itself is a strong statement, and we value that. On behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we assure you that Government of the Republic of Namibia will continue to work hand in hand with our industry partner, civil society, and our communities to ensure that this sector become a foundation for lasting national development. Allow me, therefore, to extend my sincere appreciations to the organizer of this conference, the Economic Association of Namibia, under the chairmanship of Jason Kasuto, NIPDB, the Hans Siedel Foundation, and their strategic partners, NAMCOR and SNC, incorporated for their dedications. To all our international guests, thank you for your commitment to Namibia journey. This conference has been about moving from explorations to action. Let us now take that action with urgency, purpose, and unity of vision. The road ahead is challenging, but together we have the opportunity to make Namibia not just an energy frontier, but a model for sustainable, inclusive growth in the 21st century. To our friends from all over the world joining us at this important conference, thank you for your support and for having spent your time and resources in the land of the brave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to our Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've received the thanks. What an incredible 3 days it's been. Together we've shared knowledge, we've forged partnerships and ignited ideas that will surely shape the future of Namibia's oil and gas industry. And of course, Africa's energy sector. On that note, I'm going to ask that you please rise for the singing of the AU and national anthems. From myself, Rochelle Locke, your Director of Ceremonies the past 2 days, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and we see you at the next Oil and Gas Conference. Thank you.